Rhodi Forever. Crescent Empire, The Rhodi Saga, Book 4. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Liana Walsh. Music by Ali Moore. Chapter 1. Ascension. Dylan thought this was the most important day of her life, and she wanted to remember every incredible second of it. She was in the massive training arena within the center of Rhodian, surrounded by thousands. It was a beautiful spring day, and cherry blossoms floated off the nearby trees as cheers rose from the crowd. She stood within a line of people, waiting to approach the center of the arena with the hundreds of other graduates. Her brother stood behind her, her partner, Saffron, beside her, waiting to approach their master and take their final vows. The residents from the city looked onward in metal stands that circled the arena, cheering congratulations. The towering buildings of the city surrounded them, and the sight of the skyscrapers that forged Rhodian and the people who resided in them made Dylan swell with joy. 10 years had passed since she became a Rhodi, and today she was finally becoming a master. She'd finally completed her training. No longer would she be a student beholden to the rules of others. From today on, she'd get to make the rules. She, Devin, and Saffron were the oldest graduates in this line. Most of the other Rhodi ranged anywhere from 18 to 20. At 25, Dylan had sometimes wondered if this day would ever come. But somehow, it came. And today, she'd finally fulfill her dreams. Dylan stepped up to the front of the line, and her stomach dipped in anticipation. Rhodi masters created a large square in the middle of the arena, making an open space. Taladin stood at the center of the circle with his hands clasped, waiting for her. The crowd roared as the princess stepped up to take her final test. Dylan knew that most of these people had shown up to celebrate her. It was a big day for the city, as the princess herself was ascending to the title of master, and therefore, everyone wanted to see Dylan perform. Taladin smirked as she came to face him. He was wearing his armor too, and looked more mischievous than she'd ever seen him. "You ready for this?" "Let's get this over with," Dylan replied, and she dipped into a bow. Taladin copied her, the warriors paying respect to each other before their battle began. This was tradition, and the way it had been done for thousands of years. The rules indicated he couldn't hold back. He had to fight to the best of his ability, and so did she. If she lost the fight, it wouldn't only be her who failed. Taladin would as well, for failing to instruct his student how to rise above the accomplishments of her teacher. To truly graduate, she would have to best her master. She took a wide stance, and Taladin sprang before she did. He liked to be the first to attack, and Dylan knew that about him. She would use it against him. He came at her with his hands raised, and Dylan instantly combated him. She began a complicated set of maneuvers, blocking his attempted strikes with her forearms and striking out her legs to knock him off his stance. Taladin had good balance, and even when she tried to kick his feet out from under him, he was able to maintain his footing. Taladin was stronger, but Dylan had more agility, so she leaned back and let one of Taladin's swings rush by before she righted herself and kicked at his face. He ducked and grabbed her ankle. Taladin twisted, almost bringing her down, but Dylan was able to pull her ankle free and vaulted over him, using his shoulder to perform a flip. She came at him from behind, but Taladin sank downward and let her leg fly over him before he lunged to tackle her. Dylan sprang aside at the last minute, but his armor scraped hers and he missed. If he got her on the ground, it was over with. Taladin was a better wrestler, and she'd never been able to wiggle out of his hold once he got her down. She had to remain on her feet. Taladin went to tackle her again, but she backflipped out of the way. Taladin performed a series of kicks. Dylan flipped out of the way of each one, rolling into a crouch. She unleashed her katana from its sheath at her side, and the crowd gave a colossal roar. This was the most exciting fight of the day. Most of the other fights had ended by this point, But this battle was truly entertaining for the people of Rhodian. As Dylan stood to clutch her katana in hand, Taladin brought out his blade. The steel glinted in the beaming sun as the two warriors circled each other, looking for an in. Dylan studied Taladin's gaze, as he had taught her how to do with every enemy she crossed. He truly wasn't holding back. Taladin's chest heaved for air, and his gaze was heavy. In his eyes, Dylan saw that he wasn't her father right now, nor her teacher, but an opponent, one who was musing on how to best her. For that, Dylan felt confident. She hadn't been sure if she'd last against Taladin, but it was clear he was having trouble keeping up. She might be able to win this. Taladin sprang first, but Dylan brought up her katana to block his blade with ease. The metal sang as it connected, and Taladin struck again. Despite his brutish swings looking to break her, Dylan elegantly battled each of them away. Taladin told her years ago she looked beautiful when she used a blade, like a cat posing on a tightrope just before they were about to spring on their prey. Taladin's movements were always wild and rough, but Dylan had learned to fight in her own way, careful and methodical. Every motion was planned out, every attack, defense, and jab planned 3 steps ahead. Their sword fight continued, and as the moments lengthened, she observed Taladin getting tired. She was barely gasping, but Taladin had sweat dripping from his brow. She smiled, and the gesture made Taladin falter. He was surprised. She forgot the seriousness of the situation and laughed at his dumbstruck expression. Quite the mistake. Taladin took her affection as an opening and lunged out. His blade knocked her katana out of her hands, sending it sailing 12 feet away. Now it was Dylan's turn to be surprised. Her mouth dropped open in shock, but Taladin's cold expression didn't warm. She'd dropped her guard, and this wasn't a game. She wasn't his daughter right now, but an enemy, and he was determined to take her down. Now that she didn't have a weapon, and Taladin did, the odds were stacked against her. It would be difficult to win disarmed. Taladin advanced on her, certainly planning to pin the blade to her throat and end this battle. The crowd moaned in disappointment. None of them had been expecting the princess to lose due to such a simple error. But Dylan was never truly disarmed, for her greatest weapon would always be her fangs and her claws. Before Taladin could strike, she kicked him in the jaw and rolled away, the dirt from the arena accumulating on her armor. She pushed up on all fours, summoning her magic to its full power. The crowd went wild as they watched Dylan shift into her tigress form. She gave a roar, and the screams that resulted from the stands beyond shook the earth. Taladin's eyes contracted as the tigress prowled toward him. He held up his blade to counter her, but she rose on her hind legs and batted it out of his grasp, getting a cut on the bottom of her paw that bled fiercely from the act. But Dylan didn't feel the pain, only the rush of excitement as she realized this was the end. Taladin turned to run and plan his next move, but Dylan was already prepared. The tigress sprinted after her master and tackled him to the ground, putting her bleeding paw to his throat and letting out a deep growl. "You are dead," Dylan rumbled. "Surrender. I have won this fight." Taladin choked for air, punching her sides in an attempt to get free. It was to no avail. Finally, Taladin let his arms fall to the ground, and the people of Rhodian cheered once again. Dylan let him up, transforming back into a woman. As Taladin rose to his feet, he proclaimed, "The student has bested her teacher and has proven herself a warrior. She will now take the vows of a master to become equal among us." Dylan knelt to one knee. She bowed her head, and tears came to her eyes as she remembered the vows of a student she'd taken as a scrawny, lost 15-year-old a decade ago. She did everything she could to keep from trembling as Taladin asked, "Diliana Fairson, Princess of Rhodian, do you swear upon your life that you will be a Rhodi master until your dying day, guiding the lost, protecting the innocent, and giving your life to bringing about a realm of peace?" "I do," she replied shakily, and a tear slipped down her cheek. Taladin sounded near tears as well. And so be it. Arise, master of the Rhodi. Today you begin your future. Dylan stood, and by Rhodi, it felt like she'd been born again. Her craft danced inside her chest as she looked Taladin in the eyes, and saw that he was crying. They embraced tightly, and tremors quaked throughout the ground as the masters around her stomped their spears into the earth to symbolize her passage. Taladin would always be her master, but now the community would see her as his equal. She pulled away, and Taladin wiped away the tears on both of their faces. A healer rushed forward to mend the cut on Dylan's hand with magic, and the bleeding stemmed. Taladin led Dylan away to wait beside the other masters, and she could hardly believe it. After all that hard work, sacrifice, and pain over the past 10 years, she'd finally achieved her goal. She didn't know if she would ever make it here. She figured she'd die or fail before she ever attained the status of master. It was practically living in a fantasy. She was floating upon the air, wondering when she was going to wake up from this blissful dream. Her joy was temporarily stunted, however, when she watched her twin brother approach his master in the center of the arena. Devin would go next to take the test, then Saffron. She didn't know what she would do if either of them didn't pass. Dylan was her brother, and Saffron was her bonded partner. Dylan didn't think she could become a true Rhodi master without both of them by her side. Even so, Dylan knew her brother had a significant obstacle ahead of him. She'd never seen Tavanna lose a fight, at least not one that was fair and where she wasn't gravely wounded. Tavanna was the queen of Rhodian, after all, and the best warrior that had ever lived. If Devin passed today and defeated Tavanna, or at all, at any point in his lifetime, it would be a feat no one had ever accomplished. Devin's look was cold as he stared Tavanna down, and she did the same in response. For as much love as these two had for another, there was none to be found in the arena today. One would win, and one would lose. Dylan prayed it wouldn't be her brother who lost, although she feared this fight was all but hopeless. Student and master bowed to each other. Dylan held her breath as she saw Tavanna move in. Devin barely had time to right himself before Tavanna sprung. Chapter 2. Descent of Masters. Devin wasn't prepared to fight Tavanna and knew he would never be. Years of preparation meant nothing when you were battling the queen of the Rhodi. He had no chance of beating the best Rhodi that ever lived in a fair fight. Therefore, this couldn't be fair. He would have to outwit her, and quickly, if he wanted to pass. Also far from a simple task. If he dragged this on, Tavanna would gain the upper hand, and if he lost to her once he knew he'd never be able to beat her, his wounded pride and shattered confidence would prevent him from ever graduating. Therefore, he needed to win today. Tavanna liked to get ahead of things, and Devin was certain she would attack first in order to gain the upper hand. She fought strategically, with moves that were precise and often accurate. He preferred to take his time while battling, only moving once he was certain it was the right thing to do. That wouldn't work here, so he'd have to try something else. Tavanna's assault knocked the wind out of Devin's body before he registered the fight had started. He turned his back on her and ran, bursting with super speed to the other side of the arena. Tavanna followed him, summoning her feathery wings and flying after. He attempted to counter her, leaping into the air and using his craft to make his body light, so he could float up to meet her. But as he pulled his arm back to deliver a blow, Tavanna put forth a powerful burst of wind from her wings, and he found himself tumbling backward through the air. Devin fell on the ground with a loud, crunching noise, and the crowd moaned. She certainly wasn't taking it easy on him. Tavanna landed, and Devin forced himself to get back on his feet. He brought out the bow that was strung across his back, and as soon as he drew it, a green arrow materialized on the string. Devin fired it, and the arrow glowed with the light of his craft. The arrow sailed by as Tavana ducked and raced toward him. Devin fired off multiple arrows in succession using his super speed until the bolts nearly became bullets. He expected at least one of his hits to land and growled in frustration when none of them did. Tavana was using her bonded partnership with Taladin to pull from his powers. Taladin had super senses and could often tell when something was coming, knew shifts in the air, could instinctually feel things before they happened. Though Devin's speed was his greatest asset, it was no good when Tavana could predict his every move before he made it. Worse, Devin had no Rhodian partner to pull from, so whatever powers he had were all the resources at his disposal. Devin fired off a few more shots before Tavana slid in front of him and pulled her expandable staff out from the compartment on her leg. She spun it elegantly, smacking his arm and causing him to drop his bow. She then hit the back of his leg, so it collapsed under him and he fell to the ground once more. Rage welled up inside him. He swept his leg out in an arc before he backflipped, hoping it would knock Tavana's feet out from under her, but it did no good. She simply vaulted out of the way, watching him calmly as he took deep breaths to gather himself. He was getting angry, and that was no good. If he lost his temper, he'd lose the fight. He needed to remain calm. As he expected, Tavana advanced on him with her staff. Devin combated her movements with a complicated segment of martial arts, using his arms and legs to repel her spear, but it only held her off and didn't give him much of any advantage. He glanced to the side to look for his bow and realized with disappointment that it was on the other side of the arena. He'd never get to it in time before Tavana took him down. She was cornering him already. There was nowhere else to go. His body was losing strength. He couldn't keep up a fight like this much longer. Tavana had too much skill. Devin refused to fail, not in front of the entire city and everyone he respected. He came to prove himself today, and so he would. One of his arrows was lying discarded on the ground nearby. He went to reach for it, but Tavana used the end of her staff to sweep his ankles out from under him, the blade upon the staff glinting in the light. Devin landed harshly on his back again, and Tavana hurtled her spear toward his chest to pin the blade against his skin and be declared the winner. The crowd groaned, expecting that this was the end. To everyone else in the arena, it seemed like mere moments. But those seconds lengthened for Devin, becoming the most important in his life. He thought quickly, his brain putting pieces together. Devin had spent weeks plotting this battle out, talking strategy with his sister and going over Tavana's weak points. There weren't very many, but he knew of one, and one was all he needed. He would use it. His right hand reached out to grasp the arrow beside him. With his left, he pushed himself upward to meet the blade of Tavana's staff. Tavana gasped, but she was swinging her staff with so much momentum she wasn't able to stop herself in time. The blade punctured Devin's left shoulder and went clean through to the other side. Devin yelled in immense pain, tears stinging his eyes. The crowd screamed, and he thought he heard his sister crying out in panic, but Devin ignored it all. Some temporary, blinding agony wouldn't stop him. Blood seeped from the stab wound, staining his uniform and the ground as Tavana dropped her hold on the spear. Tavana staggered backward in shock. She hadn't meant to actually hurt him. She was astounded that Devin had purposefully stabbed himself, and was unable to function as she observed the tip of the spear sticking out of his back. With a scream, he yanked the spear out of his body. With Tavana temporarily stunned, Devin took his opportunity. He grabbed Tavana's ankle and yanked it backward, clambering on top of her to hold her down. He breathed raggedly as he pinned the tip of the green arrow against her throat. "Dead," Devin rasped. He gulped down air, trying to suppress the misery of the stab wound. The surprise was still clear in Tavana's eyes. The crowd was completely silent. Everyone was in shock. No one had ever seen Tavana defeated. "I surrender," Tavana replied. Devin let out a sigh of relief. He fell off of her, holding on to his hurt shoulder and crying out in pain as he bled all over the ground. The Rhodian healers rushed forward to help. Magic knitted his wound back together, and the pain faded away completely as the injury was mended, like it never even happened. Tavanna was already standing when Devin got to his feet. She gave a motherly smile as she opened her arms wide and said, "Congratulations, my son. You have graduated and ascended to the title of Master." Devin leapt into her embrace, and the crowd cheered. He found himself unable to contain his emotions and began sobbing. He hadn't been sure if he was going to win today. He'd been plagued with anxiety for weeks, and now it was finally over. Tavanna held him, and he managed to hold back his tears as he stepped back from her embrace, bowing to her. Tavanna appeared surprised, then smiled wider, bowing in return. "I couldn't have done it without you," Devin said, nearly breathless. He could hardly believe it. After everything that had happened, his dream was finally coming true. It had taken 10 years of his life to get to this point, and after a decade of sacrifices, pain, and great practice, he'd finally become all he was meant to be. Devin almost forgot about what came next until Tavanna gestured to him. He hurriedly knelt to the ground. Tavanna lifted her voice, speaking in booming pride so all could hear. "Devin Fairson, warrior of Rhodian, do you swear upon your life that you will be a Rhodian master until your dying day, guiding the lost, protecting the innocent, and giving your life to bring about a realm of peace?" "I do," Devin said. He wasn't able to suppress the joy in his voice. "Then so be it. Arise, Master of Rhodi. Today, you begin your future." There was rapturous applause. Tavanna grasped his hand tightly as she led him out of the arena, then let it go, caressing his cheek in a motherly fashion. Devin jogged over to his sister, ignoring the impressed glances of the other masters as he joined the recent graduates. "Congratulations, brother," Dylan said, pulling him into a hug. "Absolutely," Taladin praised. "Never would have thought to do that. Injure myself to win a fight. You've done well. Anything to come out on top," Devin replied. He smiled at Tavanna's warm touch on his shoulder, and conversation between the Rhodi fell flat as his attention turned to the next upcoming fight. Saffron stepped into the middle of the arena, throwing her shoulders back as she surveyed the 10 warriors approaching her from all sides. She would have to face them alone. Dylan bit her lip anxiously as she watched Saffron become surrounded. Saffron had no master, and therefore had to prove herself by fighting multiple Rhodi at once. Saffron's eyes narrowed, becoming bird-like as she prepared to spring. Saffron had sworn not to attack any Rhodi as part of her oath to Taladin long ago, on penalty of losing her craft. But when she'd taken her vows as a Rhodi, the magic of the oath had changed to comprehend the difference between training and malicious intent. After all, this was for presentation, not a fight of life or death, so this practice would keep her magic intact. The cheers from the audience became deafening as Saffron took a wide stance. Saffron was a crowd favorite. Many people showed up during special events to watch her spar with opponents, and observing her fight was always a treat. Each of the 10 Rhodi who surrounded her attacked at once. Saffron pounced upward, shifting into a griffin and spreading her wings. She dive-bombed the group of Rhodi that were below her with her talons wide. Her weight slammed into 2 Rhodi, knocking both of them out instantly, while her claws caught another. She spun the warrior in her talons around with high force, letting him go as he slammed into his companion. Both of them were sent flying to the other end of the arena, crashing into the stone walls. The stone cracked at the impact, and the warriors who'd been tossed laid against the dirt, immobile. With 6 opponents left, Saffron changed back into a woman. She used quick movements to immediately immobilize one opponent, then 2, then 3, without any of them getting a chance to fight back. One Rhodi unleashed a set of throwing stars, which Saffron quickly dodged. She transformed again and headbutted her opponent, causing him to fall to the ground while his companion charged at her with the spear. The Rhodi tossed the spear through the air, but Saffron caught it in her beak and snapped it in two before she descended upon the other warrior with a snarl. She batted him away with her large paw, and he went tumbling to the ground, holding his middle as blood gushed from open wounds. The last Rhodi left was quivering as she faced Saffron with nothing more than a katana. The warrior advanced, raising the katana high to strike it down. Saffron deflected the katana's strikes with her talons and knocked the katana out of the Rhodi's hands. Saffron tackled the Rhodi to the ground and held her there, lashing her tail. "That's my partner," Dylan said in satisfaction, crossing her arms in approval as Saffron won the fight. "It was all right," Taladin said with a shrug. "All right? She took down 10 people in seconds," Dylan burst. "Well, I guess one can't deny her skill," Taladin admitted reluctantly. "You're downplaying her," Dylan insisted. "Saffron's never been my favorite, but I know no one's going to mess with you when she's around," Taladin stated. "For that, I'm grateful she's bonded to you." There were a few low moans. The crowd almost seemed disappointed. The fight had barely lasted a few minutes. Saffron let the warrior up, and the healers hurried forward to help the fallen Rhodi with their wounds. Saffron changed back into a woman, appearing supremely satisfied. Tavanna left Devin's side and approached the griffin, who knelt down before her. "Saffron Briggs, warrior of Rhodian, do you swear upon your life that you will be a Rhodian master until your dying day, guiding the lost, protecting the innocent, and giving your life to bring about a realm of peace?" "Yes, my queen," Saffron replied honestly. "It is all I want." "Then so be it. Arise, master of Rhodi. Today, you begin your future." Tavanna nodded to her, and Saffron beamed as she waved to the crowd, then hurried to Dylan. "I did it, sister. I am finally a full Rhodi, as they say," Saffron gushed, as the group proceeded toward the stands to watch the rest of the graduates fight. "We all made it," Dylan said, slumping her shoulders in relief. "I was so worried one of us wouldn't pass." "Sis!" A little 8-year-old boy with a mess of black hair and amethyst eyes jumped off the nearby stands and ran to her side, a huge grin on his face. Dylan smiled as she scooped the tiny boy onto her hip. "Hey you," she said, tweaking his nose. "Did you like the fight?" "Yeah, you kicked Pa's butt. He's getting old," the boy said with a snicker. "Nothing wrong with getting old, Joshua. Just means you have more experience," Taladin countered as Dylan set the boy down. "Mom says you look slow because you haven't been watching your cholesterol like she told you," Joshua replied. Liana gave a happy wave from her place up in the stands, and Taladin sighed. "All of you did very well today," Tavanna said as she turned to the new masters. "You need to celebrate what you've accomplished." "I'm so proud of you, Thunderbolt," Taladin said, squeezing Dylan to his side. "You're a true master, the best student I've ever had." "I'm the only student you've ever had," Dylan replied. "Not for long," Joshua piped up, and he began punching the air with his fists. "I'm going to start my Rhodi training soon and—" "You'll do no such thing," Taladin scolded. "You aren't beginning a moment of training until the day you turn 13 and not before." "No, but Pa," Joshua complained. "All the other kids start training at 10 or even younger. I'm going to be so behind." "They start them too young here in Rhodian. And if you want me to be your master, you can practice by learning how to listen to me. Not that you ever have since you came out of your mother." Taladin scowled. Dylan understood that Taladin wanted to protect Joshua and preserve as much of his childhood as he could, but she didn't think that was going to last. Joshua was already begging his father to start training, and Dylan's craft could tell he had potential. There was magic in Joshua, as her own power told her that. and it was as eager to come out as Joshua was to become a warrior. Eventually, Joshua's craft would surface too, and once it did, it would leave Taladin no choice but to start training his son. Hopefully, Joshua's magic would hold back for a bit longer. Dylan wanted her baby brother to remain a kid as long as he could. No one who was a Rhodi kept their innocence intact for long. They stayed to watch the rest of the graduates take their test. Most passed, but some didn't. Dylan felt awful for the defeated participants, who seemed miserable when their masters won the challenge. But they'd be able to take the test again next spring, and Dylan knew everyone became a master at their own time and pace. Once the testing was over, there was a final ceremony, one where all the new masters stood in rows within the training arena and performed a set of martial arts in slow, intentional movements, all in unison. The practice was meant to symbolize their transformation. Although Dylan knew all the poses, it felt like she was performing the meditation for the first time with the hundreds of other graduates, the entire unit moving as one. Once the movements were complete, each of the graduates walked up to a stage set at the head of the arena to accept their new master's uniforms. Dylan gratefully accepted her uniform, looking down at the purple and orange sash sitting on top of it that symbolized her status as princess. She'd never felt more important or felt such a heavy weight on her shoulders. She wasn't a student anymore, but in the eyes of a Rhodi, a warrior, and a fully fledged adult now, a princess who was responsible for whatever decisions she made for her people. She really hoped she was ready. With her heart still pounding in joy, Dylan headed back to the palace in Rhodian with her brother and Saffron, feeling on top of the world. "That was all too easy," Saffron complained as they climbed the palace steps. "I would have preferred more of a challenge." "It was easy because you weren't fighting anyone you love," Devin pointed out. "It's not hard to take down people who mean nothing to you." Saffron shook out her hair like she'd ruffle her feathers and said,
"I guess so. I would have eaten whole the livers of each of the Rhodi whom I fought just now, if I needed to for survival."
"How about we get dinner instead?" Dylan suggested, while Devin rolled his eyes. Inside, the palace's ballroom was a massive celebration. A feast had been set up for all the recent graduates and their masters. Trays of sushi, egg rolls, ramen, tempura, and curry had been placed on various tables around the room, with servants prepared to distribute them to the graduates. Tavanna took her seat at the head table in the ballroom, and the rest of the Rhodi followed her lead. No one was permitted to sit until the queen had first been seated, and no one was allowed to eat until she'd first been served. Taladin sat at her left, and Dylan took a spot at her right hand, while the rest of her companions followed suit behind her. Liana and Joshua were off having dinner at some other area of the palace. This feast was for Rhodi masters and masters only. Dylan's favorite had been prepared by the palace chefs, as promised. There wasn't any dish Dylan loved more in the world than a warm bowl of pho. It was a delicious rice noodle soup of bone broth and thin strips of rare steak slices, with toppings on the side like mint leaves, cilantro, sprouts, and jalapenos. Dylan always requested extra jalapenos. She ate it at least once a week and never got tired of it. The delicious soup soothed her bruises and filled her soul up in a comforting way. As she ate, she watched Saffron devour a bloody sirloin. Dylan knew the chefs had left the steak on the skillet for 30 seconds, flipped it once, then taken it off to suit the Griffin's requests. Saffron, more or less, liked her dinner still walking. Devin devoured a full plate of pork wontons and crab rangoon eagerly. He'd been fasting on and off up until the fight to center his focus, and he was making up for it now. "We finally did it, Tav," Taladin said as he clinked his glass against Tavanna's. "We got these kids to the end." "No small feat, but it's accomplished," Tavanna said in satisfaction. Dylan didn't think she'd ever seen her happier. The feast went on for a few hours until most of the graduates began to leave. They filtered out of the palace, going into the noise of the city. Taladin caught Dylan and Devin staring after them. "Go on, you guys," Taladin said. "Celebrate with the other graduates. Tavanna and I are going to stay here and share a bottle of wine for a job well done." "You should celebrate too," Dylan said. "You put in a lot of work instructing us over the years." "I will, by kicking my feet up, watching the sunset, and not moving my ass for at least a month," Taladin replied. "Your last year of training wasn't just hard on you, you know." What he said was true. Their final days of training had been spent on crack-of-dawn marathons, constant drills, and surprise exercises. Like being woken up in the middle of the night and forced to perform combat, sometimes for hours without end, all with their masters supervising. More than a few times, Dylan had thrown up and Devin had passed out. The final trials were tough for all except Saffron, who had boundless energy and seemed to surpass any challenge thrown at her. The twins had nearly wrung her neck a few times when she'd barked at them to keep up. It'd been a grueling experience, not just for them, but for their masters as well. They all deserved a well-earned break. Dylan, Devin, and Saffron hurried to their bedrooms in the palace to change out of their gear and into their party outfits. Dylan slipped on a long-sleeved gold dress with a bubble skirt hem and shimmering sequins that ran all over the fabric, along with a pair of high heels. She'd finally gotten used to walking in them and liked how they made her look taller. Devin put on a nice button-up shirt, and Saffron came trouncing out of her room in a short lilac dress that was absolutely covered in purple feathers. "Don't forget your tiara," Saffron scolded as she plopped a golden crown on top of Dylan's black curls. "It's supposed to be ceremonial. I don't need to wear it all the time," Dylan grumbled. "You're the princess. Everyone should know it on this special night," Saffron said strictly. Dylan scowled, but she righted the tiara and said, "Fine, let's go." "I'm taking my bow," Devin said. "Most of the other graduates will be carrying weapons to show off. You want to carry your katana?" Dylan thought about it before shaking her head. "Nah, the crown's a big enough eyesore, and I already draw enough attention." "Isn't that the truth?" Saffron snickered. Dylan playfully shoved her. They left the palace and entered the streets of Rhodian. The entire city was lit up. Every building was gleaming with colored magical orbs, and spotlights shone into the sky as confetti rained from above. Banners with Tavanna's symbol, a white crane with her wings spread wide against a red sun, hung from every rooftop, and lanterns were strung over the streets as new graduates swarmed the sidewalks. There was a parade running down Main Street. Loud music played as lion dancers in costumes performed beautiful movements, with one dancer holding a giant mask that resembled the lion's head, and the other underneath a robe that signified the lion's tail. They were gorgeous to watch, captivating as the dancers made the imaginary lions jump and shake. At the head of the parade, a group of 12 Rhodi held tall poles, which lifted up the long, winding body of a massive dragon puppet as it wove throughout the city like a river. A Rhodi cast their craft in front of the puppet's mouth, and flames flickered into the air, making it appear as if the dragon was breathing fire. Behind the dragon, performers flipped down the streets and did tricks to the amusement of the crowd. It was like this every year on graduation day. Every venue and club in the city threw a massive party that went on from dark until dawn. There were all kinds of street food being sold from the vendors, from fried pancakes stuffed with matcha cream to cherry blossom dumplings and stir-fried noodles. All along the streets, graduates wore decorative, ornate masks made of leather, which depicted the ferocious faces of animals like dragons or monsters such as the Basan. They mimicked the masks of the original Rhodi from centuries ago, when warriors had donned them to frighten off evil spirits and strike terror into their enemies. The masks had been given to many of the graduates by their masters as a typical graduation present. The graduates wished to show them off to their friends, who donned beautiful master's robes made of ornate silk as they danced in the streets. Each year before, Dylan had watched the celebrations with envy from afar in the palace, leaning against the balcony within her bedroom and wishing she was taking part. Now, she finally was, and it was amazing. They hopped from bar to bar, sampling drinks and watching the parade. There were quite a few graduates who were already intoxicated, but Dylan didn't want to waste the night by getting drunk. She wanted to remember each moment of this special night, so she paced herself and switched to virgin cocktails when she found herself getting buzzed. As Dylan sipped on a pineapple cranberry concoction, she saw a shape in all black dip behind a corner, their faces shielded by coverings. Dylan recognized them and tried not to scowl. Guards followed her everywhere, at a distance and usually hidden, as Rhodi were trained to do. Dylan wouldn't notice if she didn't pay attention, but she did, because it annoyed her to be followed around. Dylan didn't feel like she needed them. She could defend herself, after all. But she supposed she was the princess, and she needed protection for those moments when she wasn't looking for an enemy. After all, Tavanna was the best Rhodi there ever was, but she had guards follow her around all day too. Dylan reminded herself that her life was important to her people, and she needed to honor that by keeping herself safe and putting up with any irritations that came with the role. She liked being a princess, and she supposed there was no job in Crescentia that didn't have any downsides. There were a few flashing lights from cameras nearby, but Dylan had long grown used to them. As the princess, the press followed her everywhere and desperately tried to get pictures of everything she did in order to make the papers money. She did her best to ignore the paparazzi and her guards as they proceeded through the massive party. They stopped along the street to have conversations with people they knew along the way before they stopped at their favorite nightclub. Dylan was twirling the night away with Saffron on the dance floor before she heard an excited squeal on her right.
Guys, I can't believe you made it!
Jenna burst, squeezing both of the twins into a big hug.
I mean, I totally knew you would graduate, but I was scared too. I could barely watch. I had my eyes covered the whole time.
You didn't watch? Saffron said indignantly.
I threw a guy into a wall. No, 2 guys.
Oh, I saw that, Jenna said with a wave of her hand.
I just didn't want to see Dylan and Devin slap Kaladin and Tavanna around. We're all good friends, you know?
I'd say they slapped us around more, Dylan joked. Devin nodded. Definitely. How's work going, Jenna? Jenna had grown to become an accomplished searcher who made work of her craft in languages by serving Tavanna. She spent most of her time translating documents and deciphering important intel for the Rhodi within the palace. Jenna's eyebrows knitted together. It's weird, actually. Her sentence was cut off when a booming voice said,
Hey, what do we have over here?
Dylan felt herself stagger underneath the massive weight of a brawny arm. Tito had gotten bulky since they'd become adults. He was much taller than he'd been as a teenager, and he also spent most of his time at the gym now, boasting about how into fitness he was. Like that counted for much in Dylan's book. If there was a fight between them, she knew she could have Tito crying on his knees in 5 minutes or less. Aren't you supposed to be DJing? Dylan asked, slinging Tito's arm off and punching his shoulder.
Ow, hey!
Tito rubbed his hurt arm and frowned.
I'm off tonight. No way I was working when it's officially graduation day for all the new masters. The parties are way too sick. Besides, I'm behind on my latest episode. I need to edit it tomorrow so it's ready to upload.
If you managed to crawl out of bed after your massive hangover, Dylan shot back, and Tito snickered. Tito had become the most popular podcaster, radio host, and voiceover artist in all of Rhodian. He was always in demand. Whenever he felt like turning in his work, that was, which he was always late on because he partied nonstop, even when he wasn't working as a DJ for the hottest club of the week. The Rhodi loved him for some reason. Dylan didn't get it, but he was their Tito, and their Tito he would always be, because they'd taken in his dumbass first. I'm going to watch the rest of the parade, Saffron called to the others.
There's a special acrobatic performance I don't want to miss.
You'll never find a good spot, not with how crowded the streets are. Devin replied. I doubt you'll be able to see. I'll have the best spot in the world from above. Saffron changed into a griffin, and people were forced to move out of the way of the large creature as she loped out. Exceptional party tonight, isn't it? A voice shouted over the crowd. Jenna's smile got bigger as Yuki approached the group, holding 2 drinks. Didn't think you'd show up, Tito said. Your big diplomat position keeps you pretty busy. I have some rare time off, Yuki replied. He gave a bow to Jenna as he handed her the drink and said, For you, Miss Jenna. Oh, thank you, Jenna purred, and she gave him a friendly side hug. Dylan smiled as she watched a blush rise over Yuki's cheeks. How are the parliaments from the other states treating you? Dylan asked over the thump of the bass. Yuki had graduated the year before and worked as an emissary for the Rhodi, delivering Tavana's laws and negotiating with the various free states of Crescentia when it came to decrees and other official government business. Yuki made a sour face before he replied, I don't wish to talk politics this evening. After all, it's time to have some fun. I'll say, Jenna yelped. You know, there's a new artist in town who came in to play a concert for all the new grads, and I gotta say, she is just phenomenal live. I am telling you that this girl isn't something to miss. For Rhodi's sake, ask her out already, Dylan thought as she watched Yuki go puppy-eyed over another one of Jenna's long tangents. She knew he never would, though. Yuki had been smitten with Jenna for years. It was as plain as anyone could see, but he'd never indicated his interest by telling his crush about it. Jenna, of course, hadn't noticed Yuki's clear adoration. Dylan knew she wouldn't unless Yuki held a big red sign over his head indicating he thought she was the one. And even then, Jenna would ask, The one what? Dylan spotted that sometime during their conversation, her brother had slipped off by himself to sit at the bar. Alone, she noticed. She walked to where he was and slid onto a stool beside him. Jenna, Tito, and Yuki followed, though they remained at a distance. Having a good time? She asked, wary of the answer. Devin got like this at every holiday and meaningful event, and she could never bring him out of it, no matter how hard she tried. Yeah, Devin said wistfully. I just wish she was here, you know? It would have meant everything to me if she'd been around to see me graduate. I know you're hurting because she's not here today, but she's watching over us from the life after, and I'm certain she saw you win your fight. She's so proud of you. Devin took a sip of his beer and said lonesomely, I hope so. It had been 8 years, but Devin existed as if Nellie had died yesterday. Dylan had hoped and prayed her brother would have found someone by now to soothe his pain, but no one had come along. At least, no one he was interested in. He turned down every girl that asked him out, and hadn't gone on a single date since he'd lost her. Dylan had tried to set him up with sweet Rhodi girls from the palace court she thought he'd have something in common with, but it never went anywhere. He just wasn't interested. Devin would never get over Nellie. They couldn't stay single forever, could he? It wasn't right he didn't have someone to share his life with. She wanted her brother to be happy like she was. Congratulations, lass. Dylan felt her stomach flip-flop as she turned around. The love of her life was standing just a foot behind her, his hands in his pockets and a lopsided, carefree smile on his face. Envis hadn't changed much since they'd gotten together. Sure, he was older and more handsome, but he was still her Envis. The way his red hair fell into his blue eyes still made her body ache, and the way he looked at her made her spirit sparkle. His white shirt was open at the top, and checkered suspenders hung from his belt buckle and against his jeans. He must have just gotten done with performing a show. Dylan gave a squeal and leapt upon him. He caught her, and Dylan squeezed him with all her might. I can't believe you're really here. Tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes as she looked at him. You didn't think I'd miss your graduation, did you? Envis asked, giving her another hug. Never. Did you see me fight? Dylan gushed, hardly able to contain herself. Of course I saw you fight. You were wonderful. Envis replied. I can't tell you how happy I am that you're finally a master, lass. You deserve it after all this time. Dylan could hardly speak. She hadn't thought he'd be able to show up. Envis was always so busy. Not only was he a full-time searcher, working as a spy under the guidance of his father, but he also had a band. A very popular band, one that was touring whenever Envis wasn't working. And when he wasn't doing either of those things, Dylan was usually busy with princess duties. In short, Dylan and Envis rarely got any time together. But she had him now, and she planned to soak up every minute they had. "How long are you in town?" Dylan asked. By Rhodi, her heartbeat still quickened whenever he was in the room, even after all these years, and she still got those butterflies. She'd never stop loving him. "For quite a while," Envis replied. "I'm stationed here for at least the next month or so." "What for?" Devin asked. By his tone, Devin was certainly worried that the searchers wanted Envis to spy here and not somewhere else. It meant there was something wrong in the city. But Dylan couldn't care less, because for the first time in over a year, she'd get to see her boyfriend every day. "It doesn't matter," Dylan insisted, cutting Envis off as he began to answer. "I'm just so happy to see you." "Not as happy as I am to see you," Envis said, giving her a little shake. "I missed you greatly, lass." Dylan didn't believe him. He couldn't love her as much as she loved him. It was impossible. "I'm gonna spend some time with my girl," Envis called to the others. "The rest of you coming along?" "Nah, we're gonna hang here," Devin said, gesturing to Tito, Yuki, and Jenna. "You two have fun."
"Yeah, none of us want to be around when the sappy couple stuff starts,"
Tito added. Jenna gagged, indicating she agreed. Dylan didn't bother with their teasing. "Come on," she said, tugging on Envis's wrist and giving him a sly smile. "Let's get out of here." His eyes danced in gleeful anticipation. "You sure you're ready to leave the party?" "I think it's time I had you all to myself, don't you?" She skimmed her fingers down his chest. He gave her a wink. "Aye, lass, it's your celebration after all." He let her lead him through the dancing crowd, past the parade, and through the streets of Rhodian. Everything tonight seemed so magical, and now it was even more so with Envis by her side. They managed to sneak back to the palace without being seen or bothered by anyone they knew, a true miracle, and slipped into Dylan's apartment. Dylan fumbled to lock the door behind her as Envis kissed her for the first time in months, and she instantly melted into his arms as they began ripping off clothes. Envis picked her up, her legs hitched around his waist as the dark room was ignited in color. She tossed the crown off her head carelessly, where it clattered to the floor. Fireworks went off in the sky, visible through the window as Envis slammed Dylan up against the wall. Their reflections gleamed in Dylan's eyes as he kissed her bare shoulders, his hips moving with undeniable need. "Envis," she whispered breathily. He carried her to the bed, setting her gently upon it as they tumbled over each other in an endless paradise, souls intertwining into one singular entity, unable to tell where each of their spirits ended or began. Dylan's thoughts went to a place beyond, where there was no difference between him and her, and there was never a need for them to be separated ever again. "I love it when you say my name, lass." His words were strained, but rough with desire. "I've been waiting too long to get back to you." "Please," she pleaded, and Envis held her tightly as she gasped. She inhaled deeply, trying to ground herself with the scent of the one she loved so dearly. She knew she had to come down from the clouds sometime, but Envis was flying, and she didn't want to. He was her safe place. Nowhere in the world was better than with him. It was some time later when they finally relented. The sheets tangled around them as they lay in bed, wrapped in each other's arms as they watched the remnants of the fireworks show outside. Dylan felt completely fulfilled. She never wanted anything more than this as she laid her head against Envis's chest. Content, he began tracing the lines on her arms, as he always did. "There aren't as many," he said. "Seems like there are fewer and fewer every time I look." Dylan frowned, because she felt he was lying. Don't say that. They're still there. She'd stopped cutting over 8 years ago and hadn't relapsed once. She hadn't self-harmed since the night she'd given it up for good, but she still bore many of the scars she'd acquired during her teenage years. Since then, she'd tried everything to heal the scars, but creams and potions couldn't dull the raised lines and thin markings. Back when she was younger, she'd tried to find a way to deal with her pain. She hadn't imagined what she had done would wreck her skin. She had assumed the marks would fade with time, and would have faded by now. But they hadn't, and she was still stuck with wearing long sleeves all the time. It was dreadfully annoying, and served as a daily reminder of what had happened long ago. She couldn't get away from it. Looking at the scars was enough to churn her stomach, because all it did was make her think about the past. Whenever she looked at them, she felt as if she was still a tiny 15-year-old, a teenager that was trapped in a woman's body. Envis was the only person Dylan felt she could expose her arms to. She didn't feel comfortable doing so with anyone else. She didn't even wear t-shirts around Taladin anymore, and hadn't in years. Dylan reminded herself she wasn't a hurting child anymore. She was a grown, healed adult, one who wanted to leave her wounds in the past and forget about them. As if he could read her mind, Envis said, "You're the person you are today because you fought to live. Don't forget, you earned your right to be here." Envis took her arm and began kissing the markings. It was sweet, and reminded Dylan of the first time she'd allowed herself to be bare in front of him. Those were simpler days, though not necessarily easier ones. Still, their first time was a happy memory, one she cherished. "You don't have to do that anymore. I'm okay," she said, stroking back his red hair. "I'll always do this for you," he whispered, "no matter how long it's been. That part of my life was a long time ago." She pulled her arm away and leaned in closer. "I'm glad to leave it behind me." He kissed her head. "Aye, lass, there's a big, bright future ahead for both of us." As the night went on, Envis donned a pair of pants, and Dylan slipped on a nightgown. Envis kept his favorite violin in her room to play just for her. She often found herself on lonely nights staring at the violin within its case, wishing he was here. He dusted it off and sat on the ledge of the balcony, beginning to play a lovely tune as his leg dangled over the side. Dylan watched as he made the strings weep. This was possibly her second favorite way to spend time with Envis. Watching him play gave her all the feelings in all the world, wrapped up in a box of special moments just for her. She wanted to preserve each one like a snapshot, keeping it in her mind until she was too old to understand what the images meant anymore. The emotions, though, she was sure would never change. Dylan observed Envis play beneath the moonlight and felt herself swoon. No wonder every girl in Rhodian was in love with him. He was beautiful. She loved him most, though, and he'd chosen her to be his. She was the luckiest girl alive. As Envis finished the last note of his song, there was a loud noise, an explosion of some sort that shook the palace. Envis wavered, nearly toppling off the balcony's ledge before he grabbed it to right himself. Dylan sat upright in the bed, clutching her heart and fearing there'd been some sort of earthquake. The ground stopped shaking, but there were screams, and they didn't stop. Dylan felt her throat tighten as she saw smoke rise into the air from a distance. "What's going on?" Envis jumped down to his feet and put the violin aside. He looked over the balcony, down to the city below. His face blanched of color as he choked out, "Rhodian is under attack." Chapter 3. Concealed Fire. Devin was still at the bar when he felt the world rock underneath his chair. The wall on the other side of the club was blown apart. Devin found himself thrown to the ground with the effect of the blast. Tito, Jenna, and Yuki fell beside him, collapsing onto the floor. He wasn't sure what had happened. As he fumbled for his glasses, which had fallen off his face, he heard cries of panic and smelled smoke. Terror welled up within him as he felt the heat of fire slowly spreading throughout the nightclub. The memory of the burning house that had collapsed upon him long ago pinned him to the floor, the scars on his back seemingly blazing at the reminder of flames surrounding him from all sides. He stuck to the spot, unable to move. He tried to force himself to do something, but he couldn't. He was immobilized by fear, completely frozen in time.
"Get up!"
he heard Tito say, and Devin was yanked to his feet. Yuki was carrying Jenna in his arms, who had been knocked unconscious by the explosion when she was tossed to the ground. "What's going on?" Devin asked, his ears ringing. People bumped into them as they fled, holding bleeding injuries and crying.
"No idea, dude. Everything's going up in flames,"
Tito cried. He pointed at the broken wall, which had left a huge opening in the city.
"Maybe someone lost control of their magic or something, and it rebounded on them."
"A master losing control of their powers?" Devin questioned. "Doesn't make sense. Graduates are the only ones celebrating tonight." "We need to get out of here," Yuki added, holding Jenna closer. "Let's retreat to the palace." "No, I need to see what's happening out there," Devin said viciously. "You guys go back to the palace. I'm going in." "We shouldn't separate," Yuki argued. "Jenna's hurt, and Tito doesn't have any Rhodi training," Devin demanded. "You need to get both of them to safety while I figure out what went wrong. I have to see what's going on and report back to Tavanna, in case this wasn't an accident." Devin didn't know why, but his gut told him whatever happened here hadn't been a mistake, but a purposeful strike. Yuki hesitated before he nodded and said, "Agreed. I'll meet you back there."
"Good luck, and I'm glad it isn't me,"
Tito cried. Yuki let him off, carrying Jenna out the back entrance of the club. Devin summoned his courage and strode into danger toward the site of the explosion. This is what he'd been trained to do all his life, and this was what his job was as a master. He was a Rhodi, and he would use his powers to keep people safe. He took his bow off his back, gripping it tightly. Other Rhodi were joining his side, rushing to see if they could help. Despite his darkest fears telling him not to, Devin ran through the flames and came out of the opening of the broken wall onto the street corner. What he saw made him recoil. There were dozens of Rhodi lying in the streets. Some were dead, and others were injured. They were being tended to by healers or carried away to a safer location. Several of the dragon and lion dancers were lifeless, their bloody bodies lying underneath the remnants of their costumes, which had been burned by multiple explosions. Buildings had holes in the sides of them, and shops were set aflame. Saffron was standing in the middle of the street in her griffin form, looking murderous.
"What happened here?"
Devin yelped, looking at all the bodies. "I'm not sure," Saffron mused. "I was flying above the parade, observing the events when bombs started going off. Everyone on the street was killed in an instant. The explosions knocked me out of the sky, but I'm not hurt." "Do you have any idea where Dylan went?" Devin asked, slightly panicked. Saffron paused for a second, surveying her bond before she said, "I sense she's back at the palace." "Let's hope she stays where it's safe." Devin notched an arrow and said, "You got my back?" Saffron drew her talons across the stones to sharpen them as she hissed, "Always." They proceeded further into the chaos, down the street where even more buildings were aflame. Devin's stomach churned, but he ignored his fear as the city became hotter, refusing to flinch at the sight of the inferno. There was noise up ahead. They broke into a run, where they saw a collection of Rhodi battling with a group of opponents who were dressed in dark red. They wore hooded cowls that covered their faces, and crimson uniforms that were identical in make. There were dozens of them, and they equaled the number of Rhodi fighting in the streets. Devin thought that whoever attacked the city, especially on a night like tonight, was either insane or brilliantly stupid. The whole town was swarmed with warriors who were prepared to fight at a moment's notice. He began firing off arrows at super speed, and a whole line of enemies were struck down in moments. Saffron took to the sky, circling above. She let out an eagle's cry as she pounced, diving downward to end the lives of her foes with her talons, just like a bird of prey would do to a helpless mouse. The sound of magic colliding and crafts whooshing through the air filled the battlefield. The unknown warriors fought much like the Rhodi did, using a combination of martial arts and magical abilities to battle their opponents. Devin saw shifters running amongst them, as well as advanced casters who tossed out spells using telekinesis, elemental powers, and magical bombs. His gut sank as he realized his fellow Rhodi were falling behind him, unable to stand up to the onslaught of new, mysterious figures. "This doesn't make any sense," he thought in horror. Rhodi were the only ones who had crafts, besides searchers, and these enemies certainly weren't searchers. They were too powerful. But these people weren't Rhodi either, so what were they? Devin continued to fire until his wrist hurt, but someone knocked him down from behind. He rolled to the ground, springing back onto his feet as he was faced with a warrior draped in red, their hands lifted. He took action without thought, seamlessly moving into combat as if he'd been born for it. There was no hesitation now that he was a master. He had been studying for years on how to be a warrior to the best of his ability, and Tavanna's relentless training had molded him into a war machine. In one fluid movement, he swung his bow over his shoulder and delivered a set of kicks and punches at his opponent, who dodged each hit he took. Even when his swings connected, he found his enemy was able to conquer them by blocking each blow. He broke into a sprint to get around them and gain the upper hand. But as if his opponent expected that to happen, the warrior ducked down and shoved their shoulder into his gut just as he sped by. The hit was rough and knocked the wind out of him. Using momentum, they shoved upward so that Devin went toppling over their back and landing face down on the pavement. Devin was shocked. His craft basically made him untouchable because he could move so fast. But his opponent had guessed what he was going to do and planted themselves in the spot he was darting to in order to wrench him off his feet. Whoever this warrior was, they knew him and recognized his magic. That meant this person had been studying, watching him. Devin turned on his back and saw the warrior approach, a serrated blade held high in their hand. In seconds, they were going to bring it down upon him and saw open his gut. There was the violent screech of a bird, and his opponent was yanked away as a set of talons folded over their shoulders, tossing them several feet away. The warrior crumbled into a set of dining chairs that had been set outside a nearby cafe. Saffron planted herself between the Crimson Warrior and Devin, opening her beak and braying loudly. Devin expected the warrior to attack again, but instead, the stranger made a complicated set of movements with their hands, as if casting a spell. All at once, each of the fighters wearing red stopped attacking the Rhodi they were battling and went to retreat, turning their backs and running out of the city. Devin clambered to his feet and fired one last arrow as his opponent fled, but it missed, embedding itself in a nearby statue as the Crimson Warriors abandoned the fight. "They're retreating," Devin said slowly, dropping his bow as he watched them flee. "Good," Saffron snarled. "Let's finish them off while they're on the run." "No," Devin said, throwing out an arm to hold her back. "It could be a trap. We don't want to follow them into a bigger ambush. Let's get back to the palace, tell Tavanna what we saw. She can send people out here to investigate the bodies of the people we killed. Maybe there's something on them that'll tell us what's going on." "Very well." Saffron changed back into a woman and followed him as they turned in the direction of the palace. The closer they got to the center of the city, the worse the panic became. Devin didn't see any more enemies, but the Rhodi that had been celebrating less than an hour before were swarming the streets, trying to get home and calling out for loved ones. "Move aside," Saffron snarled, shoving people away. They finally made it to the palace gates, and recognizing them, the guards let them in. Dylan and Envis were standing outside the main doors, appearing very worried. When Dylan saw her brother and her partner running up the palace steps, she visibly relaxed. "Thank Rhodi," Dylan breathed. "We just heard the explosion. Yuki and Tito were here a second ago. They took Jenna to the hospital wing. We were about to go into the city to look for you." "It's a good thing you didn't. We would have never met up in that madhouse. The whole city is in a panic," Devin gasped, still trying to breathe. "We were attacked. Saffron and I just fought them off." "Fought who?" Dylan questioned. "We're not sure, but they're certainly a threat," Saffron stated. "They have magic." Dylan paled, and Devin added, "We need to get to Tavanna. Tell her what we saw." "I bet she's in the council room," Dylan said. "Let's go." They ran inside the palace. As they hurried, Envis said, "Damn it, I was worried this might happen tonight." "What are you talking about?" Dylan demanded. "My orders," Envis said. "Dad has me stationed here because there's been rumors of a new rebel group within Crescentia, a faction who are opposed to the Queen. We searchers have been trailing them all over for months, trying to figure out where they're based out of and what they're up to. But hell, we didn't think they'd attack now." Devin screeched to a halt and immediately faced Envis. "You didn't tell me this when you got here?" Envis raised an eyebrow. "We were a bit preoccupied with other things, lass." Dylan blushed. Devin tried not to roll his eyes as he said, "Whatever the case, Tavanna needs to know about this. I already briefed her once I arrived, although it seems our intelligence wasn't enough to counteract this attack before it happened," Envis said grimly. "Someone felt like we were watching them and made a move before we found out about it." "Which means they know you and other searchers are here," Saffron replied. "And if they're paranoid they're being watched, they're dangerous because they'll feel rushed to enact their plans faster, whenever they may be." "Let's not jump to conclusions," Envis insisted. "What's to be done about this is for the Queen to decide." When they burst into the council room, they found Tavanna and Taladin already there. Rhodi were running in and out of the room, delivering information to her. She gave orders hurriedly, appearing on the edge of dread. Tavanna's husband, Ray, was directing people where to go and what to do. Tavanna whispered something to him, and the king hurried out of the room, rushing to go help elsewhere. It was then that Tavanna saw Devin. Her eyes contracted when she saw there was blood on his face. "Devin!" Tavanna hurried over, putting a soft hand to his cheek. "Are you hurt?" "I'm all right, but a lot of Rhodi aren't," Devin told her. "People out there are dead." Tavanna trembled slightly, and Saffron said, "We were there when the explosions started going off. Some sort of warriors, dressed in red, ambushed the city." "I've already gotten reports on the attackers. I've dispatched our best warriors to the scene of the attack. I told them to pursue anyone who looks suspicious that tries to leave the area," Tavanna said. "We'll get answers, somehow." "There's more you need to know," Devin informed her. He told her how the Red Warriors fought, that they had powerful magic, and that they seemed to follow one individual, a person who appeared to have complete control over their actions, before they fled. "It doesn't make sense for them to strike, then immediately retreat," Taladin mused. "What's the objective?" "To create fear," Tavanna replied. "This was a terrorist attack, to destabilize the city and cast doubt upon my rule. The searchers have told me about this group before, but the last time I spoke with Fergus, he insisted he had the situation under control." Tavanna's look upon Envis was glowering, and he cowered under his stare. "I apologize, my queen. My father and I certainly didn't think they'd be capable of pulling something like this." "Then explain who they are to the others, and make it clear to me how this happened tonight, under the Searcher's watch," Tavanna demanded. She looked deliberately at Envis, and he cleared his throat as he stepped forward. "This group has a name, the Cloaked Flame. The individuals call themselves Crimsons. This rebel group rose very quickly, seemingly out of nowhere. They were so well organized that they managed to come together in a matter of months. They've been hiding underground, quietly sowing discord against Queen Tavanna. Their goal is to unseat her from the throne. We searchers knew they had a potential to be violent. but weren't sure if they would be until tonight. I've been tracking them for months, but whenever I catch up, the trail goes cold. My dad had a suspicion they planted themselves in Rhodian, and he was clearly right. This group doesn't have their priorities straight, Devin commented. Tavanna rules as queen over all of Crescentia, and the Free States are sworn to serve her because they're all part of the Rhodian Commonwealth. But every state has their own parliament, which has representatives whose citizens vote onto councils to make laws for each individual territory. Tavanna has authority over them all, but she can't just charge in and do whatever she wants anywhere. If these rebels are mad about whatever laws are being passed in the states they're in, they need to advocate to the representatives of their parliament, not bring it here. The Cloaked Flame doesn't see it that way, Envis replied. They think Tavanna is the most powerful person in the continent, and therefore, they blame her for everything. They use the fact she has an army of powerful magical warriors at her command to insist she's imposing her demands on everyone. And the Rhodi are strong enough that her power does concern some citizens in the Free States. If Tavanna wanted to take everything over and rule the continent under a dictatorship that only benefits her, she has the power to do so easily.
My sister would never, Paladin snarled.
Well, we know that, but those who joined the Cloaked Flame clearly have the opposite opinion, Envis pointed out. After all, Tavanna was proclaimed queen fairly quickly after the Hunters Guild was defeated. A lot of people didn't have time to get used to the change.
How is that our fault? Dylan said, throwing her hands up. The governors of the Free States asked her to be in charge.
Yes, but not everyone knows that, Envis replied. The Cloaked Flame preaches that Rhodi see themselves as better than the other citizens of Crescentia. Because most people in Crescentia don't have magic, and the people who do have magic are in power, that causes a lot of non-magical folks to feel very nervous. Like they're a stone's throw away from being persecuted, or worse. The Cloaked Flame is using those fears to come into power. But they use magic too, Devin insisted. I saw them cast it when they were fighting against us. How can they advocate against something they're participating in? Because they insist they're using their magic for good, and the Rhodi are taking advantage of others by using theirs. Envis rolled his eyes. Shoddy logic, I know, but they're insisting the Cloaked Flame is looking out for the good of non-magic users, declaring all Crescentians equal, and the Rhodi aren't. There could be Rhodi among us who've joined them and become Crimsons themselves, Taladin mumbled, sounding suspicious. I bet anything that's the case. Nobody wants to challenge Tavanna for the throne directly, because they know they'd lose to her in a fight. But if she's unseated by the Cloaked Flame, then that opens up the possibility for someone else to take her place. There's always people around in any monarchy who are looking to put a knife in your back. If some of those Crimsons were a Rhodi before, wouldn't Saffron lose her craft if she attacked them? Dylan worried, glancing at her partner. A Crimson is not a Rhodi, even if they have been a Rhodi before, Saffron replied. The meaning of the oath changes as a person's identity does. I attacked tons of Crimsons in the square just now, and my magic's fine, even if they were Rhodi previously. Becoming a part of the Cloaked Flame no longer makes them one. My craft is safe. How could a radical party against Tavanna rise up so quickly? I've never heard of this group before, Devin asked. That's what concerns me, greatly, Envis said. Rebel groups don't just pop up like daisies. They need time to grow, to amass followers, to have secret meetings and spread propaganda around. That the Searchers didn't hear about them until recently means they're operating in methods we can't understand. Do you know who their leader is? Taladin questioned. No, Envis replied. We can't even get a name on one of the members who are involved, let alone who they're following. That's highly unusual, Saffron commented. You must have something. We've only heard whispers here and there. We haven't even been able to listen in on a meeting, and as a spy, I can't tell you how unusual that is. The members are communicating amongst themselves in a way we don't comprehend instead of the typical methods, and that's hard to track. All we can tell is they want to create political discord. They don't like the Rhodian Commonwealth and want it gone, along with all magical kind, save for themselves. That means they want to eliminate Searchers as well as Rhodi, Envis said heavily.
We needed to know about this sooner, Envis, Dylan demanded, balling her hands into fists. Forget your father's orders. You needed to come home. Tell me everything.
I didn't want to come home, lass, Envis seethed, whirling on her. I needed to stay on the road, had to keep trailing them.
Why? Dylan shot back. Why didn't you want to get back to me?
Envis dropped his head. Because I found out their biggest target was you. But I was so desperate to do everything I could to stop them before they got close to you. But clearly, they beat me to it. I nearly killed myself several times getting myself more involved than I should. But I had to do whatever I could to protect you.
Dylan's face fell. Taladin asked in a strained voice, Why do they want Dylan?
Because I'm Desmond. I'm more than a princess or a symbol. I'm the Rhodi's founder incarnate, Dylan said bitterly, crossing her arms. Savannah rules, for now, but I'm the grand prize. They'll never get their hands on you, lass, Envis vowed. Not while I'm still breathing. Dylan eased at his words. She forgave him instantly for staying away, because she knew it was the right thing to do. All he wanted to do was keep her safe, and she refused to be mad at him when he sacrificed so much not just for her, but for the good of Crescentia, even if sometimes the relationship suffered for it. Does the Cloaked Flame want Desmond's power? Devin asked. It'd be a good reason for them to target her specifically. Dylan gave a wounded huff. Not like I can use Desmond's power. I haven't figured out how to harness Desmond's abilities since I cast them against the Hunters Guild years ago. It was a sore subject for Dylan. Despite using Desmond's love magic to convert the hearts of hunters from hatred to love during the Battle of Rhodian, Dylan hadn't cast it since, nor gotten close to understanding how to access the power that her past life as Desmond held. No one talked about it, as Dylan constantly bristled whenever the situation was brought up. Although the absence of Desmond's magic from Rhodian was terrifyingly real now, and the Cloaked Flame was taking advantage. There was silence until Savannah said, We're going to bring the Cloaked Flame to justice. They can't do this to our people and get away with it, but neither will we cower in fear. From now on, we need to be extra careful. Chapter 4. Mysterium of Deception. A week passed before the city managed to repair the damage from the worst of the attack. Savannah had sent the best of her soldiers, and the searchers the most accomplished of their spies, in search of more information about the Cloaked Flame, but nothing was found. Dylan and Devin did their best to help out, lending a hand to clean up the debris around the city and help people who had been displaced or injured in the fight. Dylan did her duty as princess and paid her condolences to the families of those who died the night of the attack. One of the hardest things she'd ever had to do, but she was a royal, and she did her duty no matter what was required of her. Dylan reminded herself constantly that her role was about her people, not about what she wanted, though those words sometimes grew cold when she had to look into the eyes of grieving parents, partners, and children, giving weak apologies in place of the people they'd lost. 7 days after the attack, the twins gathered with Taladin and Savannah for breakfast in the Queen's dining room, musing over what was to be done. Sorry, guys, Taladin told the twins glumly. This isn't how your first week as masters is supposed to go. The twins didn't say anything. Dylan was mentally exhausted. She didn't think she could look one more person in the eye and reassure them that they'd find the culprits responsible for doing this. Devin was quiet as well. Every day, he'd been up at dawn to help and didn't go to bed until far past midnight. Savannah put her coffee down and said, I'm assigning both of you to other duties. There's no longer any need for the two of you to get involved. We can't, Dylan protested. There isn't that much left to do, Taladin added. You kids have done all you can. But we need to catch the people who did this. The Cloaked Flame is a threat to Rhodian. If they did this once, they'll be back, Devin argued. I have hundreds of Rhodi working the case, not to mention hordes of searchers who are lending a hand, Savannah told the twins gently. Ray is personally handling this, and I know my husband is capable of organizing the capture of whoever is leading the cloaked flame. There's nothing more either of you can do, and to be frank, it's not your responsibility. I need the two of you to serve the realm by performing best in your assigned duties. We will find the people that did this and bring them to justice. But for now, trust your fellow Rhodi and believe that we'll get rid of the group that dared to do this to Rhodian. Dylan wanted to protest and insist that she needed to stay on the case, but at the same time, she knew that wasn't wise. There wasn't anything she could do that more experienced Rhodian searchers wouldn't do better. Envis himself was looking all over the city for the criminals, and Dylan knew her boyfriend had more knowledge about gaining intel than she did. Tavanna had told her long ago that as princess, she needed to trust other people to do the work for her that she couldn't excel at herself, and she knew that was the best move now. Devin would do anything Tavanna asked without question, so he didn't voice his complaints, even though Dylan knew he had to have some. "Okay, so what are our assignments?" Devin asked. After they graduated, new Rhodi masters received assignments on how best they could serve the city, usually given to them by their former teachers. There were all kinds of roles to be filled, not just within the military. Devin, you'll be working at the museum within the Rhodian library as a research scientist, archiving important documents and doing research to advance our society. There's still much work that needs to be done investigating the Rhodi of the past, Tavanna began. Jenna's translated most of our scrolls from ancient Rhodian, but someone still needs to go through all those scrolls and catalog what we've learned from them and condense the information into documents the average Rhodi can understand. If I need you to do research for me or locate a piece of information that's difficult to find, you'll be my first point of inquiry. Devin appeared delighted. Being surrounded by books was how he wished to spend his life, and Dylan was happy for him. Tavanna had clearly considered his role very carefully. "Dylan, your princess duties come first and foremost," Taladin said. "Your training as a Rhodi is over, but your training as a queen won't be finished until Tavanna passes her title on to you. You'll be helping Tavanna lead the Free States, participating in the creation of laws, maintaining the peace of Crescentia, working with the leaders of the states to uphold the administration of justice and fairness, lending your aid to charity work, and most importantly, governing Rhodian and the Rhodi who live here. Whatever the monarchy needs that Tavanna can't be there for, you'll be there to fulfill." Dylan nodded. She didn't expect anything different. It was always the goal after she graduated to get her to a place where she could lead under Tavanna's guidance. Now, instead of merely observing at council meetings between Tavanna and the Free States, she'd be an active participant. She couldn't wait to have her voice heard. She had a lot of ideas that would help Crescentia, and although Tavanna was a good queen, Dylan thought that she could finally help. "I'd like both of you to start today," Tavanna said. "Devin, the library is already expecting you. And Dylan, I want you to trail me for the rest of the day. A princess's role is ever-changing, and each day is going to be different." "Fine by me," Dylan noted. Her brother might be happy sticking his nose in a book for the rest of his life in the same stuffy room, but that wasn't her. She needed something new and exciting every time she arrived at work, or she'd get bored. She couldn't wait to get started. "Dylan, this is important," Taladin said sternly. "Tavanna is our leader and the head of the Rhodi here in the city, but now that you've graduated, you're officially her second in command. If something happens and Tavanna isn't here to run things, people are going to look to you to give the orders. No one is above you now save for Tavanna, not even me. You've surpassed me in command now that you've graduated, so you need to take this seriously." "Oh, really?" Dylan's smile brightened. "Since I'm your boss now, give me 20 laps around the palace, stat." Taladin scowled. "Not funny. Who said I was joking?" "He is right," Tavanna admitted. "If I'm incapacitated, you'll have to direct our armies and our government until I can return. If I'm still alive. I know this is a lot to put on your shoulders, but should something befall me, you'll be queen immediately. Which is why I want to start preparing you for that possibility as soon as we can, and instruct you as quickly as possible. Now that you're a master, if you give an order, The Rhodi have to follow it. It's a big responsibility. I want to prepare you for the fallout of giving those orders, because there's always some blowback to whatever decision you may make. Dylan felt a sinking feeling enter her gut. She didn't realize she'd be given so much responsibility so quickly. She'd been eased into her role as princess, but now that she was a master, the Rhodi looked to her to actually lead them. She wasn't sure she was ready. "Nothing's going to happen to you, Tavanna," Devin said roughly. "The cloaked flame is within the city, and I'm one of their main targets," Tavanna reminded him. "So we'll kill them," Devin snapped. "No one is getting near you." "Security's top-notch around the palace, and none of us are easy to beat in a fight. We're just making preparations in case the worst happens, not because we think it will," Taladin said. "What about Saffron?" Dylan asked. "If I'm on princess duties and she's my partner, what's she going to be doing?" "She'll be in the barracks with the military, working with special forces as an operative," Tavanna stated. "I've already assigned her to one of the teams trailing the cloaked flame." "Good," Dylan replied. "If Saffron's on the job, the cloaked flame will be slaughtered by this time next week and we can all get on with our lives." Tito maneuvered in wearing nothing more than a towel tied far too lowly around his waist. He acted like the others weren't there as he leaned in to snag a muffin off the table, taking a bite. "Tito, put something on for Rhodi's sake," Dylan complained. "The palace isn't your personal bachelor pad."
"I just thought you'd like some variety for a change, since all you see is red hair," Tito retorted with a grin.
Taladin spat out his orange juice.
Dylan rolled her eyes. "Smooth. Great that you talk about this right in front of my dad." "I just took a shower and was hungry," Tito objected. "Why wait to grab a bite when we've all lived together for years now? Nobody's seeing anything they ain't seen before."
"You have your own apartment in the palace for a reason," Dylan growled.
"And it's never stocked with food, because I'm not a royal, so the servants expect me to get my own. But I'm too lazy to go grocery shopping, and why do that when I can get all the food I want from your guys' quarters for free?"
Dylan rolled her eyes. "Nobody wants to see your junk. Go back to your room if you want to be weird."
"Hey, you're the princess of the Rhodi, and I ain't a Rhodi. I don't have to do what you say," Tito teased back. "Settle down, you two," Taladin told them. "And Tito, Dylan's not the only one getting tired of your antics. You have a revolving door of people that you bring here into the palace. As I've told you a million times, partying isn't an occupation." "I work. Sometimes," Tito said. "I've got to do my living while I'm young, Daddy T."
Call me that again and I'm disowning you as my stepson.
They bickered for a little while longer, until Tavanna insisted it was time for them to get a move on. Devin headed to the library, while Taladin parted to his quarters, and Tito went to do his daily philandering. Dylan followed Tavanna to the council room, thrilled to finally join one of the government meetings not as an observer, but an equal. She'd attended tons of these in the past, but now she'd actually get to have a voice. Dylan was excited as she sat down with representatives from all the free states within the palace's council chamber. Tavanna sat at the head of the table, and Ray took her left hand, while Dylan sat at her right. "Welcome, everyone, to this week's meeting," Tavanna began. "Before we commence, you should all know that Princess Diliana has ascended to the title of Master, and therefore, she will officially be joining us here on the council as an active member." There was applause around the table, and Dylan smiled. She could hardly wait to get started, but before she could open her mouth, a governor had already spoken up. "My queen, the representatives from Alistan have failed to show up once again," Councillor Loelia said, sounding displeased. She was the representative from Adamaris and never failed to speak her mind. "I understand. Alistan was my birthplace, and I have a special consideration for it as a state," Tavanna replied.
"They've missed several sessions now. For all we know, they could be plotting against us,"
Commander Massimo boomed. He was from Marcellino and always made sure to talk above the rest. "I think we should," Dylan started, but someone cut her off.
"Alistan needs to be brought under control,"
Commissioner Hamad shouted over her.
They are a potential threat, one that may stir up another war.
Dylan bit her tongue and tried to contain her temper. She understood that within the culture of the Far East, her nation of origin, the words of women were not as respected as the opinions of men. Tavanna had earned Commissioner Hamad's respect by being heavy-handed, but clearly, he didn't respect Dylan yet. Probably less, because she was of his own ethnicity. She was a princess for Rhodi's sake, not someone to be ignored. Dylan rose her voice as she cried, "We need to send an ambassador, someone to advocate on the crown's behalf and get these representatives to these meetings." "Excellent idea, Princess," Tavanna said. "I will handpick someone personally to fly to Alistan at once and see what the problem is." Dylan tried to say more, but before she could talk, someone else had the floor, and she was forced to sit in silence. The council meeting took forever, and Dylan barely squeezed a few words in edgewise. Some new laws were made, and 2 decrees were signed before it was over. They'd spent the entire morning debating silly things Dylan didn't consider very important, not when there were much more serious matters to discuss. By the time the meeting was over, it was time for lunch, but Dylan was so frustrated she didn't feel very hungry. "They aren't taking me seriously," Dylan argued as she followed Tavanna to the tatami room. "Nobody but you listened to a thing I had to say." "What would you like to discuss?" Tavanna asked, hiding her hands within the sleeves of her kimono. "Stuff that matters," Dylan insisted. "We need to pass laws that are important. Social programs to prevent poverty, accessibility for disabled people, better foster care programs for orphaned kids, especially homeless teenagers, and heavier consequences for domestic violence, not parking meters and all kinds of dumb nonsense. We need to be applying laws that make sense and help people, not stupid rules nobody cares if they're followed or not." "Politics involves working together with all kinds of people," Tavanna replied. "I'm sure Commissioner Hamad would love to argue with you about the parking meters. Because it fills his pocket when people violate the rule. It doesn't do anything for the people of the Far East or anyone else." Dylan sighed. "It's just, the ideas I have could really make a difference for the people out there who need it. I know things are perfect here in Rhodian, but they're not great everywhere. If the world was different when Devin and I were on the streets, we wouldn't have gone through what we did. I agreed to become a princess because I wanted to make a difference. I can't do that if no one hears me." "You have time to turn them to your ideas," Tavanna stated, and she sat down on the grass mat, crossing her legs as she came close to the low floor table. "Power is best utilized not when you take it by force, but when you turn others to your advantage." Dylan blinked. "They want me to prove myself." "Yes, and you will in time." "You've been a great queen since you ascended to the throne," Dylan pressed. "You've gotten other rulers to bend on stuff they wouldn't before. You outlawed slavery immediately once you became queen. That would have been unheard of before you came to power." "Indeed, but it's not always an easy road. The rulers of the Free States wanted to thank the Rhodi for saving them from the Hunters Guild, so they allowed me that, but they haven't relented on other things," Tavanna said. "You'll learn that it sometimes takes years to get your way." "We don't have years," Dylan said disheartedly. "There are people out there right now that we could help if we all just worked together." Tavanna's eyes sparkled as she replied, "Well, perhaps you can teach them how." The servants precisely placed powdered green tea, a scoop, a bowl, a kettle, and the brazier on the table, preparing the tea for them while plates of mochi, sweet crackers, and stuffed rice balls were set out in certain spots on the table. Tea was a very specific practice here in Rhodian, and Dylan still fumbled it from time to time. There were so many traditions to follow that she nearly got it wrong whenever she and Tavanna took tea together. She really had to nail this if she was going to be a proper princess. Tavanna was so flawless at everything she did. Dylan attempted to copy her as Tavanna took tender bites of her food and elegantly sipped her tea, but felt like she looked like a drooling cat beside the queen, the delicate crane ever in flight. Dylan drank her matcha and said, "If I'm princess, is Saffron's role here in the palace going to change, or will she advance in the military once the special ops job is over?" Tavanna set her tea down thoughtfully. A wise question. For me, Taladin's role lies in being my companion, which is also what Saffron is to you. Saffron has her place in the military, but it's only temporary as you get used to things here in the palace. Eventually, you'll need assistance. Taladin helps me by delivering my orders and decrees when I can't physically be there, and performing actions for me in my stead when I can't be in two places at once.
Dylan gave a snort. "So Taladin's your secretary?"
Tavanna laughed. Somewhat, yes, though he's not picking up my dry cleaning. He's more of a personal assistant, giving me aid wherever I need him. He needs a bit of time to himself, so I gave him the day off. Let's see if he actually uses it.
Dylan scoffed. "He doesn't like to sit around. He gets too nervous. I doubt he'll take the day to relax."
Taladin is also my enforcer, Tavanna stated. As I am the head of the monarchy, I must be seen in a certain light. I can't be witnessed throwing my weight and power around if someone isn't complying, but Taladin has no problem doing so for me. There have been a few times he has had to pay a visit to governors in other states who aren't taking me seriously. They certainly do once he's on his way back home. He doesn't necessarily intimidate or threaten anyone, just makes certain the other leaders in the states know I am their queen, and we won't be pushed around.
Dylan gave a nervous laugh. "I made the right choice in my partner then. Everyone's terrified of Saffron."
Indeed. She'll be a good enforcer of your rule, and make sure that any greedy opportunists tread lightly. In time, Taladin will begin instructing Saffron on how to be a proper enforcer in your service.
Dylan laughed out loud. "Wow, that'll go well. They're going to argue all day."
Perhaps. Tavanna gave a sly smile. But that's not our problem to solve, is it?
Dylan ate another rice ball. "If Taladin's your enforcer, why hasn't he been to Alistan yet? To drag the governors to the council meetings and make sure they show up?"
Tavanna's smile slightly faltered, and she said, "I don't believe it would be beneficial if Taladin was to return to Alistan. He can't. Not at any point for the rest of his life." Her words were heavy, and Dylan got the sense not to ask more questions. She was aware Taladin and Tavanna had fled Alistan when they were children, but she didn't know much about either of their experiences there. If the memories were so bad Tavanna didn't want to risk sending Taladin back there, at the chance of him spiraling once he returned to Rhodian, it was certainly a dire situation. Tavanna picked up a lavender mochi and continued on. "Above all else, the most important thing you have to do going forward is to be wise in choosing someone to rule beside you."
"I think Saffron was a good choice," Dylan said.
"I'm not talking about Saffron, dear. I'm referring to your future spouse."
Tavanna raised an eyebrow.
"Ray supports me here in the city through his role as king. The man you marry won't just be your husband. He'll also be Crescentia's prince, as well as the future king. So you must choose carefully. Any children you may have will also be in a potential position to take the throne. Your decision on who you wish to marry will be the most critical choice you will ever make, for yourself and the Empire."
"I'm aware," Dylan grumbled. "The line of succession and all that, blah, blah, blah."
"Dylan," Tavanna said in a motherly tone, reminding her to be respectful. It was so different studying under Tavanna's guidance instead of Taladin's. He'd snap at her if she got out of line, so she was fully expecting to have to fight back, but Tavanna gave a different perspective. It was more of a gentle push in the right direction rather than a shove off a cliff. Taladin was the type to throw her into a pool to teach her how to swim, but Tavanna guided her into the water with a soft hand. Dylan still wasn't used to it.
Dylan sat up straighter and gentled her tone. Sorry, but I don't know if I want to have kids. I'm not sure if marriage is something I'm considering. It's not something you need to rush into, but it is something you need to think about going forward, Tavanna said. And since you and Envis have been together for quite some time, the public is curious about where your relationship is going. Dylan frowned. She didn't like that Tavanna had brought that up. But she wasn't about to address that particular topic, so she replied, Any children I have aren't automatically going to become my successor. Now that I'm a master, I could take a student, and they could be prince or princess after me. A student is a heavy undertaking, Tavanna replied. I suggest you give yourself some time to grow as a master, 10 years or so, before you take someone under your wing. I invested heavily in Devin's growth, as Taladin invested in you, and it is a task that you must commit to fully, body and soul. But it is possible, Dylan insisted. That is true. Any student you may take will be considered for the line of succession. You don't have to choose them, as I did not choose Devin to succeed me, but eyes will be on them to potentially be the next leader of Rhodian, especially if you do not have any heirs. When I take a student, it's because I want to help them and teach them how to grow as a Rhodi, not because I'm hand-picking someone to take on this job. It's hard enough to be a warrior, let alone a leader. I don't want to put that on any child, Dylan said, crossing her arms. I understand, but that is how things work, Tavanna stated. Dylan huffed. Well, I'm the princess, so perhaps there needs to be some changes around here. You will rule in the way you decide once you become queen. It is only my role to guide you until you get there, Tavanna replied. You're going to be a wonderful leader, Dylan. You already are a great princess already. What you have yet to learn is only going to come through time and experience. Dylan nearly rolled her eyes, but resisted heavily. One thing Taladin had never been able to train out of her was her impatience, and she didn't think Tavanna would either. Dylan knew with enough pressure, she'd get the rulers of the Free States to see things her way. Ray entered, appearing bothered. My love, they've arrived. We'll be there momentarily, darling, Tavanna replied softly. The servants cleaned up their meal, and as they rose, Dylan asked, What's going on? The searchers did some investigating on the Crimsons who were killed during the attack, and found family members, Tavanna said. I told the spies to fly their families here to the palace so I could speak with them. Apparently, they come from all over Crescentia. We don't know what these people want, and that's the first step toward organizing a peace. When they entered the throne room, Dylan was expecting a mass of angry and vengeful individuals advocating for some revolutionary cause. Instead, she found a group full of upset spouses, heartbroken parents, and baffled children. They didn't seem radical at all, just confused people who were wondering what they were doing here. Ray was standing guard, and Envis was next to him, attending as a representative for the searchers. Dylan's eyes connected with his as he came in, and she felt herself relax. Envis could always put her at ease, even in the most precarious of situations. Tavanna sat on her throne, and Dylan took a seat beside her. Envis came to stand next to her, close, so if anyone in the room rushed forward, he could plant himself in front of her. She truly loved him. Welcome, Tavanna spoke. As you no doubt have been informed, your family members have proven to be involved in a plot against the Empire. Let me make it clear that none of you are in trouble here, and that there is no evidence any of you have done anything wrong. I have called you here to understand the motives of your loved ones, why they joined the rebel group known as the Cloaked Flame, and what their purpose is in rising against the continent. A young woman came forward. She had to be in her 30s. I will speak for us, Your Majesty. But you'll find that we have no answers, My husband, who was found among the bodies." She cleared her throat and wiped tears away from her eyes before her voice steadied again. "I wouldn't have believed my husband was involved if I didn't see his remains for myself. I still can't believe it, because, my queen, it's impossible that he could have done this. I understand it's hard to fathom that someone you love could harm others," Tavanna said gently. "No, Your Majesty, you don't understand," the woman insisted. "My husband didn't have any magic. He was an accountant. He never got himself involved in politics because it bored him. He didn't even vote in the local elections back home in Adamaris. What's more, he didn't have any kind of training. He was a normal, average man. He didn't even like coming with me on jogs around our neighborhood. He wasn't athletic. It makes no sense that he became some sort of assassin, one that was able to use spells, because he never could before." Dylan caught the surprise on Tavanna's face, but she quickly hid it. "Do you know when your husband may have joined the Cloaked Flame?" "My husband went missing 3 years ago," the woman said softly. "He never came home from work one day, and all instances of him were gone, as if he disappeared without a trace. The police tried, but they couldn't locate him. Everyone said that he left me, but my husband never would. I don't think he joined this group out of his own free will. It's not like him." Tavanna frowned. "Very well. What about the rest of you? Do you have similar experiences?" They separated people in order to question the rest of the group individually. Despite this, all answers from family members were the same. The people they'd lost had gone missing some time ago, each of them non-magical. The authorities hadn't been able to locate these people once they'd vanished, until they'd shown up last week to terrorize Rhodian, with crafts they didn't have before. The sun was setting by the time they were done questioning the family members. Tavanna stood and stated, "I'm very sorry for the losses you've experienced, each and every one of you. I vow that, in time, we will find those responsible for the kidnappings of your loved ones." "That's it?" the young woman who'd spoken first asked. "You don't have anyone in mind that did this to my husband?" Cries of protest rang up amongst the family members, and Tavanna balked. "I have searchers and Rhodi both working on the case. Whoever did this, we will find them and bring them to justice." "That's a lie. Our loved ones have been missing for years now, and you didn't take notice until it affected your rule. You don't care about any of us. You just care about your precious Rhodian," the woman screamed. "The rumors are true. The Rhodi don't care if us little people suffer, so long as they have control. Well, I curse you, Queen Tavanna, and all your house. Until I have a name for the person who stole my husband from me, I'll tell everyone it was you who took him away. I will never forgive you for allowing this to happen within the empire you run." Shouts and insults rang out as the rest of the group agreed. Dylan felt her stomach churn. The Cloaked Flame's goal was to lead the non-magical races of Crescentia in a revolution against the Queen, and they had certainly accomplished their goal here. Without someone to hold accountable for these people's disappearances, these families were going to blame Tavanna. It was just going to sow more discord amongst the Empire. The young woman and the rest of the family members turned their backs on Tavanna and stormed out of the throne room. Tavanna's stricken expression was hard for Dylan to witness. Ray reached out to grab her hand. "You are not at fault for this, my love. I am at fault for whatever happens within the Empire because I'm in control," Tavanna replied. "And this, is what they say true? Have more people gone missing than before?" "Disappearances have been going up in the past few years," Envis admitted reluctantly. "Why wasn't I informed?" Tavanna demanded. "The searchers work for us, may I remind you and your father." "It was a mistake on our part, but we'll rectify it," Envis promised. We didn't find anything unusual about it, because the number of people going missing is still less than it was when Rachel was in control of the Hunters Guild. Did all of these people become radicalized years ago and leave their families at random to join the cause? Dylan wondered. Perhaps, but it's strange the searchers haven't heard anything about it until recently, Envis stated. Did what they say counteract anything you've discovered? Tavanna asked Envis. Envis shook his head. They all but confirmed it. This is what our intel has uncovered in the past week. All the bodies of the Crimsons who died in Rhodian were people that went missing around 3 years ago. What's more, none of them had any magic. At least, not magic that was known to the people who knew them best before they vanished. His tone turned grave as he stated, My suspicion is someone is kidnapping non-magical folk, then brainwashing them in some way to become fighters for the cause. That means that whoever is leading the Cloaked Flame may be strong enough to bring crafts out of people who otherwise didn't have any before. Tavanna worried. That can't be. No one is powerful enough to do such a thing. Not even Rachel at the height of her power had the ability, Ray said. Everyone in Crescentia has some sort of craft in them. Most people just can't access it, Dylan argued. If these people were non-magical, then once they join this group, they're casting spells like it's nothing. Someone has to be changing them to do so, probably with the ability of their own natural given craft. It was an utterly terrifying thought. Tavanna swept the skirt of her kimono behind her as she said, You two must leave me. I need to think. Ray, stay at my side. We need to discuss the possibilities. Envis and Dylan departed. Dylan found her hands were shaking as they left the throne room, so she slipped one of them into Envis's in order to steady it. This is bad, Dylan said in distress. If we're fighting someone we don't know who has the power to make non-magical people find their crafts and use them, we're in big trouble. They could easily raise an army to overpower us. There are more non-magical people living in Crescentia than there are Rhodian searchers. They outnumber us 3-1. Don't go down a road you're not sure is certain, lass, Envis warned her. You're thinking the worst when we need to be thinking the best. If this person had the ability to grow a force that large, and they started 3 years ago, they would have done it by now. Let's stick with what we know. We're further along than we were a few days ago, and that's progress enough. Dylan knew he was right. Even so, she was anxious about all the things they didn't know. Her gut told her that whatever was hiding in the shadows, crouching to spring upon them, was something no one would see coming, and they'd be completely unprepared once it did. Chapter 5. Desert Captive. Dylan scowled into the mirror as she rubbed Elanthon cream into her scars, trying to get ready for the day. She furiously massaged the cream into her skin, but even so, she didn't think anything had changed. Frustrated, she tossed the tube into her dresser drawer and sighed as she reached for a hairbrush sitting on her bed instead. Envis had already left for the morning, as he was an early riser and wanted to get started on his searcher duties. But Dylan liked to sleep in whenever she could, and she had the day off today. Any progress? Saffron asked as she lazily lounged on the balcony as a griffin, enjoying the morning sunlight. No, I've been using this stuff for months and it's barely done a thing, Dylan replied, combing out the tangles in her hair. They're as visible as ever. You could go to the healers and ask if there's anything they can do, Saffron suggested. Dylan's stomach flip-flopped, and she said, No way, I can't. Once I do that, the press is going to get wind of it, and it'll be all over the papers that the princess used to cut herself. We can't have that right now, and probably not ever. It makes me look weak. It doesn't make you look weak, sister. More people would understand than you think. Dylan doubted it. She reached for a long-sleeved shirt, slipping it on over her workout pants as she complained, You're lucky. All of your scars faded away. I can't see them anymore. Saffron ruffled her wings. I did not hurt myself as deeply and for as long as you did, Tigress. There wasn't as much to heal.
Well, I certainly didn't hold back. Dylan was at her wit's end. She tried silicone sheets, retinoids, exfoliants, and everything else she could think of to get rid of them, and so far, they remained as stubborn as ever. There were just so many, and some of them were raised, which made them even more difficult to fade. You could get tattoos to cover them up, Saffron suggested. Dylan shook her head. I'm not sure if I want more tattoos than I already have. Dylan had 3 tattoos. One was for her brother, an ornate bow and arrow decorated near her collarbone that she'd gotten on their 20th birthday. The second was a small feather on her right ankle for Saffron. The last was a script font that sat above the deep scar on her wrist, which read Inhale, with a semicolon at the end. Taladin had a matching tattoo above the scar on his elbow that said Exhale. She and Taladin had gotten them together during a trip to Marcelino a few months prior, a reminder that the two of them were connected, and when the bad times came, all they had to do to survive was just breathe. The tattoos Dylan had chosen meant everything to her. She didn't want to put any more ink on her skin unless she got it for someone she adored. To Dylan, her tattoos were a physical depiction of her deepest love, reminders of the people she cared about the most. The idea of putting random art over her scars just to shield what lay underneath was unsettling, like she was trying to hide them all over again. She just wanted them to go away. Saffron jumped off the balcony, transforming mid-leap and landing on her feet. You'll find the answer eventually. In the meantime, we're late to meet Jenna for breakfast at the Kawaii Cafe. There was a brunch place in the city that was the girls' favorite, and they ate there at least once a week. Dylan did her best to ignore the guards that were trailing behind her as they entered the city, and blew off the various paparazzi standing at a distance and snapping pictures, calling out her name as they walked the streets. Tavanna had passed a law that the press couldn't outright harass the royal family, but Dylan was still tailed everywhere she went, and there was always a lot of fanfare whenever she ventured outside the palace. She'd gotten somewhat used to it, although a part of her missed those days when she could go wherever she liked and be invisible. Being the most famous person in the continent could definitely be exhausting. There was a private room at the Kawaii Cafe reserved just for Dylan and her friends, since they went so often. The whole restaurant was decorated in a cutesy forest theme, with adorable chibi designs of animals lining the walls. A massive rainbow that lit up different colors had been built in the middle of the cafe, and the tiles on the floor had been arranged in the shape of clouds. The private room in the back had a pink tree growing in the middle of the room, with massive red hearts for leaves dangling from the ceiling and adorable stuffed rabbits with butterfly wings nestling in the branches. Jenna was obsessed with the entire aesthetic and insisted to her friends that it was the only place they ever needed to have brunch at again, so Dylan had used her princess allowance to rent it out every week at her friend's request. They slipped in the back, and Dylan sighed in relief as she got away from the paparazzi. Jenna was already there, sitting on a chair that was shaped like a unicorn. She sipped on a cup of coconut milk filled with sweet lychee bites, jackfruit slices, and chewy jellies.
About time you showed up, Jenna complained as they sat down. You took forever.
How's your head? Dylan asked. She'd only seen Jenna once since the attack, and her temple had been bandaged up from the fall she'd taken at the bar during the explosion.
Empty as ever, I'm sure, Saffron chipped in.
It's just fine, Jenna said, wrinkling her nose at Saffron. I've made a full recovery.
The cafe attendant came by to give Dylan her favorite, a frozen matcha latte with an abundance of whipped cream. The minute she was gone, Jenna took a magazine out of her purse and said unhelpfully, I'm glad you're here. The papers ran another article about you and Envis. She slapped the magazine down on the table, this morning's edition of Rhodi Today. Dylan scowled as she read the headline on the front page. Still no proposal? Envis avoids popping the question while the princess fumes. Every fucking week, Dylan seethed, and she opened it up. She knew better than to read what the press wrote about her, but she couldn't help it. Envis ignored all the news, and more or less couldn't care less about what the reporters said. but Dylan struggled to have that ability. She scanned the article just to get an idea of what it said.
Clearly, there have been no signs of matrimony to be seen anywhere in the palace within Rhodian, as Princess Deliana and her long-term boyfriend, popular musician Envis Ba, once again sidestep questions on defining their relationship. These two are very overdue for a bigger commitment. Rhodi today has the scoop on where the couple is at, and just what's holding them back from saying I do.
Envis is too busy with his band and isn't going to settle down. It's been 8 years. If he was going to ask, he would have already.
Our private source told us. Others say that the princess herself is the reason for the long-delayed royal wedding.
The princess is too good to be with a searcher, and everyone in the royal family knows it.
A palace insider told Rhodi today.
She's biding her time while she's waiting for a proper man to show. She wants a Rhodi warrior with titles and standing. The Ba boy is just a stand-in, to keep people off her back while she looks for a real husband. Everyone knows searchers and Rhodi shouldn't be together, and that it'd be a disgrace for a searcher to obtain the Rhodian throne.
Dylan snapped the magazine shut before she could finish the sentence. She rolled her eyes and wondered who this palace insider was. Probably some idiot at the papers who made everything up on slow news days, because nothing Rhodi today ever printed was the truth. This was getting ridiculous. As the princess, everyone was concerned with who she decided to date, and had been since she'd come into the spotlight. But since she'd turned 25, all the public could talk about was when she'd tie herself to a man and start popping out babies. It was wholly aggravating.
Jenna, why do you keep showing Dylan these trashy rags? Saffron demanded. It makes her upset. You guys don't find it hilarious? I didn't know, Jenna said, perfectly oblivious. I have a collage at home with everything they've ever printed about Dylan and my brother. I think it's funny.
Just hysterical. Dylan scowled as she tossed the magazine aside. I wish everyone would stop asking.
Have you two had a conversation yet about all that?
Saffron asked cautiously. The servants brought their food. Egg bites in the shape of cats, toast with images of guinea pigs stamped onto them, a scramble served in a bowl designed to look like a panda's head, and a variety of other things, all presented to resemble animated animals. No, and I don't intend to, Dylan replied shortly, taking a bite of a gelatin milk cake that looked like a fox. The world doesn't need to know what we're planning, if we're planning anything. Saffron didn't accept this as an answer, and instead turned to Jenna.
What about you? Has Envis mentioned anything? He hasn't said anything to me,
Jenna replied with a shrug. Saff, stay out of it, Dylan said tiredly. They'd had this conversation one too many times, and she was sick of it.
I'm your partner. It's my duty to see you're well taken care of, so I'll stick my beak where it belongs, in your business, Saffron stated. It's a valid question, sister. We're all impatiently waiting, and I know that you are, too, though you'd sooner die than admit it.
Dylan sighed. It's not something I want to talk about, so I don't see why everyone is so interested.
Saffron's right. It's weird neither of you have brought it up. Are you holding back on asking my brother the obvious because you're afraid you'll break up again?
Jenna blurted. Dylan nearly dropped her fork. Saffron kicked Jenna under the table, telling her to shut up, and she helped. Envis and Dylan had been together for the better part of 8 years, and most of their time as a couple had been wonderful. They hadn't been without their share of hard times, however, and it was the hard times Dylan had the unfortunate habit of ruminating on the most. Their first year together had been easy and full of fond memories. Their second year was more difficult. Issues Dylan had otherwise buried or kept hidden from Envis had risen to the surface, and he'd struggled to deal with them. They argued often and couldn't get along. Dylan had accused him of not understanding. Envis had insisted that no matter what he did, she was an impossible person to help. Dylan never thought that Envis had the capability to leave her, until he did. He'd attempted to let her down gently during a long and emotional conversation, which turned into a screaming match and a plethora of tears from both of them. It was the worst argument with anyone she'd ever had, and it still pained her to remember it. He'd stormed out to return to Dundee that night, and she'd completely crumbled into pieces. Without telling anyone or saying goodbye, she booked a one-way plane ticket to the Far East on a split-second decision and snuck out of the palace to the airport. Once she got there, she hid in the jungle as a tigress, living off the land, eating prey she caught raw, and fully expecting to remain an animal for the rest of her days, princess or not. She didn't want to live as a human without Envis, and she didn't care to either. Her family had gone berserk when they realized she was missing. After a few days of panicked searching, they eventually tracked her down. Taladin, Devin, and Saffron stayed in the jungle for hours on end, trying to convince her to come home. She'd remained in her tigress skin and snarled at anyone who got too close. She'd even swiped her claws out at Taladin once, but he'd refused to move. "You aren't going to hurt me. You never would," he'd said. "Now let's go home." She'd worried the hell out of everyone. She'd gotten tired of fending everyone off and had allowed them to take her back to Rhodian. Dylan felt guilty they'd had to chase her down, but at that moment, she wasn't in her right mind. Once they'd brought her back, Dylan didn't know what else to do but hide. For almost an entire month, she did nothing but stay in her room and sob. She didn't train because Taladin couldn't get her out of bed, and she didn't see any of her friends, not even Saffron. Devin had tried to talk to her, but she didn't let him in. She thought about Envis every second of every day and spent her time wasting away. Then, weeks after they'd broken up, her family finally convinced her to come out of her room and start living. She'd started training again, hung out with her friends, and even went on a few dates with other guys. She did her best to forget about Envis, though her heart didn't feel like she ever could. By the time she was ready to accept things and move on, Envis showed back up on her doorstep, saying he'd made a mistake and begging her to give their relationship another chance. She almost hadn't taken him back. She'd really had to think about whether giving him her heart again was worth the risk. But she truly loved Envis, and she knew he felt the same way about her. They'd promised each other they'd work on their issues and do the best they could to fix things, and had stuck to that promise ever since. Taladin had exploded when Dylan told him they were back together. Another argument. He'd caved in the end, but only because he knew how much Envis meant to her, not because he thought the relationship was a good idea. The breakup had happened a long time ago. 6 years, as a matter of fact. Dylan was certain Envis was fully over it, and had all but forgotten what happened. Dylan, though, it was always in the back of her mind, and as much as she wished she could forget about it, she remembered. She didn't feel she had a good reason to. Since they'd gotten back together, things had been great. They hardly argued, and even when they did, it never turned into a real fight. They talked things out, and came to a resolution that benefited their relationship instead of tearing it down. She wasn't 19 anymore, she reminded herself. She was in her mid-20s, and more mature than she had been back then. Envis was too. But somewhere in the corner of her heart was this terrifying fear that Envis would get fed up with her and leave again. She didn't know how to conquer that fear, so instead of facing it head-on, she ran from it. It was one of the reasons she didn't push for a bigger commitment. "The papers are just stirring up trouble because he's back in town, like they always do," Dylan protested. "It'll die down eventually." "I think my brother wants to get married," Jenna mused as she chewed on a donut. "But I also think he's waiting for Dylan to decide what she wants." "Dylan's not going to say anything. That's not her," Saffron protested. "He's not going to ask unless she speaks it out loud," Jenna argued. "I'm not going to say anything because we're happy how we are," Dylan insisted. "He just got back after being on the road for months. Give us a moment to breathe, okay?" "How's living together again?" Jenna asked. "Better he's with you than me. My brother's annoying." "It's great. We're getting along fantastically," Dylan replied, taking another sip of matcha. It's so nice waking up next to him again in our apartment. I miss him so much when he's away.
Well, it's not really his apartment because he's not there enough. It's more like your place, Jenna emphasized.
All his stuff is there, Dylan growled.
Yeah, but he's not around enough to— Ow! Hey!
Jenna complained as Saffron smacked her arm. You two are the perfect couple, Saffron rushed to say. Now we just need to make it permanent. This time, it was Dylan who kicked Saffron. After breakfast, Dylan bought a coffee for Taladin, then returned to the palace to search for him. She found Taladin at his desk, face planted down on top of his closed laptop, scattered pens and crushed wads of paper laying all across the surface and over the floor. Now that he was done training Dylan, Taladin was taking some time off Rhodi duties and working on his book. Dylan knew that besides being a Rhodi, Taladin always wanted to be an author. Although he hadn't gotten much writing done in the past 20 or so years, he'd planned to get back into it now and have a new manuscript ready by the end of the year. Looked like it was going swimmingly. A coffee for the accomplished novelist? Dylan asked as she set it down on his desk. Taladin groaned. He lifted his head slightly, looked at the coffee, then let his forehead smack against the desk with a thump. It's no use. I've lost the spark. You're just out of practice, Dylan scolded. I've only gotten 500 words down in the last 4 hours I've been sitting here. That's 500 more words than you had yesterday. It's hopeless, Taladin pouted, sitting back in his chair and appearing miserable. I can take down an army by myself, but I can't write a book. I'll never be a great author. That's nonsense. You've written plenty of books before. You told me so, Dylan insisted, pushing the coffee toward him. When I was a teenager, the last time I finished writing a manuscript, I was 21. Do you know how long ago that was? All I've managed to create since are a bunch of half-finished drafts that are sitting around collecting dust. Dylan uncrumpled one of the wads of paper at his side and began to read what he wrote. This is good, she stated, shoving the paper toward him. You should keep going. It's a dumb idea, Taladin mumbled. It is not. You're having trouble writing because you're being too hard on yourself, Dylan insisted. Stop judging what you're putting down and just go with it. You'll never get better if you don't try, and you'll never finish anything at all if you're not committed to making a few mistakes. Taladin gave a wry smile. Very wise. Wonder where you learned that. You taught me that, and you've seemed to have forgotten it yourself, she said, pushing off the desk and striding toward the door. You've got a lot to teach other people about your words, too. Learn how to use them again. She left the room and closed the door. She waited a few moments, then smiled to herself as she heard the sound of typing echo from the office behind her. Dylan ventured to the palace gardens. This time of day, they weren't bustling with visitors yet, and Dylan liked the peace. She walked the entire length of the gardens, taking in all the beautiful bonsai trees, the waterfalls, the evergreens, and the cherry blossoms that were finally in bloom. When she was growing up, Dylan had struggled to understand herself and what she really liked. But since they'd been in Rhodian, she'd had more free time to herself and found she had a particular talent for gardening. Her tigress self liked being in nature, and the outdoors called to her. It started with an obsession with the plants within her apartment, which had nearly turned into a greenhouse before Tavanna had given her a small plot of land within the gardens. Dylan had created such a beautiful space that Tavanna had given her authority over the entire royal gardens. In the past years, she'd cultivated every acre of them and instructed the royal gardeners on what plants to put where, and installed smooth and flat pathways so that everyone, regardless of age or ability, could enjoy them. The royal gardens had been lovely before, but they were absolutely gorgeous now due to Dylan's planning. The people within the city had even started calling the area the Princess Gardens. Dylan didn't like all the attention and insisted the royal gardeners were the ones doing all the work. She was just giving them direction. Even so, She quite enjoyed working in the gardens. Dylan knew if she wasn't a princess, she would have had a fine life being a horticulturist. Plants were simple and needed simple things like water and sunlight. They were calming to work with and steadied her mind. There was a private area of the gardens called the Tranquility Court that was only accessible by the royal family. A protective spell had been put around it to prevent anyone outside the court from hearing conversation, as well as to shield the royal family from any magical attackers that may attempt to get in. Saffron had put the enchantment upon the garden herself, as she'd learned how to create veils since they'd lived here in Rhodian, and her magic was incredibly strong. Dylan felt safe under the protection of her partner's magic as she enjoyed her time within the private garden. If she wasn't working or with one of her friends, Dylan was usually here, enjoying her time within the Tranquility Court. It was the only place where Dylan had been responsible for each plant, statue, and sculpture within, and was her favorite part of the palace. She'd personally installed the koi pond and the fountain, and cared for the fish within the pond each day. There was a rock garden there that she raked the sand in perfect circular formations, and orange camellia flowers that bloomed throughout. Dylan walked through the vermilion torii gate to enter the area, crossing over a curved wooden bridge that spanned over a trickling stream. No one else was here this morning, so she had the place to herself, which is just how she liked it. Within the Tranquility Court was a gazebo built to resemble a pagoda. Dylan had it built because it reminded her of Odon. She spread out a yoga mat she'd picked up from her room and sat down, crossing her legs to sink into a meditation. When she'd been at the start of her training, Dylan had struggled to hold a meditation practice. She often thought it was a waste of time, and had difficulty calming her mind. Now that she was older, she could meditate for hours. She liked the feeling of her soul being calm, her mind clear of all thought as she centered her concentration on the ground below her, and the feeling of her lungs expanding. She didn't have to do anything, merely be. She made sure to hold a daily meditation practice for at least an hour or more. Meditation was one of the things that helped her recover from her addiction, so she made sure to set aside time to do it every day. When the meditation was over, she did some yoga before tending to the gardens, feeding the koi, trimming down the hedges, and watering the flowers. It was past lunchtime when she finished up. The servants left a sandwich made of mushrooms, sliced zucchini, thin carrots, cucumbers, and avocado with a zesty sauce outside of the court for her to eat. She sipped on a lavender lemonade as she observed her handiwork, happy that her garden looked exactly the way she wanted it. Devin entered, approaching her through the torii gate. "Hi," Dylan said when she saw him. "How was work?" "It was really nice." Devin gave a soft smile. "The others sent me to fetch you. We're going riding." "Sounds wonderful." Dylan looked around to the garden, and Devin observed her in relative silence. "You seem so content here," he finally offered. "I am. Remember how Mom used to garden?" Dylan said fondly. "Yeah. She never got to enjoy her plants for very long because we moved so often, but I like to think they're still growing somewhere. She made the world beautiful wherever she went." Devin put an arm around her shoulder. "Seems like you inherited her talent." "I don't think so. Mom could make anything grow. I just like being around plants." "You're being too humble. What you've created is amazing," Devin insisted. "You should be proud of it." Dylan didn't answer. Even after all this time, it was hard for her to accept credit for whatever she accomplished. She didn't like to brag about herself. They left the gardens and took a pathway around the palace to the royal stables. As they approached the stables, they saw Joshua running toward them. Joshua jumped on Devin's back, wrapping his limbs around the young man's torso.
Devin, go fast!
Devin sank into a crouch and said, "Better hold on tight." Her brother sprinted off into super speed, and Joshua's delighted screams echoed over the palace. Dylan watched her brother become a blur as Devin raced around and around, going miles in moments. Devin was panting by the time he was able to pry Joshua off his back. The little boy squealed, running into the stables to tack up his pony. "That kid's gonna run me into the ground," Devin breathed. "He's getting too big for that." "Better enjoy it while it lasts, then," Dylan replied. "Soon he'll be grown and bored of us." "Yeah," Devin said, whooshing out a breath. "He's such a good little guy. I want to give him everything we never had. He's got a good life here in Rhodian. Even if something happened to Lyanna and Taladin, Desmond Andre forbid, he's got a lot of people to take care of him, including us," Dylan said. "We'll make sure his childhood stays perfect." Devin scoffed. "Perfect as it can be, anyways." Dylan frowned. "Devin, not everybody grew up like we did. In fact, most people don't have rough childhoods. Living in Crescentia, even being a Rhodi, doesn't automatically assign you to having trauma." "I guess so." Devin didn't say more, though Dylan felt the conversation was unfinished. She decided not to pry further, but knew this was going to come up later. Dylan brightened when she walked into the stalls and saw that Envis had already put the saddle on her horse. "Hey, I didn't think you'd get time off today," Dylan said brightly. "I'll always make time for the horses," Envis replied. "And it's such a beauty to see you and Sira in action. I never like to miss it." Dylan had ridden the same horse for years. It was the mare she'd traveled through the Bethabara Desert on during their first unknown excursion to Rhodian. She'd kept her after the journey, as she'd taken a fondness to her. Dylan had named her Sira, a word that meant spirited in the Far Eastern language. She was a lovely bay creature with the blackest eyes. What was more, Sira knew what Dylan truly was, and respected her for it. She was the only horse in the stables who didn't run whenever Dylan shifted into her tigress form, but instead stood her ground to face her rider. They had a deep connection that Dylan thought was profound, and she often took Sira out for rides when she found her mind couldn't be settled by anything else. "Are you joining us today?" Dylan asked Envis as her brother entered the opposite stall to ready his horse. Envis shrugged a little sadly. "I haven't saddled up in months, to be honest." "Not even back in Dundee?" She'd hoped he'd been in the barn for at least a little bit back at the Fox Den, as he'd been stationed there on and off over the winter. He shook his head. "Nay, Fiona's too old to ride now, and Finn's gone. I don't have a horse to call my own, here or back home." No wonder he'd been somewhat sour before he'd gotten to Rhodian. Envis didn't get to ride much anymore, and Dylan knew he missed it. He'd been crushed when Fergus had been forced to put Finnegan down a few years back. Envis had barely been on the back of a horse since. But his birthday was coming up in a few months, and Dylan had a spectacular present in mind. "Take one of the spare horses and come with us. It'll do you some good," Dylan insisted. Envis gave a weirward smile. "The lass insists." After getting tacked up, they led the horses to the training arena, where they mounted their steeds and trotted them around for a quick warm-up. Taladin and Tavanna were already on the backs of their horses, waiting for them. Joshua had a pony called Rip Rider that he was running around the riding arena in circles as fast as he could go. Joshua's ecstatic giggles as Rip Rider galloped by could be heard all throughout the stables as the boy clung to the pony's mane for dear life. "Josh, slow down," Taladin called out, turning his gelding as Joshua blazed past. "You're going too fast." "You were only a few years older than Josh when you were racing Sugarfoot across the plains of Eros," Lyanna said, as she leaned against the fence outside the arena. "I remember. Tavanna was right behind you on Moth." "If he falls, he'll break an arm, or worse," Taladin replied. "Leave him be. That pony will take care of him," Lyanna said sincerely. Taladin frowned in worry,
but Dylan figured he was being overprotective again. Rip Rider loved Joshua. That pony had been his constant companion since Joshua had learned to walk, and Rip Rider was hardly 4 feet tall. Josh might get hurt if he toppled off, but it wasn't a far drop at least. Joshua urged Rip Rider over a small jump and cheered as Rip Rider soared over it. Taladin scowled and said, "That's it, you're getting off." "Let him have fun," Dylan said as she steered her mare beside Taladin's horse. "Come ride with us. Leanna's got it handled." Taladin hesitated before he said,
"All right, can't tell that kid no anyway."
Clouds had moved in to block the desert sun, which Dylan was grateful for, as she didn't want to roast on their afternoon ride. She left through the city gates and entered the wide expanse of the desert, where Dylan's heart began to pound. There was nothing quite like the horizon line that dotted the flat plains. It made her feel like the entire realm was endless, and she could go anywhere. Saffron was in the desert, practicing lead changes that looped into sloping figure-8 patterns. Her chestnut gelding's legs kicked out beautifully, and she gave a wave as the horse settled. "Nice patterns," Envis said, "but not much to be impressed by." Envis maneuvered his horse forward and began to show off. He'd never ridden this horse before, and had only been on her back for a few minutes, but the mare was performing circles at an extended trot like they'd been riding together for years. The mare danced the moment Envis asked, a rare and unusual thing to see. "Your boyfriend's such a horse boy," Saffron laughed as she watched Envis. "A non-threatening, uncomplicated heartthrob. The perfect depiction of the feminine gaze." In Dylan's opinion, Envis never looked happier or more attractive than when he was on the back of a horse. His white shirt was slightly open at the top, billowing around him as the horse did whatever he requested. She loved how gentle he was with animals. "She loves you," Dylan said as Envis drew his mare to a halt. "Aye, she's a fine horse," Envis said, patting her on the neck. Devin was currently far up ahead. His steed was a black gelding, and the fastest horse in the stables, of course. His long-legged companion was also the tallest mount the stables had, so Devin towered over all the other riders as they explored the desert. Dylan cantered past the other riders to catch up with him. "This is more fun than it was when we were on the run from the guild," Dylan joked. "Not dying of dehydration does make a difference," Devin agreed. He gathered his reins and said, "I'll race you to the canyon. I'll even give you a head start." "I don't need one," Dylan said, but she had already taken off before Devin had urged his horse into a gallop. The hoofs of the horses kicked up sand as the twins faced off. Dylan had gotten a considerable head start, but Devin easily caught up. The horses were soon neck and neck, before Devin was flying ahead and leaving Dylan behind in the dust. "Damn, he's even fast on horseback," Dylan noted. She knew her chances of beating Devin at any kind of race were slim to none, but she tried anyway because she liked the thrill. The wind whipped her hair back, and the sun glinted across the landscape as the thundering of her horse's movements rippled across the desert. Dylan felt like she'd been born for this, and a deep connection to her ancestors of her past warred within her bones as she bunched her fingers into her horse's mane and chased her brother down. He let out a wild laugh from up ahead, enjoying this as much as she was. As they approached the canyon, Dylan noticed shapes on the horizon that were approaching fast. There were other figures on horses, figures that wore cloaks of crimson and had cowls that shielded their faces. There had to be at least 30 of them, and they didn't appear friendly. They carried weapons, from bows to spears, and headed directly at the pair as if they were the group's target.
"It's the cloaked flame!"
Devin cried. He pulled his horse up, and Dylan came to a stop beside him as their enemies approached.
"How can they be so close to Rhodian? Tavanna wouldn't let Rhodi outside the city if it wasn't safe. We have soldiers patrolling the desert on the hour," Dylan asked.
Devin reached for his bow, which was strung across his back. Maybe the last patrol didn't come back. A shiver ran over her skin at his words, but she refused to be afraid, even if they were by themselves and outnumbered. They'd raced far away from the city, and from Taladin and Tavanna, who'd gone off in different directions to explore rock formations about a half-mile away. Saffron and Envis were still a ways off, and galloping to catch up. "We need you guys out here," Devin cried in his mind. Dylan wasn't sure if Taladin and Tavanna would hear them from such a distance, but they must have heard something, or at least felt the panic across Devin's connection, because Dylan recognized that her masters were racing their horses in their direction. One of the figures riding a gray horse raised their hand and pointed at Dylan. The group began circling, boxing them in. "That's the same warrior I fought in the square the night of the attacks," Devin called to his sister in the mind speak, gesturing to the rider on the gray horse. "Then that must be their leader. We have to bring them in." Dylan gathered her reins in one hand and unsheathed her katana with the other. Sira reared on her hind legs, and the blade caught the light as the crimsons moved in. Devin started firing arrows. Several hit their target, exploding riders off their horses and sending them flying. While Devin was taking aim, Dylan charged her horse into the fray. She raised her katana high and brought it down upon her foes as they raced by, ducking blows that were meant to sever her head from her neck, her katana clashing against the blades of others. She cut a crimson through the torso and sliced another down their spine before she rode by and rammed her elbow into another. The rider fell off, and Sira stomped them into the dirt. One blade came too close and nearly severed her through. Dylan laid the reins upon Sira's neck and jumped to stand on her horse's back, her knees bending to move in time with the horse to stay on. She lit her katana aflame, and the rival horses spooked at the fire, shaking their heads and refusing to approach as Dylan waved her katana in the air. One horse was brave enough to carry his rider forward, and the warrior swiped their blade at Dylan's knees, but she jumped up to avoid it and landed on Sira again, keeping her footing. A crimson pulled back his arm and tossed a spear with all his might, sending it sailing at Dylan's chest. She performed a backflip and kicked the tip of the spear away with one foot to alter the angle of the spear, kicking the end of the spear with her opposite leg to send it sailing back. The spear landed in the back of the one who had thrown it, effectively ending the rider. Dylan finished the flip on Sira's back and continued to maintain her balance as the mare bolted forward. Devin began zigzagging his horse ahead of her, firing off arrows that became green blurs as they connected with their intended targets. At least a dozen crimsons were down, incapacitated in some way. Dylan had been taught never to use Rhodi to kill unless absolutely necessary. But they were ridiculously outnumbered, and they had to even the odds somehow. She was the princess, and therefore the lifeblood of Rhodian. If she died, her people would suffer, so she would end the existence of her foes if it meant sparing other Rhodi that suffering. If these people tried to take her life, then she would end theirs. It was that simple, and the only choice she had. The warrior upon the gray stallion stood at a distance. They didn't approach to interfere, but let their minions handle the fight. Out of the corner of her eye, Dylan noticed there was a figure wrapped in a black cloth that was draped across the back of the horse, some sort of body concealed completely by a cloak. The body wriggled, as if trying to escape the impossible binds. "The leader's got a hostage," Dylan mentioned hurriedly to Devin, ducking a throwing star that was tossed at her throat. "We need to rescue them. They must be important," Devin decided. He turned his horse in the direction of the leader, but was knocked down as a crimson launched off their steed and tackled him to the ground. "Devin!" Dylan cried out, and she swung herself back into the saddle. "Don't worry about me. Get to the target." Devin began a set of complicated martial arts in super speed which instantly dispatched his opponent. until he was swarmed by a group of 5 others. Devin launched himself into combat, and the cries of dying men could be heard as he took their lives. He clearly had it handled, so Dylan moved to complete their operative. She steered Syrah in the direction of the gray stallion, clutching her katana tightly, intending on bringing it down in a killing blow. The leader didn't face her, as she figured they would, but turned to run away. Dylan chased after the gray stallion's rider, watching the hostage bounce up and down across the horse's back. They entered the canyon, and Dylan was enveloped by the shadows of tall rock formations that surrounded her at every turn. Though she'd ridden in these canyons before, and knew them well, she found herself getting dizzy at the high-speed chase through the rocks. Syrah panted, getting tired, and Dylan feared she'd lose them. The canyon opened into a wide river, and the tail of the gray stallion could be seen as it whipped around a corner and out of sight. Dylan urged Syrah to follow, but before she could, she felt her throat close as dozens of crimsons appeared at the top of the canyon's edge, and all of them were pointing arrows right at her. Her enemies had taken aim, and there was nowhere to run. Dylan heard the twang of bows as multiple arrows were sent flying in her direction, raining down on her from above. Dylan expected to feel their piercing shafts, sure she'd met her end, until each of the arrows shattered against a transparent shield that bloomed over her head. Saffron had arrived, along with Envis. Saffron kept her shield around Dylan as she leapt off her horse, changing into a griffin and taking to the skies. Saffron did what she was known for, and turned the canyon into a bloodbath, using her talons and beak to rip crimsons to shreds as their gruesome cries ignited the desert air. There was a flash of pink wings from above as Savannah arrived, dispatching crimsons by use of her staff. Envis pulled his horse next to Dylan, and he looked furious. "Lass, what the hell were you thinking, not staying with us?" he demanded. "It was foolhardy for you and Devin to run off like that." She wasn't listening. Dylan became cold as she remembered the body on the back of the horse, imagining all the horrible things that could have been done to the poor soul who'd been captured. The hostage. "Dylan?" He couldn't stop her. She'd already taken off. Dylan urged Syrah ahead, turning the corner of a rock face to follow the trail of the now missing leader. Envis rushed to canter his horse after her. Only a few paces beyond the next rock formation, Dylan saw the body. It was laid out on the ground, having fallen from the back of the gray stallion. Dylan's insides twisted in fear when she saw it, until she gave a sigh of relief when she saw the bundle move. "They're still alive!" Dylan jumped off her horse before Syrah had even come to a stop. She rolled to take the fall, then skidded to her knees beside the hostage, who was breathing raggedly. Dylan went to pull back the cloak that was wrapped around their face. "It's okay. You're gonna be all right now." Dylan's heart stuttered, and her voice became tangled against her tongue as she realized she recognized the person lying tied up on the ground. Dylan hadn't seen her in years, but the visage was unmistakable. She found tears welling up in her eyes as she perceived a woman whose brown hair and pale visage matched Tristan's. "Suzanne?" Dylan asked, gasping as she said the name. The woman weakly opened her dark eyes. "Cousin," she whispered, "I finally found you." Chapter 6. A Promise Not Easily Kept. Suzanne's face was streaked with blood, and despite the heat, she shivered under the cloak she was wrapped in. Although Dylan hadn't spoken to her since she'd gone to college 11 years ago, she knew with certainty that this was her cousin. Suzanne looked incredibly like Tristan, resembling him so much it brought Dylan flashbacks of the night he died. Dylan shoved those painful memories aside as she unwound the cloak from Suzanne's form. She was wearing a prisoner's uniform, her hands and ankles bound by ropes. Let's get these off of you, Dylan said, and she cut the binds with her katana. Suzanne rubbed her wrists as Dylan asked, "What's going on? How did you end up here?" "I seek shelter from the cloaked flame," Suzanne pleaded. "Please, give me sanctuary among you. As your cousin and blood, I beg you to take me into the protection of the palace." "Why did they kidnap you, Suzanne?" Dylan asked gently, laying a hand on her back. Suzanne winced at the contact, and Dylan pulled her hand away, scolding herself. She could have injuries. She shouldn't be touching her until they knew for certain she was okay. They tortured me for information, trying to discover anything I knew about you. When I refused to tell them anything, they began having conversations about how to use me as bait. I overheard their leader saying they could use me to get to you," she breathed. Guilt contorted Dylan from the inside out. She was the cloaked flame's target. Of course, they'd look for any possible avenues to get to her. Poor Suzanne had probably been minding her business and living her life when the cloaked flame had kidnapped her, just like they'd kidnapped so many other innocent people. "You're safe now. No one will hurt you if I'm here, Suzanne," Dylan said, helping her to sit up. A visage of pain crossed Suzanne's eyes as Dylan said her name once more. "Please, cousin, call me Xana," she begged weakly. "It's the name I wish to be called by now. I can't bear to hear the same name that once left Tristan's lips. It became impossible after I lost everything." Dylan's heart broke all over again at the mention of Tristan. This new identity was certainly something that was important to her. "Okay, Xana. But what do you mean? What have you lost?" "I can't tell you everything now. It's not safe, and we need to get away from these monsters." Xana gave a shudder. "You have no idea what they're capable of, and the news I have to give you is anything but happy. It's better if I wait. I'll tell you everything when we're safely inside the city." Dylan knew she was right. They were exposed out here, and the Crimsons could come back at any time. She put a hand on Xana's arm, raising her lightly. "This is your cousin?" Envis asked gently, helping Dylan to set her upright. "Yes, and it looks like she's hurt. We need to get her back to Rhodian as soon as possible." Dylan helped Xana to stand. "Do you know the identity of their leader or any of the people who work for them?" Envis pressed as Xana wavered on her feet. "Envis," Dylan said, telling him to back off. Xana didn't need to be interrogated right now. Couldn't he see that she needed to rest? "No, it's all right," Xana argued. "I want to help. I don't know much. I was kidnapped a few days ago and kept in a holding cell. Where? I'm not sure. I could overhear the leader sometimes when he talked to his men, but not often. Mostly, it was about the plan to lure you into the canyon, to kill you. I'm sorry that I don't know who they are." "So the leader is a male?" Envis persisted. "Envis!" Dylan shot him a glare, and he shut his mouth. Dylan boosted Xana onto Sierra's back, then swung on behind her. "Let's go." They returned to the desert, where they found the others. Taladin had been helping Devin take down the rest of the Crimsons. Bodies lay scattered all around. The Crimsons that hadn't been defeated had clearly run off. Savannah and Saffron joined them, along with all the horses. Each of the Rhodi turned as Dylan approached. "Suzanne?" Devin's eyes widened behind his glasses as he took her in. "Is that really you?" "It's Xana now," Dylan explained. "Your cousin?" Saffron tilted her head in a bird-like way. "Yes, the cloaked flame took her hostage to get to me," Dylan replied. Taladin's eyes flashed. "And you went after her?" Tavanna silenced him by slicing her hand through the air. "Taladin? Later." Tavanna approached Xana. "I'm sorry for what you went through, but any family of Dylan and Devin's is a part of ours." "Thank you," Xana replied. "I hope I didn't cause too much trouble for you." "Of course not," Dylan said immediately, sending a darkened glance at Taladin. He noticed and frowned. Tavanna went to mount up her horse. Back to the city, immediately. They hurried back to the stables as quickly as they could. Dylan didn't relax until they were past the city gates, but even behind Rhodian's walls, she wasn't sure how safe things were. The cloaked flame could be within the city, and if they were hiding here, how long until they made their next move? They handed their horses off to the servants once they got to the stables, in a hurry. Gasps and whispers traveled all around when people spotted all of them were covered in blood, and with a newcomer. Leanna's face fell, but Joshua gushed,
"Wow, I can't wait for when I can fight people."
When they entered the hospital wing, the healers wanted to tend to Xana right away.
"I promise I'll tell you everything once they set me free,"
Xana vowed. "It can wait. Go get better," Devin insisted. Xana limped off with the healers. Dylan went to follow her, but Taladin snagged her shoulder. "Dylan, we need to talk." Dylan rolled her eyes. "For Rhodi's sake." Her family escorted her to Tavanna's quarters, where Taladin immediately went into a meltdown.
What were you thinking?
He hissed.
Going in alone, without backup. You should have hung back and waited for us to catch up before you pursued the target.
I didn't have a choice. If I waited, I wouldn't have gotten to the hostage in time, Dylan said forcefully.
Then their leader lured you into a trap and the plan almost worked,
Taladin shouted.
Don't you understand what might have happened? You could have been killed.
Sounds like the life I signed up for. Dylan cocked out a hip. Protect the weak. Put my life on the line to save others. Seems like I was just honoring my vows.
You aren't just any Rhodi. You're the princess of Rhodian. You are valuable.
Taladin smacked his fist into his open palm.
People are going to do whatever they can to get to you, which means you can't do as you please and go running off.
What good is all this power if I can't use it to help others, especially the people I care about? Dylan demanded.
He does have a point, sister, Saffron offered. If I hadn't been there to cast my shield, those arrows certainly would have ended you.
Arrows?
Taladin squeaked, and Dylan winced.
You were shot at?
Dozens of arrows, actually. Would have stuck her like a pincushion if I didn't stop it,
Saffron said, and Taladin turned white. But your shield did save me, so nothing happened, Dylan rebuked. Can't we just be thankful that Xana is alive? What, did you want me to hang back and let an innocent person die? I had to make a split-second decision to save a life, so I did. Isn't that what you taught me, or was that just made-up crap that sounds pretty but doesn't really mean anything? Taladin's face fell, and Tavanna rushed to say, We're happy your cousin is here with us. But Taladin's right. You can't make hasty decisions like that. Remember we talked about utilizing the people around you to do the work for you? But there wasn't any time to wait. Dylan glanced at her brother to back her up. Devin appeared conflicted. You probably did the right thing, because if you didn't, Xana wouldn't be alive. But Taladin and Tavanna are right too. I feel guilty. I told you to pursue the target. What's done is done, Tavanna noted. But since Xana is here, I think we need to have someone watch her. Are you serious? She's our cousin, Devin said angrily. The cloaked flame might have put her under some kind of magic that could be dangerous to us that she's not aware of. Until we're certain she hasn't been cursed or manipulated, we need to watch her, Tavanna insisted. The cloaked flame has magic we can't understand, and until we know for sure Xana isn't being used as a weapon, it's the smart thing to do. I'll assign Yuki to trail her, just to make sure nothing is going on. He can be her escort around the palace until she gets used to things. Devin crossed his arms, but didn't argue further. Dylan was a princess, so she understood. All precautions had to be taken. Taladin went to add more, but Tavanna cut him off by adding, Everyone's safe, and we need to be grateful for that. Now, I think it's best if we all took a moment to calm down.
the twins can talk to their cousin this evening. Hopefully she knows more about the cloaked flame than we do.
Taladin pushed the door open a little harder than he should have as he stormed out. Dylan knew he was only worried about her and terribly upset that today could have gone worse than it had. But couldn't he stop being overdramatic, if only for a moment or two? She was fine. Nothing had happened. She was an adult and a master in her own right. She could handle herself. He needed to accept that and stop acting like she was still a little girl. Dylan didn't feel like talking to anyone else, so she went to her quarters. Envis followed her, and she scoffed as he shut the door behind them. Can you believe how ridiculous Taladin is being?
For once, me and your dad agree on something, Envis snapped. I'm bloody pissed, lass.
Dylan gaped before she shook out her hair and said,
Well, sorry you don't like it, but I saved a life today.
What about your life?
Envis's eyes watered, and he went to grasp her hands in his.
Sometimes you can be a little reckless. You don't think that your life matters as much as the lives of other people, so you take more risks than you should to save them instead of saving yourself. I get concerned that I'm going to lose you every day.
You're never going to lose me, Envis, she said softly.
I put myself at risk, but it was for someone who needed me. If you, or Taladin, or Devin, or anyone else I cared about was in the line of fire, I'd gamble it all to bring you home. I'm not going to be a coward when someone is in danger, not when I have the power to stop it.
Envis gave a teary smile. Aye, lass, you're brave. But sometimes I wish you were a little less so. I wouldn't worry so much. He wrapped her in a shaky hug. Dylan embraced him back, and a small bit of remorse hit her. She didn't regret that she'd saved Xana, but she supposed that she did need to be more careful next time. She did things without thinking, and with the cloaked flame around, that kind of thing could get her killed. Just promise me you won't keep putting yourself in danger. Because if you keep playing with fire, one day you won't be able to scrape by without consequences, he whispered, and I don't want to pay them. Nothing's worth losing you. I promise, she said, and she hugged him tighter. I'll be more careful.
Chapter 7. Secret Vows. Dylan stayed with Envis until that evening, when Xana was released from the hospital. She met with Xana and her brother on the rooftop over the royal quarters. Xana was sitting on a lounge chair by the pool, staring at the water and appearing contemplative underneath the glow of the paper lanterns that hung overhead. She gave a smile that was full of despair as the twins sat across from her.
Hello, cousins.
Xana! Devin gave her a long, firm hug. Xana's arms weakly laid across his back, but Devin embraced her like he worried she'd disappear. Xana's shoulders slumped.
I was given a clean bill of health by the healers. There's nothing wrong with me. At least, not physically. Mentally, they could never fix what I've been through.
You don't have to explain, Dylan said gently. She didn't wish to hear about the torture her cousin had endured under the Cloaked Flames warriors. It had certainly been terrible. Xana, apparently, didn't wish to recount it either, as she said in a hollow tone.
You couldn't understand even if I tried.
Xana fiddled with something around her neck, a lightning bolt necklace, a present Tristan had given her when they were young children years and years ago. Dylan didn't realize she still had it. Xana raised her eyes and said unexpectedly,
Were you with Tristan when he died?
She stated the question like it was something that had been on her mind ever since she'd been reunited with the twins. Devin swallowed a lump in his throat and said, Yes, we were there with him. You should know he didn't die alone. A hint of resentment ached in Xana's tone.
I'm jealous of you two for being there with him instead of me. Did he mention me at all before the end?
In his final moments, Tristan hadn't said anything about his sister. Dylan wasn't sure whether to lie or tell the truth, but Devin quickly said, He spoke of the entire family. He died a true warrior's death. You should be proud of him. Xana stared into the reflection of the pool.
I never got to see Tristan again after I left for school.
Xana sniffed and wiped her nose. All for that stupid college my father forced me to go to. I didn't even graduate. I dropped out after Tristan. She couldn't finish. Xana cleared her throat and said, Anyway, it's not like speaking of the past is going to bring him back. So, what's this news you have to tell us? Dylan asked, already dreading whatever was coming. She knew, without a doubt, it couldn't be good. Although Xana's tone was choked when she spoke of Tristan, her voice became distant as the conversation shifted. I'm sorry you have to find out this way, but my mother and father are dead. They were killed by the cloaked flame. The air was stolen from Dylan's lungs. At her side, her brother was similarly stricken. Uncle Keaton and Aunt Rhonda were dead? After I dropped out of college, I came back to Mom and Dad's house in Adamaris, Xana began. Dad was angry with me for not finishing school, but Mom didn't care very much. She didn't really care about anything anymore, not after my brother died. Xana shrugged. I stayed with them for a while, until one night, the cloaked flame came for us. They captured me, and killed my parents and disposed of the bodies, so they couldn't be found. A couple of tears leaked out of Devin's eyes, more out of shock than anything else. But Dylan managed to maintain her composure. Your parents never wrote back to me after I sent them a letter telling them what happened to Tristan and where his grave was. Dylan replied hollowly. I don't think they wanted to, Xana said. I think they blamed the Rhodi for Tristan's death, and the two of you as well. That hurt Dylan immensely. No matter what had happened, she didn't want anyone to get hurt. I am the last one left of my family, Xana said in a pained way. My brother and parents are gone. I am alone. You're not alone. You have us, Devin said. We're blood. If the three of us are all that's left of our family, then we'll keep fighting for each other so we can make our loved ones proud. Xana nodded. That's all I want, to restore honor to my brother's name. Dylan remained silent as she processed the devastating news. Her grief over her aunt and uncle was complicated. She'd cared for them, but at the same time, they'd taken her and Devin away from Taladin and Tavanna at a time when they needed their masters most. Even so, if they hadn't been taken away, perhaps she and her brother would have ended up in the same situation the adults had been, trapped inside the Hunters Guild with no way out. If her aunt and uncle hadn't insisted on hiding them away, she never would have met Jenna or Envis. The idea that she might have never known or loved Envis created a missing piece in her heart nothing could fill. At the same time, if Rhonda and Keaton hadn't gotten involved, maybe Tristan wouldn't have become a Rhodi, and he wouldn't have fallen in battle. Dylan found she didn't care much that her Uncle Keaton had died. He'd been a blowhard ass who'd insisted on getting his way at all times, and he never listened to the opinions of others. It was no great loss. Her Aunt Rhonda, though, was a different story. It had previously comforted Dylan to know that her mother's identical twin was walking around, still alive in the world. Now, Rhonda was gone. She knew that Rhonda was together with Killam in the life after, but that thought didn't take the ache away. Thinking about what could have been instead of what existed now was always a trap. She'd learned that from her training. Rhodi moved forward with whatever life dealt them, and didn't look back unless it was to reflect and learn. There was nothing more for her to learn from that time in her life, so Dylan diverted the conversation toward the future. We're so sorry for everything you've been through, she said. But now that you're in Rhodian, I want you to know that you're safe here, and you can rebuild your life to be whatever you want it to be. Once you're healed from this pain, you can start over. What do you think you'll do? Devin asked Xana. Xana lifted a corner of her mouth. I have a silly dream, to follow in my brother's footsteps. I know he was younger than me, but now that he's gone, I want to take up the torch that he's no longer able to carry. You want to be a Rhodi? Devin asked in astonishment. I told you it was silly. Xana gave a sigh. I'm almost 30 years old. That's too old to be a student. Rhodi training can begin at any age, Dylan said. If that's what you want to do, we'd be happy to have you in our ranks. We can get you started on the basics, then get to finding you a master to train under. I think I'd like that. Xana lifted a smile that was plagued with misery. Though I don't know how I can become a Rhodi without any magic to offer. I've never cast a spell. I can sense magic inside of you. My craft can feel it, Dylan replied. Can't yours, Devin? Yes, he replied. There's power inside of Xana, though I can't be sure what it is yet. Xana gave a sad laugh. Tristan was the one with magic, not me. I heard his lightning magic was something extraordinary to see. It really was, Devin replied sadly. But your craft resonates too, no matter how small it is, Dylan insisted. I think you'd be a great Rhodi. If you want to get started, you can take your vows right away. I don't want to wait, Xana said. If this is possible for me, I'll start training right away. We can get you started as soon as possible, Dylan said. Tavanna's also assigned you an escort, Yuki. He's here to help you get accustomed to things. Dylan didn't mention Yuki's actual job was to tail Xana around until they were certain she was trustworthy, and hoped Xana wasn't smart enough to catch on. But Xana actually seemed excited as she said, That's great! I was really worried about getting lost in this huge palace and this city I don't know. Having a guide will make things easy. It's a valid concern. The palace is basically its own city in itself. Thousands of servants, government officials, and military commanders live inside its walls. I know me and Dylan got lost all the time when we moved in, Devin replied. Yeah, and the city has millions of people, too, Xana noted. With Yuki's help, hopefully I'll get comfortable quickly. Xana stood. She gave a short bow to the twins and said, I don't wish to linger in my grief. If there's something I can do to better the world, then I'm going to do it by becoming a Rhodi, so I can help people. I'm sorry we can't speak longer, but all this talk of the past. Xana's eyes became misty, and she wiped away tears with the heel of her hand as she choked out. I can't take it. I need to become someone new to survive. If I want to start right away, I should probably get to bed. Do you have somewhere to sleep? Dylan asked. You can stay with me tonight if you want. Xana appeared to contemplate the idea before she said, Your queen informed me there was a spare room not far from hers in the same hall. I think I'll be fine there. Besides, I need some time alone to process everything that's happened. Dylan frowned, knowing Tavanna had placed Xana there because there were a ton of guards in that quarter of the palace at all times, so Xana wouldn't be able to sneak around without being spotted. Her master was being paranoid. Xana sighed wearily. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I'm going to bed so I can get some rest and start my training in the morning. Under her breath, she muttered, Then I'll get revenge on those bastards who did this to me. Xana spun on her heel and left. The twins were left lonesome in her absence. Poor Xana. I feel so bad for her, Devin muttered. We lost our parents, but at least we have each other. Xana doesn't even have Tristan anymore, and what's worse, she lost him first. I know, but we'll do everything we can for her now that she's here, Dylan replied. I was looking for revenge when I became a Rhodi, too. She'll soon learn there's a better way. Agreed. Being a Rhodi is going to change her life. Devin grasped his sister's hand and held it tight. It'll be hard at first, but we'll make sure this city becomes her home. No matter what, we aren't giving up on her. Chapter 8. The Midnight Race. There were paper cranes everywhere. A sea of origami flowers weaved around his legs as the purple sky floated above him. Devin turned in place, savoring the sight of the paper cranes that were blotting out the clouds. He held out his hand, and a paper crane landed on his palm, fluttering its wings. He lifted it upward, and it flew into the sky, bending and twisting as it went. She'd loved paper cranes. They appeared everywhere here, this place mimicking her personality as it changed to suit her spirit. The dream state grew more beautiful every day. He never wanted to leave it. Devin wandered throughout the paper flowers, searching for the one his soul loved. He saw her at a distance. Her blonde hair weaved in the wind, and her blue eyes shone as she folded another paper grain, humming a soft song. "Nellie," he whispered. He reached out his hands as he whispered her name, breaking into a run. Nellie looked up, but when she saw him coming, she gave a small frown. She threw the paper crane into the sky, and it took flight. Nellie turned, drifting away as her gown skimmed the origami flowers. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't catch up to her. She was moving so slowly, and him so quickly, but she always remained ahead. Paper flower petals began whirling around him in a wicked windstorm, cutting into his cheeks. "Nellie!" Devin called out again, but he tripped, falling into the abyss as the whirl of paper cranes followed him down. Devin awoke with a start, though he wished he hadn't. He blinked a few times before he rolled onto his back, pushing away the pillow he'd been holding, and sat up. He reached for his glasses, putting them on and sighing as he hung his head. He could never catch her. She always ran just out of his reach. In the same melancholy way he did every morning, Devin got out of bed, showered, and got ready for work. His thoughts, always, were plagued with the dream state and what he might do to be able to catch Nellie next time. At first, she'd come to him so easily, but in the past few years, she'd been avoiding him, and he couldn't figure out why. They couldn't talk in the dream state, and never had, because it wasn't really her. The dream state was just reflecting the piece of her that his sister had taken to repair the magical world. But at least he'd been able to touch her before, look at her all he wanted. Now, the dream state didn't even want to give him that. Devin, if he were to admit freely, despised living. He carried out his daily duties and did what he had to do, just so he could get to his bed as quickly as possible at the end of the day and return to the dream state, where he figured he belonged. The dream state was only a mirror of Nellie, but a mirror was better than nothing at all, so that's where he chose to linger, in a place where he was neither living nor dying. It'd gotten out of hand the first year Nellie had been gone. When he'd been sleeping for 18 hours a day, every day, Savannah had put a stop to it. She pulled him aside and gently told him that lingering in the dream state was hurting him more than it was helping. Devin didn't want to worry her or the other Rhodi either. He supposed his grief had become bothersome to other people, so he kept it to himself and didn't ask for help. He limited himself to 8 hours of sleep now, so no one got suspicious, though he was certain Savannah had to know what he was up to. Let her. She couldn't change it, and he didn't want her to. He'd always been an early riser, so he got to the Rhodian library before anyone else did, except for the old masters, who were so ancient Devin was certain they'd been around since Desmodondre had founded the Rhodi themselves. Devin felt his shoulders relax as he took in the smell of old books, and the sight of battered tomes that had existed for centuries lining the prim and perfect walls. At least here, he could be distracted. He didn't think about Nellie when his eyes were locked on text scrawled across a page, and that was the only time. The library was massive. It was the biggest library that existed in all of Crescentia, and had over 100 million books, scrolls, and manuscripts in its collection. There was always plenty to do, so Devin was never bored. He spent his morning cataloging new editions that had come in, before he worked on writing a research paper. It was supposed to be a summary of the 100-page text written in ancient Rhodian that Jenna had translated, but Devin had to admit the project wasn't going well. "Jenna?" Devin grumbled, scowling at her messy handwriting. It was hard enough to decipher what she was saying without having to deal with her sloppy cursive. He squinted to read closer.
In this version of ancient Rhodian documents, which is not as interesting as the last set, may I tell you, the ancestral Rhodi masters describe a set of galleons that were under the former Rhodian's commandment,
Sailing ships or whatever. I don't really know what they're called. The text isn't so clear, but I guess pirates took them over? The pirates stole the ships, and Rhodian's forces went to take them back, and... Oh, look, a very cute bug. It's crawling across my paperwork. How adorable.
He shook his head and set her words aside. Jenna was a genius interpreter, but she worked like she talked. Putting her translations into a cohesive idea was far from an easy task. Devin had begged her to start typing her translations up, but Jenna insisted she worked on the fly, and a normal journal written in pink cursive the old-fashioned way would have to be good enough for him. "You don't need to work so hard, boy," an old master ground out as he hobbled by. "You're young. Take some time to enjoy life. Have lunch in the gardens, or some tea by the fire." Devin ignored him. He kept working on deciphering Jenna's scribblings until he gave up and did things he considered more productive, such as restoring historic objects for the museum, analyzing data about the population of the former Rhodian, and reading a new dissertation that had just been published on crafting abilities in new generations of upcoming Rhodi. The article was over 20 pages long and took up the rest of his time to get through. The day had grown late, and he was one of the last researchers left in the library. He hadn't eaten breakfast, and he'd skipped lunch, too. Anything that wasn't working was uncomfortable to Devin. He was past his time on the clock, but even so, he didn't want to leave the library. Work was his safe place, and it was Friday, which meant he'd have a whole weekend to do nothing but with her. The minute he left, he knew he'd be plagued with thoughts of her, and that was the last thing he wanted to torment himself with. Tavanna had caught him asking for overtime last week and had strictly commanded the elder masters who ran the library not to allow Devin to work more than a standard schedule. Tavanna had tried talking to him about it afterward, but he'd ducked away and not let her get a word in about it at any other time. The library was going to close soon, but Devin was determined to get one last book read and cataloged before he left for the day. Even so, he found his mind wandering and becoming unfocused, no doubt due to his empty stomach, though he refused to admit it. The words on the parchment paper melded together as Devin became immersed in his thoughts. He was so incredibly lonely. He had been for a few years now. His grief had been enough to sustain him in the beginning, but he found he struggled to live off of it these days. It made him profoundly guilty to admit. He loved Nellie so much, even now. He lived and breathed for her even though she was long gone. But he hadn't experienced a single adult romantic relationship, and he'd be lying if he said it didn't pain him to face facts. He was tired of being single and alone. At the same time, he felt ashamed at the thought of letting Nellie go, even though she wasn't here to comfort him or tell him it was okay to move on. The idea of finding another girlfriend, or even being interested in someone else, was like betraying her memory, or saying that he'd never loved her at all, wasn't it? Even so, the last time he'd been in love, he'd been a teenager, and what he'd lost had crippled his heart. Devin thought he was built only to love one person, and didn't have room for anyone else. He was committed to a dead girl he couldn't have, and figured he would be for the rest of his life.
"So, you just gonna stare at that book, or do you feel like checking me out?"
Devin lifted his head. A fiery jolt started at his head and ran down the length of his spine as he looked up. A girl his age stood on the opposite side of his desk, a hand on her hip and a playful smile on her lips. Her blonde hair was long and hung loosely to her hips. She wore a dark beanie that was covered by a pair of golden goggles. Her dark tank top had a few holes where dark mesh poked through, and her leather shorts had chains hanging off the sides. A thigh bag with straps that went around her leg and waist held a few wayward tools that were poking out the top. Her ripped fishnet leggings and combat boots were covered with some kind of motor oil. Devin noticed she had the most beautiful pair of blue eyes, with crinkles at the edges when she smirked. She was definitely a Rhodi. He felt her craft resonating from across the desk so strongly it nearly knocked him off his chair. The girl cocked a thin eyebrow as she leaned onto his desk. She wore fingerless gloves, which spread across the papers he'd been looking at. I've been standing here for 5 minutes. Whatever you're reading must be pretty interesting. Devin fumbled to stand. Of course. What can I help you with? I need to check out a book on ancient Rhodian inventions. Explosives, actually. Turn-of-the-century stuff, she explained. Devin felt his mouth go dry. I know exactly where that is. I have just the book in mind. Follow me. He led the way down a maze of shelves. He heard her boots thudding as she followed him, and as she drew close, Devin realized she smelled like cinnamon. He tried not to grow red as his eyes scanned the shelves for what he was looking for. I haven't seen you around the library before, the girl said as she leaned against a pillar. Mind introducing yourself? Devin, he said. He went to give her a quick bow, but she stuck her hand out to grasp his instead and didn't ask for his permission in doing so. As they shook hands, Devin noticed that her fingers were thin, dotted with calluses. He liked how warm it felt, and he berated himself as he pulled his hand back. Ah, you're the Queen's kid, aren't you? She asked coyly. He liked that she called him that. Yeah, I just got assigned to the library. As interesting a job as any. I'm Raina. I work as a mechanical engineer in the crafting hall, she explained. I like making new things. My specialty is fusing magic into mechanics. That's my crafting ability. I'm always tinkering with some new invention. That sounds fascinating. Devin was immediately intrigued. I'm looking for new ideas. She bit her bottom lip, and Devin did his best not to ogle at her doing so. Sometimes, looking at an old place for new ideas is the best way to spice things up. Well, this should help you out. He pulled the book down from the shelf and laid it into her hands. She grinned as she took in the cover, and Devin felt a very tiny part of himself heal. It felt nice to be useful again, particularly to a woman. This is perfect, she said. I really appreciate it. You have no idea how excited I was when I walked in and saw a young guy behind the counter. Most of the time when I come in here, the old men talk my ear off. I was here for hours last time, just nodding my head while they prattled on. Don't have to worry about that with me, he shrugged. I'm pretty quiet. Maybe I'd like to sit down and have a conversation with you, she replied, batting her eyelashes. You look like you have some pretty interesting things to say. Devin tried to respond, but found he'd gone speechless. Raina waved goodbye with the book in hand, weaving her hips. See you later, glasses. The air still smelled like cinnamon after she left. Devin was left dumbstruck in her wake, which quickly ended when Tito poked his head out behind a shelf.
Who was the steampunk goth?
Tito asked.
Seems like a chick you'd be into.
Nobody, just someone who came in looking for help, he answered crossly.
Oh!
Tito cooed.
You like her, don't you?
Why are you even here? Devin asked irritably. You can't read.
I can so,
Tito burst. I can too.
You correcting my grammar isn't going to get you off the hook. I overheard that girl. She was flirting with you.
She was not, Devin grumbled. Like I said, why are you here? We all know you aren't looking for a book because you don't know what that is.
Screw you! You weren't walking around the palace and your shift ended 2 hours ago. Tavanna told me to check if you were still here, and you are. I figured you were overworking yourself again. Everyone's gonna be so relieved when they hear the real reason you've been hanging around work. You've got some honey looking to string your bow.
If I go back to the palace with you, will you please shut up? Devin pleaded.
Sure,
Tito brightened.
Just so long as you give me all the details on who your new girlfriend is.
Previously, Devin didn't comprehend why his sister felt the need to get violent with Tito, but he certainly understood why now. The rest of Devin's weekend was fairly uneventful. He got rid of Tito by the time they'd made it back to the palace, and spent his evening holed up in his apartment, reading the new release by his favorite author he'd purchased the day before. He'd bought a new video game last week, but though he'd tried to start it several times already, he found he couldn't get into it, so he remained sucked into the book. Around 8, Tavanna sent him a tray of food, a bowl of katsudon the servants dropped off. He felt guilty, so he ate it, and didn't admit to himself that he felt better once doing so. On Saturday, his sister dragged him out with their friends in the city, and he didn't split up from the group until the sky was getting dark. He'd already blazed through the 700-page book he'd started last night, and was back to pre-order the next one the following day. Despite trying, Devin found he couldn't sleep, so he spent the rest of the night at the 24-hour bookstore downtown, drinking coffee and racing through the pages of whatever caught his attention in the sci-fi and fantasy section. On Sunday morning at dawn, he stumbled out of the bookstore and back to his bed, where he fell asleep for a few hours before getting up and heading to the training arena. Despite completing their training, all Rhodi masters needed to keep in shape and continue practicing their skills in order to be ready for battle at all times. Like most masters, Devin did his best to train for at least a few hours every day. He practiced gymnastics, lifted weights, drilled martial arts on a dummy, and ran around the track within the palace's training arena before practicing archery for hours on end until his arm was sore. His shots hit the bullseye every time. Time and again, throughout the entire weekend, Devin found his thoughts wandering to Reyna, who'd walked out of his life just as quickly as she'd entered. She probably won't come into the library again, Devin thought grumpily. A cool girl like her doesn't read. She gets nerdy guys like me to do the research for her. Even so, Devin was hoping more than he'd admit that Reyna would show back up in the library on Monday, even if she didn't speak to him, just so he could get a chance to see her again. Devin sighed as he wrapped up his workout and went to his room to shower and change. It'd been pleasant, but now he was on to more dreadful obligations. And that obligation was waiting for him outside of the palace gates the moment he stepped through them. "Devin!" A dark-haired young man with rosy apple cheeks waved him down, pushing through the crowd of Rhodi to get to him. Sorry, he apologized as he went, stepping on people's feet. "Clumsy me." The young man panted as he stopped at Devin's side. "Hey, Harmony," Devin uttered, shoving his hands in his pockets. Tavanna's biological son, Harmony, had moved to Rhodian with his adoptive parents once the war with the Hunters Guild was over. He was a few months older than the twins, but Devin secretly thought that out of the two of them, Harmony was the more immature one. When he'd been reunited with Tavanna and Ray, Harmony had done his best to become one of the family. Everyone else had accepted Harmony immediately. After 8 years, Devin was still warming up to him. Harmony didn't feel that way about Devin, however. In fact, Devin was the person Harmony appeared to like the most, and he'd latched onto him the moment they'd been introduced. Somehow, Devin found that agreeing to hang out with Harmony every once in a while just to be polite had turned into going somewhere with Harmony every single weekend. Devin desperately wanted to get out of it, but he didn't desire to disappoint Tavanna, so he played along. Tavanna was very excited both of them appeared to be so close, and letting her down would be harder than enduring Harmony's endless escapades, so he allowed Harmony to tote him wherever he desired.
"Ready for Super Bro Sunday?"
Harmony all but cheered. Harmony liked to call their get-togethers Super Bro Sunday. It was unequivocally annoying to Devin. "If you are," Devin strained out. "There's a drone race at the stadium tonight. It's going to be so awesome," Harmony raved. "Sounds all right." At least Harmony always picked interesting things to do. Devin was never bored, just irritated he had to show up. The stadium was packed when they got there, but as part of the royal family, Harmony and Devin had special privileges. There was a box seat at the front of the stadium that was reserved for Tavanna's family, and they went through a secret back entrance to get there, sitting in the front row over the stadium's interior. An attendant came to serve them, carrying a box of ice and cold drinks. "Would you two like anything?" "2 brewskis for me and my brother," Harmony said, swinging his arm around Devin's shoulder. Devin scowled as the attendant said, "Aw, that's sweet. I wish my boys got along as well as you two. It must be nice to have such close siblings." Devin grumpily thought that the only sibling he was close to, and that he had, was his twin sister, but Harmony beamed and replied, "Sure is. Devin's the best brother I could ask for." "You two are adorable," the attendant said, handing them their drinks. "Have fun at the game." Harmony continued to lean on Devin as he drank his beer. Devin didn't comment. He could do without Harmony hanging on him everywhere he went. Harmony was a touchy guy, and Devin, well, having physical contact with anyone but his sister and Tavanna made him profoundly uncomfortable. Felt too real. Before the game started, Devin tried to make small talk. "How are you and your, boyfriend?" Devin asked, already forgetting the guy's name. "Oh, we broke up," Harmony said glumly. "He wanted to see other people, apparently without telling me, I guess." Devin frowned, truly feeling bad for him. "That's terrible. I'm really sorry." "Yeah, it was the worst," Harmony said, before he brightened. "But I've got a fun date planned with a cute girl soon, so it's all for the best. One day I'll find the right dude or dudette. It's all a matter of perspective." Harmony beamed. Devin didn't know how he kept such a positive attitude, until he reminded himself there wasn't much in Harmony's brain to drag him down besides. After all, he'd be happy all the time, too, if his thoughts were as empty as Harmony's had the tendency to be. The drone race started. Devin watched in interest as the drones flew through the targets and obstacles at high speed to get to the finish. One of the drones that zoomed by did flips and tricks as it went, and Devin looked down to the competitor's box to see who was controlling it. It was Reyna. She was competing in the drone race, and she was winning. Her drone flew faster than all the others as she crossed the finish line, and she high-fived a friend that was standing at her side. Devin felt a blush creep over his neck that he attempted to hide, but Harmony said, "Bro, you feeling sick? You don't look so good." "It's just hot in here," Devin blurted. Reyna looked up by chance and saw Devin sitting in the seat above her. She grinned wickedly, sticking out the tip of her tongue in a playful way, and Devin nearly died right there. There were a few more races after the first. Reyna didn't win all of them, but she won most. After the event was over, Devin grabbed Harmony and attempted to leave quickly. But before they could get out of the stadium, he bumped into the one person he'd been trying to avoid. "Whoa!" Reyna said, stumbling back. Devin was forced to reach out to grab her so she didn't fall, and ended up pulling her forward. He yanked her a little too hard, and they were chest to chest, eyes locking as her lips nearly collided with his by accident. He hadn't been so close to someone in such a long time, and it made his stomach wiggle. He took a step back and said, "Sorry, didn't see you there." "You stalking me, glasses?" Reyna teased. He swallowed. "Just came to watch the race. I didn't know you'd be here." She stuck her hands in her pockets and tilted her head. "I like drones, video games, robot combat, anything with gears, really. Makes me a bit of a nerd, huh?" Devin thought that made her sound perfect, but all he managed to say was, "Pretty cool, if you ask me." "As long as you think so. You're the coolest guy around," she teased, and she lightly punched his shoulder. Devin wanted to beg her, "Touch me again," but he cleared his throat and uttered, "We're actually in a hurry. Sorry we can't stay." "Busy guy." She stuck the tip of her tongue out again, and it drove him wild. "Just make some time for me when I come into the library next, okay?" He gave a nervous laugh. "You can count on it." Before she could say anything else, Devin bolted. He hurried out the door so quickly that Harmony almost failed to keep up. "You know that girl?" Harmony asked curiously. Devin didn't know how to respond. He immediately tried writing his feelings off. He had been thinking about moving on, so his mind had attached itself to the first girl he'd seen afterward. Whatever was going on with him when it came to Reyna, it wasn't real. He couldn't allow it to be. Devin shook his head, forcing Reyna out of his thoughts. "No, let's go to dinner." Everyone in the family was typically busy throughout the week and was on different schedules. But every Sunday night, the entire family got together in Tavanna's dining room to eat together. It was a tradition that had never been broken. And as much as Devin liked the family meals, he wished that Harmony wasn't at them. Devin felt like he'd earned his place among the family, but Harmony had just walked in expecting to take his spot. But at least he wasn't a Rhodi and never would be. Devin felt his jealousy abate a little at that thought. Almost everyone else was already at the dinner table. Dylan was cozied up to Envis at the end. Those two always looked adorable wherever they went, and it put Devin at ease. Saffron and Jenna were having a very loud discussion where neither of them were listening, only talking. Tito wrestled with Joshua in the corner while Leanna set the table. Santa didn't show up to the meal. She'd been invited, but Devin knew that this was all a little much for her. She'd work her way into the family like the rest of them had in time, Devin was sure. Tavanna's husband gave a kindly nod to Devin as he entered, and Devin nodded back. Ray's expression beamed when he saw Harmony enter, and got up to give him a massive hug. Devin did his best to ignore it. Devin liked Ray, and he could understand why Tavanna had married him. He and Ray had enjoyed an array of intellectual discussions over the years about things like philosophy and science, which Devin had thoroughly enjoyed. There weren't a lot of people who could understand his analytical mind, but Ray did, and Devin found that he often had good ideas. Ray wasn't so much a father figure to him, or any type of dad, as he was a cool older man that Devin liked to bounce theories off of. He had no bad feelings when it came to Ray, because he was a smart man who was a good king. Ray made Tavanna happy, and he protected her, which was very important to Devin. He couldn't be around to defend his master at all times, and he didn't necessarily trust the guards around the palace to do the job properly, because nobody loved Tavanna like Devin did, though he wouldn't say so out loud. But Ray was close enough, and he was a strong warrior, so Devin agreed he was acceptable. Harmony, though, he irritated Devin to the highest degree. Harmony was completely magically inept, with no talent or craft whatsoever. He was clumsy, loud, and slow on the uptake. He didn't show potential in much of anything. It was hard to believe that Harmony was really Tavanna and Ray's son, because he was nothing like them. Even so, Harmony was such a kind and open-hearted person that it was hard to find anything wrong with him. Ironically, that made Devin dislike him even more.
Harmony!
Joshua yelled, and he wriggled out of Tito's grasp to run to his cousin. He jumped into Harmony's arms, and the young man spun the little boy around as he giggled rapturously. Devin hadn't realized before how much Harmony looked like Taladin, but seeing him side by side with Joshua, the resemblance was unmistakable. Joshua had darker skin, a shade that came from Leanna's tone, but Joshua definitely took after his father, and that made him nearly identical to his cousin. Harmony was practically a younger copy of his uncle. So many of his facial characteristics were similar to Taladin's. Well, Harmony is Taladin's nephew, Devin thought, but a blaze of bitterness ignited in him besides. He didn't share anything of Tavanna's, not her light skin, blue eyes, or any of her features. It was very clear wherever they went that he had been a student of hers, and not her child. Smoke began to rise from the door of the connecting room, along with the sound of swearing. Tavanna gave the staff the night off on Sundays, so all the adults cooked together. It usually resulted in Taladin and Tavanna arguing in the kitchen. Devin didn't feel like being around Harmony, so he went to see if he could help. "Tal, you put those on too early. They're going to be overcooked," Tavanna complained as she stirred a pot of borscht. She glared at a mess of kebabs on the stove, which were starting to burn.
Overcooked my ass. I'm not the one who insisted on making a traditional Alistanian dish this weekend. The food was the only good thing about the shithole we grew up in, not that we ever had any, Taladin rebutted. "I need you to start boiling the dumplings for the paprikash," Tavanna insisted. "They aren't going to cook themselves." "I am cooking, woman!"
Taladin bellowed, gesturing to the blackened kebabs. Without saying anything, Devin filled a pot of water and put it on the stove. Tavanna noticed and relaxed. "Thank you, dear," Tavanna said in relief. "Now dinner won't be late."
It'd be earlier if you'd gotten the cucumber salad ready hours ago, like I told you, Taladin grumbled.
Devin enjoyed the backdrop of their bickering. They'd done so nearly every day when they'd made meals together at their house back in Eros, and it reminded him of fonder days. The fire alarm went off, and Taladin waved a hand towel at it. Harmony's laugh echoed through the door, and Devin frowned. Tavanna came up beside him. Harmony was very excited that you guys went to the drone races today. Uh-huh. She smiled. I'm so glad he's getting out of the house. You two get along well. I don't get why he still lives with his adoptive parents, Devin complained as he put food onto a serving tray. He's 26. He's a late bloomer, Tavanna noted fondly. He'll find his own place when he's ready. Devin scowled. After everything was ready, he helped to carry the rest of the food into the dining room. They look a little crisp, huh, Tal? Ray teased as Taladin brought out the kebabs. I didn't see you in there to help, Taladin snapped back. A grin widened across Ray's face. Well, I suppose anything you could cook is better than the wet food Rachel was feeding me. You should have stayed a cat, Taladin grumbled. Ray laughed under his breath. Don't you miss being a cat? Jenna questioned curiously. I mean, you were stuck like that for almost 18 years. Didn't you get used to having fur? Well, it was warmer, but otherwise, no, Ray commented. I was unable to do most of the things I wanted to. The only bonus was I could often eavesdrop without being spotted. But I have to say, being a cat for years on end was not my favorite thing. I certainly wouldn't mind, Dylan offered. Yes, you would, if you were stuck that way, Ray said. Even you, Princess. Being an animal is simpler, much less to think about, Dylan objected. You're able to talk in tigress form. Rachel's magic made it so I couldn't use the mind speak to communicate with anyone except other cats, which got profoundly annoying unreasonably quickly, seeing as how they don't care to hold a conversation with anyone they consider beneath them, which is everyone, Ray replied. Why didn't you tell me who you were when we met at Desmodandre's castle before the tower fell? We spoke briefly, Dylan stated. I had lost hope Rachel would lose, and to tell you who I was would have put Tavanna in danger trying to rescue me. She couldn't lift the curse on me anyhow, and I wouldn't be much of a husband while stuck on 4 paws. Ray shrugged. You would have been a fine husband, even as a little kitty, Tavanna purred, and she lovingly reached out to scratch under his beard. Why did you feel you had to stay Rachel's pet? It couldn't have been a pleasant position, Envis commented. Far from it, but I didn't have a choice. She was prone to axing people who didn't behave, so I learned how to, he explained. But I did what I could to slip away every now and then to check on Harmony and to see Tavanna. Out of their sight, of course. I did what I could to help both Taladin and Tavanna when they were being held in Desmodandre's castle, though I had to stop when Rachel nearly caught me. If she had, she would have punished Tavanna severely. Why'd she turn you into a cat? Why not just kill you? Dylan questioned. She was jealous of Tavanna and the love we had for each other, Ray replied simply. It was a bigger victory, in Rachel's eyes, to take me away from Tavanna and keep me as her prisoner, all without Tavanna knowing. It also gave her pleasure to see me suffer rather than take my life. She enjoyed mind games to no end. She certainly did, Tavanna said softly. Taladin stared meekly at his food. What's the best part about being human again? Jenna asked curiously. Being with my wife, certainly. Secondly, not having to use a litter box, Ray joked. Irritating Taladin is a close third. Screw you, Taladin sneered, giving Ray a rude gesture. Ray only laughed harder. As the family began eating, conversation boomed off the walls, though Devin kept his attention on his plate and didn't say much. Everyone shared what they'd done throughout the week, and any news that might have come up in the meantime. Throughout the meal, everyone looked at Dylan and Envis as if expecting some big announcement. Devin knew better, so he concentrated on his food and listened more than he talked, which was what he'd always done.
I got better news than everyone else. I saw Devin with a girl!
Tito yelled. The dinner was brought to a screeching halt. Devin swore that everyone in the room swiveled in their chair at the same time to stare at him. The world could have started turning in the opposite direction, and Devin swore it wouldn't have been as revolutionary news to his family as this. A girl? Savannah lit up brighter than a spotlight.
Is it the same girl we saw at the drone race?
Harmony wondered.
She was kind of hot. You couldn't take your eyes off her.
Devin blushed and mumbled, I recognized her, that's all. Dylan scrambled across the room. She shoved Tito out of his chair to sit by her brother as she asked, A girl? You met a girl? They're 50% of the population, so it's not a rare occurrence, Devin growled, warning her to back off.
A girl you're interested in is,
Dylan pressed.
I saw her. She's tall and wears these wicked goggles. We all know you like blondes.
Tito all but screamed as he got off the floor. Devin ducked his head, and Savannah came to his rescue. Everyone settle down, Savannah said kindly. I'm sure if Devin wants to tell us more, he'll do so when he's ready. Thanks, Mom, Devin muttered. He was well aware his cheeks were burning. He tried to ignore everyone as the dinner went on, which was all but impossible. His sister was staring at him like a cat looking to eat a canary. As soon as dinner was over, she cornered him. Devin, did you really meet someone? Dylan caught him before he entered his apartment, snagging his arm and holding him back. He gave a weary sigh. It was just a girl who came into the library, that's all. He hated how she looked disappointed. Is that all it was? No.
Tito's making it bigger than it is. I saw her at the drone race, and we talked a bit.
Oh, so it is something. Dylan's smile got wider. It's not. He adjusted his glasses and said, I'd rather not talk about it, okay? All right, I'll give you some space. In the meantime, how was Super Bro Sunday? Dylan asked in a tease. Devin threw his hands up.
Ugh, I don't even know why he wants to hang out with me. We're not related.
Hey, I have a sister, Dylan offered. Why can't you have a brother? Saffron's not your sister, she's your partner, Devin said sourly. I consider her my sibling, Dylan argued. We might as well be sisters, or even closer, because of everything we share. Why not get to know Harmony better? He's Savannah's son, after all. You two could get along. Devin silently fumed. He was well aware that Harmony was Savannah's son. I've got you. You're my twin. That's all I need. Devin, nothing is going to take away our bond. The whole world has tried to tear us apart, and it's never pushed us away from each other before, no matter what we've been through. Dylan promised. But it's okay for you to get close to other people too. I don't mind. In fact, it'd be nice if you opened up to people every once in a while. She didn't say more, but Devin heard what she wanted to add. I'd worry about you less. Devin laid in bed that night, staring up at the ceiling. He hadn't even bothered to change out of his day clothes. He wanted to get back to the dream state, back to Nellie. But thoughts of Raina kept plaguing his mind, preventing him from slipping off. I shouldn't be feeling like this. I fell for one girl, and that ended horribly. Nobody else needs to be cursed by me. He turned over on his side, facing the window. Moonlight illuminated the rooftops outside, providing a clear picture. Devin saw a shadow race by his window, so quickly he wondered if he imagined it. With it came the sound of footsteps scampering across the clay roof tiles. That was weird. He got up, opening the window and sticking his head out to see what was going on. He witnessed a figure running across the roof, wearing a black jacket, dark trousers, light sandals, and a hooded cowl, one that completely covered their face. He couldn't tell whether the figure was male or female, but it certainly wasn't a Rhodi. Whoever it was definitely wasn't certified to be here. Devin was concerned this was an assassin sent to harm either his sister or his mother. He wouldn't allow this stranger to touch either. Devin crawled through the window and onto the roof, using his craft to make his body light so he could float above the clay tiles.
He didn't want to let his opponent know he was coming. He had the thought to dispatch this person quickly until he decided it would be better to see where this person led him and what their plan might be. Devin trailed the mysterious figure, hiding behind pillars and taking to the concealment of shadows as the figure glanced behind. The figure leapt from rooftop to rooftop, and Devin followed, until eventually the stranger jumped across the roof to the palace wall, where they slipped into the streets of the city below. This was getting more interesting. Why would someone need to sneak out of the palace instead of into it? Was one of the servants betraying them and ferrying information to the cloaked flame? That had to be it. Devin's curiosity grew more intense as he desired to find out who this was. He slipped down the palace wall himself and trailed the figure at a distance, who was running through the deserted streets of Rhodian as quickly as they could. Devin kept up, turning down alleys and side streets he didn't know. The figure stopped. They looked from left to right before they entered some sort of deserted warehouse on the outskirts of town. Devin was about to enter and see what was going on until he bumped into someone. Ugh! He staggered backward until he felt a firm hand grasp his arm to stop him from falling. You know, I was joking about the stalking thing, but now I'm seriously starting to think you're obsessed, a low voice joked. He squinted to see better in the dim streetlight. Raina? She was standing on the side of the street next to a black motorbike. She had an arm wrapped around a helmet, which balanced on her hip. Hey, I was just coming back from a midnight ride around the city. Sorry I bumped into you, she said. Seems to be a habit of ours. There was a crash from inside the warehouse as the figure exited. Devin grabbed Raina and pulled her behind a corner, pressing them to the wall. Her Rhodi training kicked in, and they held their breath as the figure turned to two crimsons who emerged from behind. Raina's eyes darkened as she recognized the Cloaked Flames' uniforms. She went to move in, but Devin held her back. Wait, he whispered in her ear, and they paused to listen in. Everything's in place, a crimson with a deep voice said, certainly male. What's our next move? The figure said nothing, merely handed the taller warrior a scroll. He unrolled it and read quickly, sounding surprised. Our orders are to take the princess and the queen out at once? Very wise. 2 birds with 1 stone, the other warrior said. That's very risky. 1 at a time would be far easier, the tall warrior argued. Devin wasn't sure what happened, but without warning, the tall warrior gasped, then fell to his knees. He clutched at his heart, and the other 2 stared on. Eventually, the tall warrior breathed raggedly, taking a weak stance. It shall be done. His voice sounded different than before, distant, detached, even. The mysterious figure turned. Before Devin and Raina could hide, the tall man noticed their shadows looming against a corner and pointed. Someone's trailing us, the tall man shouted. Get them, the other crimson cried. Raina didn't waste any time. Come on. Raina shoved her helmet back onto her head and fired up her bike. She yanked Devin on behind her, and he had no choice but to wrap his arms around her middle and hold on tight as Raina revved the bike and took off. The sound of other bikes whirring caught Devin's attention. He glanced behind and saw that the crimsons the figure had been speaking to were following, though the mysterious assassin wasn't anywhere to be seen. They weren't alone. A dozen other riders followed on their bikes, speeding to catch up with Raina. Devin clutched her middle tighter as Raina drove her bike through the streets at a high speed, taking quick turns in an attempt to lose their pursuers. Though they were being chased, Devin felt his heart beating wildly in a great thrill. He loved speed, and going fast was his favorite thing in the world. Riding behind Raina, on a bike that was flying around corners and jetting down tight roads, felt like being alive again. The other riders were gaining, but Raina was an expert rider, and her maneuvering around objects in her path and back alleyways was so skilled that their pursuers were struggling to keep up.
A line of riders on red bikes appeared out of nowhere on the road up ahead, blocking their path. With the Crimsons following behind, Reyna and Devin were boxed in.
Hold on,
Devin heard Reyna say through the mind speak, and his stomach dipped in excitement.
I'm gonna try something crazy.
Reyna veered her bike toward a construction ramp that was propped against the side of an apartment desperately needing repair. She increased her speed and drove the bike up it, launching it into the air. They sailed for a few moments before landing on a nearby rooftop. Reyna drove the bike past the Crimsons left on the ground, leaping her bike from rooftop to rooftop. Devin's heart jumped with every movement, but he wasn't scared for a second. Only so thrilled he was sure Reyna could feel his heartbeat pounding against his chest and through her back. Reyna jumped the bike from the high rooftops down to a house whose roof was 12 feet off the ground. She launched the bike from the house back onto the road, then kicked it into high gear. They drove through the city until they were on the other side of Rhodian, far away from the palace. I think we lost them, Reyna breathed as she brought the bike to a stop and Devin got off. That was pretty messed up, wasn't it? Devin laughed out loud. That was great. Where'd you learn to drive like that? She smirked. School of hard knocks, you could say. She propped her bike up on the kickstand and said, I was really hoping the Crimsons were gone from Rhodian since the Queen increased security around the city, but apparently they're still hanging around and up to no good. She scoffed, as if I want to keep dealing with them. You have experience with the Cloaked Flame? He asked curiously. Reyna gave a bitter noise. Let's just say we have unfinished business. Do you know who they are? Any identities or who their leader might be? She frowned. No, they're as secretive as they've always been. I want to get revenge on them, but it's hard when you don't even know the person you're trying to get revenge on. Devin wanted to know what Reyna had against the Cloaked Flame, but her story sounded personal. He didn't need details, at least not yet. If she was as desperate to destroy the Cloaked Flame as he was, that was good enough for him, at least for now. Whatever they're doing, they plan to kill Devana and Dylan at the same time, and I won't let that happen. From what we overheard, we don't know when or where they're going to attack, only that they're going to, and soon. I have to prevent whatever they're plotting, Devin said. If you're going to stop them, I want in, Reyna insisted. I've got a lot of friends in unexpected places. I know the shadier parts of Rhodian. I can ask my friends to keep an eye out and report back to me if they see anything. Reyna snatched Devin's arm, then rolled up his sleeve. She pulled a black marker out of her pocket and wrote on his skin, saying, Here's my number. Call me right away if you find anything. Devin shivered when her fingers finally let go of his wrist. I'll text you when I get home, so you can get in contact if your friends find something. She cocked out a hip. I'll answer anytime you need me. I'm up pretty late most nights. Sleeping, it's not something that comes easy to me. He found that he was taking her in, and turned away from her to stop himself from doing so. Me either, these days. Reyna checked her watch. I need to get back to my place. My friends are probably worried. I told them I was coming home hours ago, and I didn't. She gave a weary sigh. Before I go, want to ride back to the palace, Glasses? He shook his head. No thanks. I want to stay out here and see what I can find. She laughed. I can't decide if you're brave or dumb. Nobody should be out here with the Cloaked Flame wandering about. He shrugged. I can take care of myself. She winked, and his insides flipped as she replied, I don't doubt that. But maybe you should let someone else take care of you for once. I'd sure be glad to. Then she fired up her bike, swung on, and drove away. Chapter 9. Secret Keepers. You can't fight against me forever. Dylan found herself caught in that strange in-between place that wasn't a part of Crescentia, but not a part of the life after either. Everything was gray around her, and her spirit floated, unsure of which direction to go. Let me out, Dylan raged. You can't keep me here. In 8 years, You have not proven yourself. I've given you time enough, Desmodondre responded, and Dylan was chilled by how cold her voice was. I will rule Crescentia in your stead and bring peace and justice to all. Sister, you're coming around. Dylan felt Saffron's hand on her arm. Dylan blinked, her thoughts clearing as she realized she was back in her own body, sitting at a table in the Tranquility Court. Breakfast was spread out before her, though it had long gone cold. Dylan realized she'd been in a trance. She shook her head in a daze and breathed. Shit, how much time has passed? An hour. I observed you from start to finish, Saffron replied. Dylan suppressed a wave of panic. That's longer than it's ever been before. She's really trying this time. Why is Desmodondre so keen to take your place? Saffron tilted her head inquisitively. She is your past life, simply another piece of your soul, and you are her. Her abilities live inside of you. Why is she fighting to live on this planet in this time period, in your body, instead of just teaching you how to harness your powers for yourself? I don't know. Dylan pulled the ends of her sleeves over her hands and held the fabric balled in her tight fingers. A bad habit as a teenager she'd never gotten rid of. It's like she's saying I'm not worthy. Or not ready, Saffron mused. Perhaps we should start again. I don't want to experiment with my powers. We've tried 100 times, and nothing has happened. I haven't been able to use my love magic since I cast it to stop Rachel, Dylan said in frustration. If I could, I'd end this conflict with the cloaked flame right now. I'd just have to find out who was running it, and my love magic would change the hate in their hearts that's making them act this way, and convert it into love, and if it couldn't do that, it'd just kill them. It's my fault this rebellion is going on as it is. This power is useless if I don't know how to cast it. Don't think that, sister. Desmodondre's magic is powerful. She's basically a demigoddess. It's not unusual that you are having trouble casting it. You aren't even sure how to summon it, and there's no one alive that can teach you how. Dylan shuddered. I'm worried that I can't access it unless I allow her to take over my body again, like she did during the Battle of Rhodian. But if I do that, I don't think she's going to give it back this time. We can't lose you, sister, Saffron said ominously. The Crescentia of today needs Princess Diliana, not Desmodondre. There's things about this modern world she can't understand. What if this power is all her and not me? Dylan worried. What if I'm the weak one, and I don't deserve to be princess at all? She still struggled so much with self-worth, despite all the healing she'd done over the past decade to conquer her inner demons. Desmodondre's war within her to conquer her body and take over her life had nearly convinced Dylan she didn't deserve to lead the Rhodi at all. Why else would her past life fight so hard to take her place? Don't ever say that, Saffron said viciously. You are a wonderful princess, and you will be a magnificent queen. We just have to understand why you can't access the height of your abilities, and all will be well. The wind swept by, quivering through the bamboo, and Dylan said nothing. You can't keep ignoring these episodes. They're getting worse, Saffron argued. You need to tell the rest of the family. It's not right you and I are the only ones who know about this, and the only reason I know is because I'm your partner, and you can't hide it from me. Our bond alerts me every time you slip off. We can't do that, Dylan said tiredly. I don't want to put this on them. Taladin will flip out, and he'll be so overbearing I won't be able to breathe. Devin will just crumble. He's not going to be able to handle the idea of losing anyone ever again, let alone me, and Envis. She nearly teared up at the thought of leaving Envis forever. She forced herself to hold the tears back and said, We have to handle this ourselves.
If Desmond takes over your body for any amount of time, let alone permanently, it puts the throne at risk. At the minimum, Tavanna needs to know, Saffron insisted. She needs a contingency plan in place to—
No, Saf, she doesn't. I can handle it, Dylan said sharply.
You don't understand how frightening this is, Saffron pleaded. When Desmond starts fighting you for control, I can't feel you anymore. It's like our connection is gone.
Saffron's eyes watered. Dylan brushed back a wayward strand of hair that had fallen into Saffron's face. I'm not going anywhere, Saf. It's been 8 years, and she hasn't beaten me yet. I think you're stronger than she is, Saffron whispered. But I don't believe you can keep this up indefinitely. Dylan stood. She was done talking about this. I'm going to be late for that interview, Dylan said hastily. I'll see you later. On her way out of the Tranquility Court, Saffron called after her. This isn't the only thing you refuse to reach out for help with. Don't make the same mistake twice and wait until it's too late. Dylan's heart panged with guilt. She was as open and honest with her family as she could be, but even so, she was still hiding things. Old habits died hard. Dylan grasped at a gold chain around her neck. It was a cursive pendant of Envis's name that he'd bought her several years ago, and she rarely took it off. She held onto it for comfort, as she typically did, as she rushed into the palace. Desmond was fighting for more control, but Dylan wouldn't let her through. If she'd held her past life off for this long, she could keep doing it. She just had to learn how to make the vision stop. The press was already set up when she got to the room where the interview was being held. Dylan attempted to appear dignified as she sat down in an ornate chair, fully planning on getting this over with quickly so she could get on with more important matters. This was the least favorite part of her job, talking to reporters. Mainly because she never knew what to say, but also because they had a tendency to ask personal questions every time she did one of these things. There was a rapping against the glass window on the other side of the room. Tito was outside, waving. Dylan scowled because she just knew he'd come to try and make her mess up. He thought it was funny when the papers printed something she'd misspoken. He wasn't going to win this time. An incredibly handsome young man with dark hair and a sharp nose bowed to her before he sat down, brushing off his pressed suit and carrying a reporter's notepad. Princess, it's exemplary to finally meet you. I'm Konoro Kenji from Rhodi today, but I'm sure you've read my articles and know who I am. She didn't, but his tone was teasing, like she should recognize his name. Dylan was willing to bet the palace that Kenji had been the one to write that latest stinging article about her and Envis. Nice to meet you, Dylan ground out in a flat tone. She wasn't like Tavanna. She couldn't fake her way through kindness and generosity. One of the reasons she didn't love speaking to the press. It certainly is, Kenji purred. I don't want to take up too much of your valuable time, or mine, so let's get down to business. He acted as though his job writing gossip articles was equal to hers running an empire. Dylan was not amused. First things first, let's talk about your interesting choices within the royal gardens, Kenji started. Interesting choices? Dylan repeated. Yes, Kenji replied, flipping through his notes. You've planted shamrocks all over, an unconventional flower for a traditional Rhodian garden. Clover is my favorite plant, Dylan growled. But they grow in Dundee, not here, Kenji pointed out. It certainly reminds you of someone for it to be such a beloved feature in the princess's own gardens. Any chance of you, I don't know, ripping it up anytime soon? Tito shook his butt against the window outside to distract her, But Dylan was so used to Tito's antics by now that she hardly paid attention as she stated coldly, "No. Next question." "That's a nice bracelet you have on," Kenji badgered, pointing his pen at it. "That has a shamrock on it, too. A sign of a bigger promise, perhaps?" Dylan still wore the shamrock bracelet Envis had given her years ago. In the time since, she'd added a variety of other charms to it, including a feather for Saffron, a pink heart for Jenna, and an arrow for her brother. She'd even put a basketball charm on it for Tito because she loved him too. The bracelet was a reminder of all her friends and the promise she'd made to them to stay clean. His questions made it clear that this guy was here to get information about her relationship and nothing else, because that's what sold papers. "It's a promise to myself," Dylan stated, because she didn't know how else she could convey the bracelet's meaning without giving something away, and her worst fear was the public discovering what she'd once done. Not a soul in the Empire outside of her family could ever know she'd self-harmed. "Does that have a deeper meaning?" Kenji pressed. "Princess, you're always so covered up. For Rhodi's sake, the public hasn't seen so much as a hint of your wrists since you took the throne. Is someone in your court asking you to shield yourself, perhaps, to prevent attracting other suitors? Or are there bruises you don't want anyone to see?" Was this asshole insinuating that Envis was controlling and abusive? Dylan nearly lost her temper, and wanted to, so she could blow over this jerk and show him who was really in charge here. But she reminded herself to be as professional as possible because it's what Tavanna would want. "As the princess, I need to remain respectful at all times," Dylan replied. "I'm not just representing myself, but Crescentia as a whole. It would be improper to be immodest." Kenji rolled his eyes, and Dylan was astounded at the sheer audacity of this man. "Come on, princess. These are platitudes you give the press so you don't have to say what's actually on your mind." He leaned closer. "What's the real story here? I know you've got one. I can just feel it pouring off of you." Dylan cringed, not sure of what to say that wouldn't be controversial or gossip-inducing. Just as she was about to make something up, the double doors to the room went flying open as Tito kicked them down.
"Dylan, you're not paying attention!"
he whined.
"You—"
For once, Tito had burst in at the appropriate time, because the awkward interview halted in its tracks. The moment became long and drawn out as Tito stared at Kenji, and Kenji stared back. Tito's eyes became huge, and his mouth slightly gaped as he took Kenji in, looking him up and down. Kenji got to his feet, straightened his suit jacket, and bowed to Tito. "Why, hello there. I'm Kanoro Kenji, but you can call me Kenji," he said slyly. He reached out to take Tito's hand, giving a kiss to the top of it. "Who do I have the delightful pleasure of meeting?" Tito stammered. That was all he got out before Tito pulled back his hand, turned on his heel, and literally ran out of the room. Dylan took her chance to escape. "I'm sorry, but this interview is over," Dylan said shortly as she rose. "I have more important things to do than discuss my love life with you all day." "Apologies, princess, but what am I supposed to write for my article?" Kenji questioned. "I'm sure you'll make something up. You're good at that." She picked up her skirt and fled out of the room after Tito. She found him down the hall, hiding behind a statue of an imperial guardian lion and bent over his knees, breathing hard. "Hey, what the hell happened in there? You totally left me!" Dylan snapped. "Sorry," Tito blurted, still panting. Dylan didn't get why he was gasping for air. He hadn't run that far. "You could have stayed to help instead of rushing off." She put her hands on her hips. "You've always got something to say. You could have said something to make Kenji shut up." "For once, I got nothing." Tito rose to his full height and wiped off his brow. "Who was that guy?" "Some reporter from Rhodi today. He's just as annoying as you are." "That's all you know about him?"
Tito frowned. Why did he say his last name first? Traditional Rhodian society has people introduce themselves as their family name first and the individual's name second, because they consider the family more important and above a single person. Most Rhodi don't do that anymore because every society in the continent has been so heavily integrated into modern Crescentian, but some do. You've lived in Rhodian for over 8 years. You should know this, Tito. Dylan said crossly. He stretched. I don't pay much attention to Rhodian customs. You don't pay much attention at all. Tito was unusually quiet as Dylan rubbed her face. Ugh, that interview was horrible. Tavanna's going to be displeased.
Then do what I do and avoid taking responsibility for it,
Tito offered.
Let's go down to the soccer field and play a few games.
Dylan sighed. I probably shouldn't.
Come on, we should hang out,
Tito exclaimed.
You don't have anything that important going on today, and I don't feel like wrapping up work that's already late. What's one more day?
Tito's voiceover clients were going to fire him, but that wasn't her problem. Okay, I guess. She went back to her bedroom to change into activewear, and they began the walk down to the local soccer fields. Dylan noticed the guards tailing her every move a few paces behind, and scowled as she looked over her shoulder. They ducked behind a pillar to conceal themselves, but did a shoddy job. She needed to tell Tavanna to send better guards. She was tired of catching them following her. They were supposed to remain unseen so she felt normal, but Dylan hadn't felt that way since she'd become princess, honestly. I don't know how much longer I can hide this. The public is starting to notice that I never wear short sleeves, she complained to Tito, under her breath so the guards following wouldn't overhear. She'd gotten lucky for years because most of the traditional Rhodian kimonos and robes had long, swooping sleeves that fell down past her wrists and covered everything. But one too many times, there was a formal event where it seemed odd she was wearing a shawl or other covering. The desert heat didn't help either. There'd been a spare article or two floating around wondering why the princess had kept her jacket on while it was sweltering out. Dylan hadn't wanted to, but she'd rather pass out from heat exhaustion than risk the press snapping a photograph of a certain part of her skin she didn't want the continent to see.
Why keep hiding it? Show the world,
Tito offered.
Who cares what anyone thinks?
That's easy to say when you don't look like me. My arms are horrible.
Can't be any worse than your face.
Dylan socked him in the arm. A few of Tito's athletic friends were on the field when they got there, and they struck up a game. Dylan felt Tavanna prodding at the corners of her mind, looking to communicate, but Dylan signaled she was fine and would talk later. She noticed Tavanna's slight irritation as she left the mind to speak, and Dylan felt guilty, but she didn't allow that feeling to stop her from enjoying her day. She needed to let off some steam. She was under too much pressure lately, and if she didn't find a way to relax, she'd explode. She'd find some excuse to give Tavanna later. After spending hours on the soccer field with Tito, Dylan felt a lot better. Exercise was her way of handling things. She returned to the palace with her friend for a late lunch and found Taladin and Tavanna in the family dining room, wrapping up their meal. Dylan, where have you been? Tavanna demanded. I've been looking for you. Why didn't you respond when I reached out? Sorry, I've been busy, Dylan lied. Tavanna, why did I have to do that stupid interview? We have to cooperate with the press. They're an important tool for the royal family, Tavanna said. Not Rhodi today. Everything that gossip rag prints is garbage. They're trying to become a more reputable paper. Lending them a hand in doing that could prevent them from biting us later, Tavanna said patiently.
Dylan sure helped with that since she ran out of the interview. She basically gave the reporter a big F you as she walked out,
Tito joked. Tavanna closed her eyes and sighed. Dylan. He was being a huge jerk, Dylan protested. He was asking all kinds of invasive questions. I was waiting for him to ask if I was getting married anytime soon because I just knew it was coming up. Taladin paused what he was doing and awkwardly said, Is there, any update on that? Dylan narrowed her eyes. No, and I wish everyone would quit asking. All right, Taladin said. Just checking. She and Envis were fine. Everything was fine. Why ruin a good thing? She was annoyed with her family constantly pushing her, and the press poking their nose in where they didn't belong. It's the job of the press to ask uncomfortable questions. You've been media trained. You know how to handle these situations, and you're capable of doing so, Tavanna stated. But it's not fair, Dylan argued. I didn't ask for this when I became princess. This shouldn't be the price I have to pay for being in power. I'm okay with tough questions, but I won't deal with reporters looking into... Dylan didn't get to finish her sentence because she was sucked out of her body. The others visibly saw her stature change, her spine straightening, shoulders rolling back as another soul took hold of her body. Dylan? Tavanna whispered. The atmosphere in the room became frigid as Dylan's body held itself in an entirely different way than how she'd been standing before. She's not here, a cool voice uttered, and everyone in the room gave a gasp. Tavanna's voice lost all compassion, and her tone darkened as she uttered, Desmodandre. Chapter 10. A body not her own. Get Envis, Taladin told Tito, and he ran off. Desmodandre tossed her hair back, appearing regal and smug. It's been some time since we last spoke, Queen Tavanna. I must ask that you step down and give your throne to me. That is not the chain of command, Tavanna replied. You had your chance to rule over Crescentia, and now that responsibility belongs to others. You may not take it. I desire to do what is best for the world, Desmodandre replied. You and the princess have attachments, and attachments are the cause of all suffering. Everything must change and die. One cannot think of the good of all when their mind is clouded by the perception of clinging to what one loves. I don't believe that for a second. Tavanna poised to crouch. And I will not allow you to use the princess's body for yourself to meet your own ends. You have no strength at which to command me not to. We shall see. Tavanna struck first. She withdrew her foldable staff from the holster attached to her leg and swung it at Desmodandre, but she dove out of the way of Tavanna's strike and combated her movements, using an array of complex martial techniques. Tavanna flipped backward to observe her, studying her fighting style. Desmodandre used methods that had been lost amongst the centuries by modern Rhodi, so it was hard to predict where or how she'd strike. Tavanna fought her anyway, blocking Desmodandre's hits with her forearms and kicking backward to avoid being given a devastating blow. Grab her! Tavanna shouted, and Taladin moved. He went to restrain Desmodandre, but she maneuvered quicker than he'd ever seen Dylan's body move before, striking weak points in his fighting style and hitting pressure points in his body that caused his joints to buckle. She disabled him in a matter of moments, and his body crumpled to the ground. Tavanna gritted her teeth. Desmodandre was exceptional. Her abilities went far beyond those of a master. Tavanna kept her distance with her staff, whacking away Desmodandre's kicks and punches as she advanced. Tavanna waited for an opportunity, but there weren't any weak spots in Desmodandre's arsenal. It was a good thing Dylan's katana was back in her room, because if Desmodandre had it, this fight would already be over. Desmodandre overreached in her attempt to strike Tavanna down, and the queen took her chance to knock Desmodandre's feet out from under her with the tip of her staff. Tavanna reached out to contain her, but her hands met air as Desmodandre vanished on the spot. Tavanna gasped, trying to catch her breath. Taladin struggled to get up as he held on to his left arm, which hung limply at his side. We need to find her, Tavanna said quickly, pulling her brother to his feet. No one can know that the princess is not herself. How are we going to get her to leave? Taladin asked.
We'll figure it out once she's subdued. Let's go. They took off at a run through the doors, searching the palace for the Rhodi's founder, praying that her arrival wasn't permanent. Envis kept his head down as he walked along the back streets of Rhodian, dressed in plain clothes and keeping his hood pulled up to hide his red hair. He didn't want to display any distinguishing features that would make him be easily recognized, and his ginger locks were typically the first thing people remembered about him. Nobody needed to know he was here. He found the warehouse Devin had told him about and looked for an opening. There was a back door leading inside, though it was locked. He smoke-sprinted under the crack in the door, dissolving into shadow before his craft rearranged his body. It was dark within the warehouse. There wasn't much inside but stacks of crates lining the walls. He flattened himself against one, but it didn't look like there was anyone around. Envis put on gloves so he wouldn't leave any fingerprints, then looked inside the crates to see what was inside. He found a variety of herbs, magical ones that were hard to find and incredibly rare. These are sedatives. He recognized a thorny vine called Mightlock. It only grew in Alistan and was a powerful drug, one that had the ability to sedate a fully grown man with the consumption of one singular thorn. He checked the rest and found the other crates contained the same thing. There were bundles of Mightlock, plants that made his craft recoil inside his chest just looking at it. This was interesting. Whoever ran the Cloaked Flame must have their own greenhouse growing the stuff. There was no other way to obtain this much of the herb. His contact in Alistan had stated there were a bunch of shady shipments being smuggled across the border, destined for Rhodian, though the other searchers hadn't gotten close enough to see what they were sending. Envis bet anything these were the shipments, and they were for the Cloaked Flame. He checked the rest of the warehouse and found an office. He smoke-sprinted through the lock on the door and began rifling through files that were left out on the desk. His earlier guess had been right. Receipts for the shipments, records of how much was there, as well as the correspondence between the growers and the recipient was all laid out on the desk for him to see. Unfortunately, there weren't any names. This leader didn't want anyone knowing who he was. There was a moniker tied to most of this paperwork, the Shadowed One, but that was the only name he could gather from the files. Whoever the leader of the Cloaked Flame was, they had a lot of money. Funding their growers within Alistan wasn't cheap. Envis didn't understand what the Mightlock was for. Why did they need this much? Who were they trying to keep under control? He took pictures of the documents, then put everything carefully back in place so it didn't look like it'd been disturbed. He checked the rest of the office, drawers, other places, but there wasn't anything else to find. He smoke-sprinted back through the lock and went to leave. But as he emerged, he heard a deep voice echo on the other side of the warehouse. Envis quickly ducked behind a crate and crouched there, listening in. "Our warriors are in position," a man stated. No one said anything back, so he was most likely on the phone. The man paused to listen for a minute before he replied, "Affirmative. The boss is going to be there. I'll tell everyone to move in once you get the signal. We'll get into that gala, and we make our move tonight. The Queen won't know what's coming." Envis's heartbeat picked up. If the Cloaked Flame was moving in, they were doing so right now. But what were they plotting? Another pause. Then the man replied, "Understood. We'll have a tiger pelt by the end of the night. They're talking about Dylan." Rage warred in Envis's chest. He'd die before he'd allow anyone to harm her, and this man was threatening to. His father had taught him a few tricks to get people to talk when they didn't want to. Not officially in the list of what was supposed to be in a searcher's arsenal, they swore to remain unseen and unheard. Envis wasn't a fighter, far from it, but he was certain he'd do whatever it took to get this bastard to spill what the plan was. He'd do anything to protect his lass, and wouldn't hesitate. Envis planned to do just that, but as he silently rose, expecting to attack the man from behind, he heard a slight whooshing sound. As Envis stepped out from behind the crates, He found the man was gone. Envis frantically looked around the warehouse, but it was as if the individual had simply vanished. Disturbed, Envis left the warehouse and hurried a few blocks over, where Devin and Reyna were waiting for him. They were sitting at a corner table in a crowded coffee shop, and waved at him once he entered. "Did you find anything?" Devin asked. "Yes," Envis said as he slid into his seat, dropping his voice. "The cloaked flame is using Mightlock to sedate people. I don't know why or who, but they have tons of it." Reyna's eyes brightened with clarity, but Devin said, "Was there anything else?" "Yes. They plan to attack Dylan and Tavanna at the gala tonight, though I don't know how. He overheard one of the Crimsons on the phone, but he didn't give any details before he up and disappeared. And I mean that literally, because he was there one moment and gone the next." "Did he leave the warehouse?" Reyna questioned. "I didn't give him enough time to walk out." Devin appeared puzzled. "Well, he had to go somewhere. Your guess is as good as mine." The door to the coffee shop opened again, and Xana entered. She placed an order at the counter and grabbed her coffee before she spotted them sitting in the corner, and gave a small smile.
"Hey guys, what's up?"
Xana asked, taking a seat next to Envis. She clutched at the lightning bolt necklace she wore, holding it like it was a lifeline. Envis didn't say anything, but Devin noted, "We found a warehouse the cloaked flame is using on the other side of town. It's full of Mightlock."
"What's Mightlock?"
Xana asked cluelessly.
"It's a magical sedative,"
Reyna said. "It can even get the most powerful of crafters under its control." Xana appeared terribly concerned.
"If the cloaked flames got it, that makes them even more dangerous than they already are."
"Maybe they're using it to control the people they've kidnapped," Reyna offered. "That makes sense," Devin said with a nod.
"How? It's a sedative,"
Xana argued.
"Wouldn't it make Crimsons tired instead of turn them into fighting machines?"
"Possibly. There's something we don't know here," Envis began, but his sentence was cut off as Tito came bursting into the cafe, tripping over a few chairs as he did so. He leaned against the table, holding his chest as he gasped, "I'm glad I found you! It's Dylan!" Tito blurted. Envis's heart dropped to the bottom of his chest, and Devin asked, "What's wrong?" "Desmodondre's back," he gasped. Those two words got them to move. Xana and Reyna remained behind as the boys rushed out of the coffee shop. Devin wasn't going to wait for the others, so he blasted off as fast as his craft could take him, heading in the direction of the palace. Devin raced throughout every room he could, checking for his sister. Dylan, where are you?" He didn't see the blow coming. From her hiding place, Desmodondre sprang out and struck him across the back of the head, hard. Devin saw stars as he fell to the floor, stunned, and Desmodondre took off again, leaving him disoriented on the floor. Envis barely paid attention to the stitch in his chest as he ran up the palace steps, avoiding the curious looks of all the servants, who were wondering what all the fuss was about. As he was about to storm into the corridors that housed the royal family, Tito held him back. "We can't let her know you're coming," Tito whispered. "You've got to sneak up on her." Envis nodded. Sneaking was one thing he was good at. He cautiously crept through the doors, peering his head around corners to find his love. They didn't have to look long, for they knew where Desmodondre had to be by the sound of Saffron's screeching. Her wails permeated the palace walls near Tavanna's quarters, and the ground shook as magic was sent ricocheting outward. Envis hurried towards Saffron's screams and entered a massive room that connected all the various apartments, ducking behind a pillar to conceal himself.
"Give her back!"
Saffron cried. She flew in circles above as a griffin, cawing loudly. Envis saw Dylan's body, but knew without a shadow of a doubt that the person inside was not her. Desmodondre's cold disposition shone through Dylan's orange eyes, and she fired off beams of light from her hands that were aimed at Saffron. The griffin ducked each one, letting out screeches of rage. Envis crept up from behind, looking to grab her. Saffron saw him coming and drew back, but the griffin's caution caused Desmodondre to turn around. When she noticed him, Desmodondre's eyes widened, and she promptly disappeared on the spot once again.
What the hell? She can teleport now?
Tito yelled from the doorway.
Desmodandre can, Saffron said, landing beside Envis. Dylan's truly lost herself. We must find a way to hold her down.
Can you track where she went through your bond? Envis asked desperately.
No, Saffron said, shaking her feathered head. Our bond vanishes whenever Desmodandre takes hold of her body.
Whenever? You mean this has happened more than once?
Tito blurted. I will not say, for I cannot betray my sister's trust, but it is imperative that we catch her, Saffron rushed. The longer Desmodandre has hold of her, the harder it will be to bring my sister back.
They ran ahead into the apartments, checking everywhere. When they did not find her there, the three of them doubled back. They overheard loud voices coming from the throne room.
Dylan, I know you're in there. It's your dad. Can you hear me?
Taladin's voice echoed through the open door. Envis went to hide again, and Saffron peeked inside. Desmodandre was standing on the steps that led to the throne, looking down upon Taladin and Tavanna. They were both in defensive stances, hovering to strike. You may have been my father in another life, but you are nothing to me now, Desmodandre replied coldly. Envis began climbing the steps, staying out of Desmodandre's peripheral vision and hiding behind the massive throne. He watched Desmodandre closely, waiting for his chance. She was still far away. He didn't know if he'd get to her in time before she vanished once more. Tito and Saffron raced into the room to give Desmodandre another distraction. She looked at them and frowned, saying, No matter how many may face me, none shall be able to dampen my light. I have given you your final warning. I will not allow anyone to stop me. Desmodandre lifted her hand, and a beam of light so powerful emitted from her hand it filled the throne room. They all cried out, and Taladin and Tavanna dropped to their knees to shield themselves from the great light. Envis took his chance. He hurtled out from behind the throne and came at Desmodandre in a sprint, hoping he'd get to her in time. Desmodandre heard his footsteps and turned. She gasped in what seemed like horror, and Envis knew she'd slip away before he even got close. Devin was the only one fast enough to catch Desmodandre before she teleported again, and after recovering his strength and running through the entire palace in under a minute, he'd finally located her. Quicker than the speed that light could carry, Devin raced into the room and snagged Desmodandre's arms, preventing her from escaping. Envis scrambled to help, reaching out his hand. The moment Envis touched her, Desmodandre fled. Dylan's body slumped, and Devin let her go. Envis reached out to catch her before Dylan hit the ground, collapsing into his grasp. Where am I? Dylan mumbled as she stirred. The others got off the ground, approaching cautiously. Envis lifted her into his arms. You're with me, lass, where you ought to be. Dylan's head fell against his shoulder as she passed out, and Envis hurried to carry her out of the throne room and into her room. Once he got there, he laid her upon the bed and hurried to tuck her in with the spare blanket as she came round again. Dylan clutched at a stuffed tiger that she'd received as a gift years ago, holding it to her chest as if to press in her craft and keep it inside her body this time. The empty look in her eyes was plain to see. She was worried her soul would be pulled out again, replaced with Desmodandre's ghost. Envis sat at the edge of the bed, stroking her arm as the others gathered close. Devin sat on the other side, while Tavanna held herself and Taladin shook. Tito remained near the door, not sure if he should stay or give her some space. Saffron hadn't come inside. She couldn't bear to. Dylan was barely able to keep her eyes open. Is she gone? For now. Envis squeezed her shoulder. What do you remember? Not much. Dylan's eyes rolled backward, but Envis shook her. Stay awake, lass. Can't have you slipping off like that again. He looked to the Queen, who appeared deep in thought. You seem to be the key in bringing her back, Devin mused. For some reason, Desmond can't tolerate your presence.
Maybe it's the red hair,
Tito joked hoarsely. Not now, Devin said shortly, and Tito shut up. What time is it? Dylan asked.
Nearly 4 o'clock. We've been chasing you around the palace all day. She had you in her possession for hours,
Taladin replied. Dylan gave a weak start on the bed. Shit, I'm going to miss the gala.
Dylan, forget about that party,
Taladin shouted.
Do you realize what just happened? Desmond took over your body, again.
It's happened a bunch of times. It's no big deal, she groaned.
What?
Multiple people in the room asked at once, and Dylan cringed. Now Saffron had returned. She stormed into the room as she cried out, I knew this would happen, sister. We spoke of it just this morning. Desmond has been infiltrating your body for years, and yet you pleaded with me to tell no one. I kept your secret, and now look what has happened. Saf, please, Dylan begged. The last thing she needed right now was an I told you so. I'll hear no more of this. Saffron covered her mouth and tried not to cry as she ran out. Dylan reached out to her through the mind speak, but though she found her partner's consciousness immediately, Saffron bitterly told her to go away. Taladin was livid.
What were you thinking?
He stormed around the room, tearing at his hair.
You didn't tell us about this? This is not information to keep hidden, Diliana.
I don't think she'll come back again. Not so long as Envis is around, Dylan said tiredly.
That's not the point,
Taladin yelled.
Do you understand what could have happened today? We could have lost you.
Devin's eyes were glued to the floor, and his shoulders were hunched. Dylan knew that pose. It was how her brother looked when he was trying to protect himself. Dylan felt completely awful as she gazed at her twin, because she knew what he had to be experiencing. If Desmond took over permanently, it would be worse for her family than if she died, because her body would still be walking around. There'd be someone living who looked identical to her, but wasn't her. It'd be torture of the worst kind. She didn't want to put any of them through that. Is this why you've been shirking off responsibility? Tavanna asked. Dylan, this is too much for anyone to handle by themselves. If you're fighting against your past life like this, you need support. There's nothing any of you can do about this anyway, so why tell you about it? Dylan asked. Because we can help you carry it, Tavanna insisted. We're Rhodi. We help each other. More than that, we're a family. This is a burden you don't have to shoulder alone. I need to protect you guys, Dylan said weakly.
No,
Taladin said sharply.
You protecting us is what's going to get you in trouble if it doesn't get you killed. This is a bad habit that keeps resurfacing, and by Rhodi, you never let me train it out of you, though I damn well tried.
Taladin, please, Tavanna said. She doesn't need a lecture right now. This is frightening for all of us, but most of all her. She's the one who has to deal with all of this. Taladin noticed the crumbling look on Dylan's face and immediately softened. He sat on the other side of her bed.
I'm sorry. I know I'm being harsh. I love you, and I realize this has to be absolutely terrifying for you. You scared me today. Don't do that again, okay? Please? If something's going on, you need to talk to me.
Okay. Dylan gave a weak squeeze to his hand, and he smiled back at her, though that smile was plagued with worry. Devin looked to his mother. Did any of the servants see what happened? I don't think so. They've been in other parts of the palace today preparing for the gala, so they didn't notice us running around our private chambers, Tavanna said. Though if this happens again, I'm not sure we'll be able to keep it a secret. Desmond was difficult to contain.
It won't happen again because I won't let it, Dylan growled.
You might not be able to willpower your way out of this, Tavanna replied.
We need to look for another way. I can research this at the library, see if there's any records of Rhodi who've been possessed by their past lives and overcame it somehow, Devin offered. Do so right away, Savannah ordered. Overcoming this is a top priority. Dylan huffed. I don't want people worrying over me. I can handle myself. We're always going to worry over you, sis, Devin said quietly. If you go, we'll fall apart. Dylan fell silent at that. She didn't want anyone to suffer because of her, but it seemed no matter what she did or what she chose, someone would always get hurt. Savannah pinched the bridge of her nose. We can't let anyone know this happened. At the gala tonight, all of us need to act as if today was any normal day. I need help getting ready, so if someone could please find Saffron and plead with her to give me a hand, I would greatly appreciate it, Dylan asked. Thunderbolt, keeping up appearances isn't as important as your mental health, Taladin insisted, reaching out to brush her hair out of her eyes. It doesn't matter what people think of you, so long as you stay healthy. It does, Dylan insisted. I need to go to this. My interview this morning was a disaster, and if I don't show up to this thing, it's going to look suspicious. Please, Savannah. The Queen crossed her arms. Unfortunately, this gala is fairly important, and diplomacy requires you to be there. Otherwise, I'd order you to stay in your bed. But after the gala, you're to rest for the remainder of the week, or at least until your brother figures out how to get this blasted woman to stop possessing you. I don't think you should have the gala, Your Majesty, Envis objected. I have information that the Cloaked Flame is going to attack tonight, and their targets are you and Dylan. Their leader is going to oversee the mission's execution. That can only mean they're going to be at the gala, and the intel I found indicates the Crimsons are to kill both of you on sight. Then we call it off, Devin said immediately. No, Savannah demanded. The gala goes on. Tav, are you nuts? Taladin asked in disgust. You're going to be sitting ducks. This is our opportunity to catch them in the act, Savannah objected. We know their leader is going to be at this gala. They think they're springing a trap on us, but we'll be setting a trap for them. I don't like this, Taladin protested. We have the upper hand. There are guards everywhere, and we're within our own home. There's no better place to combat them, Savannah argued. Our guards could be on their side, Taladin protested. We don't know for sure who's loyal to us or not. We won't get another chance to set a trap for them that we know they're going to show up for, Savannah insisted. If all of us stick together, we can put an end to this. As Queen, I need to take calculated risks. This is as safe a risk I can take without putting any of us in too much danger. Taladin didn't agree, but he also didn't argue. Envis spoke up again. There's more, he said. I found a warehouse on the other side of town, where the Crimson Flame is keeping a stock of Mightlock. Envis explained what he'd found, and when he was finished, Devin said, Now that we know where their warehouse is, we need to send people there to go and claim the drugs, so the Cloaked Flame can't use them. I already informed Ray through the Mind Speak. He's gathering people to go there now, Savannah stated. In the meantime, let's give Dylan some space to gather her strength. She'll need it for tonight. They fussed over her for a few moments longer, then finally, everyone but Envis left the room. Devin, she noticed, had remained distant and didn't approach. He didn't seem relieved as he left, but rather broken at the thought of what had nearly happened today. She couldn't keep hurting her brother. He was wounded enough. He wasn't the only one. Envis appeared drastically hurt. Lass. What did you want me to say? That there's a chance you could lose me? Dylan pleaded. Yes. I'm your boyfriend. I deserve to know what's going on. Keeping something this vital from me isn't right. I know it's not okay. Dylan winced on the bed. Envis noticed and moved closer. Is something wrong? She is not very kind to me when she takes over. She uses my body how she sees fit, and harnessing that much magical energy all at once is hard. It hurts.
Badly. Turn over. Dylan scooted downward and flipped onto her stomach. Envis began massaging her back, and as he did so, she grimaced. Lass, you're even more tense than you usually are. We need to work on calming you down, Envis said. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Dylan confessed. I can't stand the thought of us being separated, ever. It's too much for me to handle. Nothing's going to part us, not your past life, the Crimson Flame, or any magic anyone wields. We love each other too much for that, Envis said firmly. Dylan was grateful for his reassurance. If anything, he believed in them always, even if she sometimes doubted just how much strife their relationship could survive. Just relax, he told her. Nothing's as bad as it seems, and if she's afraid of me for whatever reason, we can hold her off long enough to find a way out of this. Dylan let her eyes close and tried to do as he said. Battling Desmond had taken so much effort. She almost didn't come back. Dylan worried that Desmond was going to succeed one of these days in taking over her body for good. And if she did, what would happen to her? Would the piece of her soul that existed now go on to the life after, or would she be stuck in the in-between forever? Even worse, what if she ceased to exist at all? Chapter 11. Might and Malice. That evening's gala was held in the main ballroom within the palace, and was packed with diplomats, governors, and representatives from all the free states. It was a black tie affair, a stuffy kind of event Dylan didn't appreciate, but knew she had to put up with anyway. She'd slipped on her favorite long-sleeved orange ball gown, cinched at the waist with rhinestones, and Saffron had braided her hair into a cascading updo for the evening. Saffron had forgiven her, and had helped her get ready, but they weren't quite on speaking terms yet. Even so, Saffron remained close to her partner as the evening wore on, clutching the skirt of her purple gown and waiting for the Crimson Flame to show. I hope nobody notices how tired I look, Dylan worried, fussing with the golden crown on top of her head, which was decorated with large diamonds. You look beautiful, as you always do, Envis said, reaching up and adjusting it for her. Dylan nervously fiddled with her hands, brushing off Envis's formal attire just for something to do. She glanced toward the crowd of people milling around the ballroom, then looked down. I've tried so hard over the years, but I don't know if I fit in here, Dylan said warily. Sometimes it feels like I'm wearing a costume. You were always a princess, even before Tavanna made you one. All you have to do is be yourself, Envis encouraged. Being herself was the scariest thing of all. Dylan was terrified to let anyone in, because she believed if she did, they'd be calling her to step down and give her crown to someone more worthy of it. Envis took her hand. Don't be worried. There are guards at every perimeter, and everyone in the palace staff has been notified the Cloaked Flame's leader is showing up tonight. We're going to capture the people responsible for all of this before anything happens to you or Tavanna. I'd rather face the Cloaked Flame than say something stupid in front of all these snobby people, she muttered, but followed Envis to the dance floor anyway. Elegant music played, a combination of flutes, bells, and strings. Envis brought her in close, and they began to dance, as they always did. Over the years, the two of them had become quite accustomed to dancing together and enjoyed it thoroughly. Dylan loved to dance with Envis, partly because she enjoyed his company so much, and partly because dancing took up most of the night and prevented her from embarrassing herself in other ways during social situations. Other couples parted their path as they spun around the room, and a crowd of people began to watch their display. Are you getting tired? Envis said softly as they wrapped up their third song. Dylan's steps were slowing, and she couldn't keep up as usual. Yes, fighting off Desmond took so much energy today, Dylan replied. I think she's been trying to get through for a while. I've been feeling tired for a few weeks now. Then let's take a break. Envis drew Dylan off the dance floor, and a few people clapped. It's always a pleasure to watch you and Master Ba dance, Princess, Counselor Loella said pleasantly as they passed. Indeed. The two of you are certainly in love, Commander Massimo added, raising his champagne.
Dylan wasn't sure how to respond, but Envis said, "It isn't hard to look brilliant with the princess on my arm. Between the two of us, she's the looker." The two council members laughed, and Envis gracefully led Dylan away. "How do you do that? Always give everyone the perfect answer." Dylan hushed. "As a searcher, I was trained for it, though it's easy when you don't have to lie," he replied. She smiled and squeezed his arm. Dylan felt a mental prod from Tavanna, and she spotted the queen standing near the banquet table next to Devin. They rushed over there and gathered in a circle to speak in low tones. "Ray and others went to that warehouse. When they got there, it was cleaned out," Tavanna whispered. "The cloaked flame took the might lock and moved locations, so they must have discovered you were there somehow." "I don't know how. I didn't leave any clues behind," Envis said in frustration. "We didn't give them enough time to move the herbs either, not that many boxes. It doesn't make sense that a completely full warehouse was empty when Ray's team got there, not when I was there an hour before." "These people are working with magic we don't understand," Devin replied. "Another mystery," Tavanna sighed. "Hopefully it ends tonight." "Is everyone in position?" Devin asked. "Taladin's scouting the perimeter of the gala with the other guards, and Saffron's on the hunt in the ballroom. They'll know if something happens before we will. All we have to do is act like we don't know anything's coming and be ready to defend ourselves if need be." Tavanna's eyes flickered around the ballroom, searching for any potential threats, but she saw none. "Do you think they got spooked and decided to move the drugs instead of go through with the plan?" Dylan asked. "They might not even show up here." "It's possible. Something should have happened by now." Tavanna bit her lip before she threw back her shoulders in that elegant way of hers and stated, "Disperse throughout the ballroom and mingle with the guests. Notify me immediately if any of you see anything suspicious." "Yes, Your Majesty," they all replied in unison. Dylan and Devin went in different directions, but Envis stayed with his girlfriend. Jenna was slumped over a table beside Yuki, looking bored. She was wearing a massive, poofy pink dress that had a million ruffles and a dazzling array of multicolored butterfly clips in her hair. Jenna's dress was so big that Yuki was trying not to drown in the ruffles, shoving them away as his mouth gaped for air. Dylan figured Jenna had been ordered to wear something that didn't attract attention, but on second thought, the gaudy gown was probably the most dull piece of clothing she had. Jenna didn't exactly wear outfits that were reserved. For her to dress plain would seem more out of the ordinary than for her to show up wearing the kitchen sink, that was for sure. "Anything?" Dylan asked. "Nothin'." Jenna shook her head of bouncy curls. "I came in tonight thinking this was going to be a showdown, but this is the most boring party I've been to all year. If things don't spice up soon, I'm going to spend my time looking for a man willing to assassinate my bedroom and not the queen, that's for sure." Yuki frowned, but Envis said, "Keep your mind on the mission, Jenna. They're here. I can feel it." "You couldn't feel your ass if you held it in your hand. Nobody's here," Jenna complained. Dylan noticed her cousin was isolated in the corner of the ballroom. Xana wore a long black evening gown that clung to her form and made her look even taller than she already was. She seemed nervous and out of place. "I'll be back," Dylan said, touching Envis's arm before she headed toward her cousin. Xana gave a small smile as Dylan approached, though it appeared uncomfortable. "Hey, why are you standing over here by yourself?" Dylan questioned. "The party's out there, not over here." Xana gave a sad little laugh. "I'm not good at small talk. I don't exactly belong at this fancy party, if you haven't noticed." Dylan's heart fell, because she knew exactly how Xana felt. "I don't belong either," she whispered. "But maybe we can make the most of it." Xana gave a slight chuckle. "I don't think they're going to accept us. We didn't grow up with this kind of wealth, but I suppose we might as well try." Xana turned toward her in concern. "How are you doing? You don't look well." Dylan winced. "Today took a lot out of me. I don't think I could fight right now even if I wanted to." "Then stay close so we can protect each other." Xana's eyes narrowed as she skimmed the ballroom, searching for crimsons. You never know who's right under your nose. How's your training going? Did you take your vows? Dylan questioned. Xana shook her head. Not yet. I still have to be assigned a master, but training's going great. I'm enjoying myself. Good. It's always nice to have one more person on our side. Is there anything I can do to help? Xana asked. I feel useless standing around doing nothing. Just watch me at a distance, Dylan replied. I'm going to poke around. Somebody here has to know something. I'm sure you'll catch someone tailing me. Got it. I'll shadow you, Xana replied. She moved into position, pretending to mingle amongst the guests as Dylan made her way around the ballroom. An hour later, she still hadn't made any progress. Dylan met up with her brother near a table where wine goblets had been set out. They both had the same troubled expression on their face. I don't think the cloaked flame is going to show. The gala's almost over. Dylan glanced over her shoulder, but didn't see anyone nearby but Xana, who was chatting with the servant a few paces down. I'm not exactly disappointed no one showed up to hurt you or Tavanna, Devin replied, reaching out to grab a goblet. Want a drink? Dylan nodded, extending her hand to take it, but before she could, her brother drew back the wine in surprise. His eyes widened, and Dylan turned to see a blonde woman in a red dress dart quickly between guests, keeping her head down. That's Reyna, Devin muttered. But she wasn't on the guest list. What is she doing here? A mark of sin for a woman of our kind to blemish herself and ruin what holiness has given her. Devin's question was abruptly halted by the sound of a patronizing whine. The twins turned. Commissioner Hamad was standing a few feet away from them, surrounded by his advisors and looking disgusted. The way Dylan's dress was cut displayed the bow and arrow tattoo she'd gotten for her brother across her collarbone. Despite Hamad's revolting glare at the ink across her skin, Dylan didn't move to cover it up. Do I offend you, Commissioner? Dylan asked shortly. If he wanted to be rude, that was just fine. Being an asshole was one game she knew how to play. Hamad snorted. As if a woman of your nature has the capability to offend. Dylan wasn't sure what that was supposed to mean, but her brother's words were venomous. You are a guest here, he warned. Do not dare to insult the princess in my mother's palace. A bold claim you have on the queen. One not all accept, Hamad shot back. There were a few mutters of disbelief around them at Hamad's audacity, and Dylan watched Devin's eyes burn. Hamad, what is the meaning of this? Tavanna had caught his words, which had carried over half the ballroom. She strode over, appearing displeased. Envis, Jenna, Yuki, and Saffron had noticed the commotion as well, and had come to give support. By now, the entire ballroom was watching the affair, which had clearly turned into a spectacle. Hamad put on a serpent smile as he bowed to Tavanna, but the movements nearly appeared insulting. I beg your apologies, but tonight's theater is not enough to disguise the circus court you have going on here. Shocked whispers ran throughout, and the music completely stopped. Devin's face flushed, but the queen was unmoved. If we are a circus court, then you are the clown, Hamad. Tavanna replied coolly, not batting an eye. This disgraceful display is a most comical joke. Is it? Or is your failure to unveil the leader of the cloaked flame thus far not the most humorous act of all? Hamad questioned. Was Hamad involved with the plot to overthrow Tavanna? Could he be the leader of the cloaked flame? If so, Dylan couldn't believe how they hadn't caught him sooner, seeing how foolish he was to cause a scene in the middle of the palace. But maybe this was part of his plan? Tavanna, still as a mountain, did not bend. I have no obligation to tell you the progress we have made, and you have no authority at all which to question me. Don't forget, you may rule your state, but I rule you. Go, Tavanna. Dylan was pleased at the comeback, but Hamad lifted a sneer. I will not show respect to a lowly dog who cowers in her palace while her subjects plot to rise up against her.
Hamad hissed. "If the people of Crescentia are bold enough to overthrow you, they will overthrow us, and I will not lose my position due to the bitch queen that caused a new war." Devin tossed the wine he was holding into Hamad's face. The entire room gasped as they witnessed the act, and Tavanna's hand flew over her mouth. "No one speaks to Tavanna that way," Devin spat. He threw the goblet to the floor, where it shattered. His whole body shook as he held himself back from striking Hamad down where he stood. Devin was an incredibly patient person, but when it came to his mother, he had no patience to give. The ballroom was dead silent. Commissioner Hamad wiped his face of the dripping wine as he seethed. "I would expect this kind of behavior from a filthy Raksha." Dylan didn't understand what he'd said, but everyone around her did. Cries of outrage and disgust rang throughout the ballroom. Devin's face was visibly stricken. He was well-read, so it didn't surprise her that he knew what the word meant, whatever it was. "That is enough," Tavanna snapped. "I will not tolerate you using that kind of language in my palace, let alone toward my son. For your insolence, you are hereby banned from the council, Hamad, and banished from Rhodian. Let your state send another representative in your place." Hamad didn't respond in modern Crescentian, but burst into a nasty string of Far Eastern words that certainly didn't sound kind. But Jenna understood all languages, so she burst in. She stormed right up to Commissioner Hamad and began screeching Far Eastern at him at the top of her lungs, poking him in the chest and nearly blowing him over. Hamad didn't know what to do about a short, curly-haired ginger girl who was clearly not Far Eastern, speaking his own language better than he could at a volume his voice couldn't reach. Baffled, he hurried away from Jenna as if she was some kind of terrifying monster, a wise decision, and his advisors hurried after. Devin's face was downcast in shame. He turned his back on the group, leaving them behind. "Devin?" Tavanna said weakly, and she rushed after him. Dylan found herself frozen to the spot as her friends surrounded her.
"By Rhodi, that guy is such an asshole!"
Jenna burst.
"It was a pleasure of mine to put him in his place, let me tell you."
"What did he call my brother?" Dylan asked.
I hate saying this. A Raksha,"
Jenna whispered.
"It's a very derogatory word for slave."
Rage festered inside Dylan's chest and threatened to spill over. She thought she might explode on the spot. If my brother's a Raksha, then Hamad must think the same of me. No wonder he doesn't respect my word on the council. He doesn't respect Tavanna, which is a foolish decision besides, Saffron stated. Some men never fail to prove what insolent morons they are. Saffron was interrupted as people began screaming in horror. Dylan's stomach plummeted. The cloaked flame. They were here. Dylan picked up her skirts and ran toward the commotion, fully expecting a fight to break out. Instead, her breath left her lungs as she saw Commissioner Hamad writhing on the floor, clawing at his face and shrieking in agony. His skin was melting away as the wine that Devin had tossed ate away at his skin like acid, devouring his muscles and leaving only bone underneath. When Hamad's face was nothing more than a skull, he finally ceased wailing and died. "The wine!" Envis shouted. There were shouts of alarm and the shattering noise of glass breaking as hundreds of guests tossed their drinks away. "What's going on?" Tavanna demanded. She pushed people out of the way, clutching a goblet of her own. Devin was with her, though his expression appeared cold. Dylan was aware Taladin was shouting somewhere in the ballroom, and her heart kick-started into overdrive.
"Out of the way!"
Taladin snarled, shoving people aside to get to his sister. Tavanna appeared wide-eyed, frozen as her brother stampeded toward her.
"Tavanna, don't drink that!"
Taladin shouted. and he knocked the goblet out of her hand. The wine spilled onto the marble, splashing everywhere. Tavanna appeared stunned. "Tal, what's going on?"
"How much did you drink?" he demanded, shaking her.
"Only a sip," Tavanna stuttered, but her words had become slurred. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she gave a few rasping coughs that were desperate for air. Devin caught her before she fell, and Tavanna wheezed against his chest. Taladin clutched at his neck, feeling her pain through their bond.
"The poison is burning her throat."
"We need a healer!"
Devin screamed. Several Rhodi rushed forward, crouching by the queen's side. Their magic began to work to clear the poison, though Tavanna rasped out in pain. Through his agony, Taladin stooped down to grab the goblet. He examined it, his heightened senses working overtime.
"What's in it?"
Dylan demanded. Taladin smelled the goblet and choked out,
"Might lock for sure, and something acidic I don't recognize."
Tavanna's ragged coughs began to clear, though she was still gasping. Taladin staggered to the healers surrounding her and said, "Well?" "There isn't much poison in her system, but the might lock must be removed at once," the head healer replied.
"Then do it. Get the queen to a safe location," Taladin ordered.
The healers brought a stretcher, and Dylan watched as they pried Tavanna out of Devin's desperate arms. They carried Tavanna off to the hospital wing, healing her as they went. The group began to follow until Envis's sharp eyes caught a man that was fleeing the ballroom in a panic, running toward the exit as fast as he could go.
"That's the same man I saw at the warehouse! After him!"
Envis cried, pointing at the assailant. Guards moved to chase down the Crimson, but Devin had already crossed the room and grabbed him before anyone else had even taken a step. Dylan expected her brother to arrest the man or bring him to Taladin to handle, but that's not what happened. With super speed, Devin held on to the man as he tore out in a blur, hauling him out of the ballroom. The Crimson gave a wretched scream on the way out.
"Devin, where are you?"
she demanded through the mind speak, pressing in.
"Taking care of this bastard," he shot back.
Then he shut her out. Dylan tried to get back into his mind, but he wasn't letting her in. Devin took the target. "I don't know what he's doing," Dylan said desperately.
"He's got it handled,"
Taladin gasped.
"Right now, Tavanna."
Dylan was torn between going after her brother or helping the queen, but Saffron was already on it.
"We'll look for Devin. Go,"
Saffron demanded, taking the others with her and scattering throughout the palace in all directions. Dylan followed Taladin to the hospital wing, where the healers had set up Tavanna in a private room. Taladin hurried in. Dylan stood impatiently beside the door, anxiously waiting for news. Sometime later, Taladin emerged with the head healer. Dylan's insides nodded as she asked, "Well, the queen will be just fine. Our magic will have healed her by the morning, but the poison burned her esophagus on the way down," the head healer stated. "It is a good thing we got to her so quickly, or she would have suffocated." Dylan thought of the way the wine had eaten away at Ahmad's face and shuddered at the thought of that happening to Tavanna's insides.
"Can you identify the poison?" Taladin questioned.
"This substance is strange to us. Besides the might lock, I don't have a clear answer on what other properties the poison may have. We can only clear it," the healer replied.
"Focus on the queen. She is top priority," Taladin said.
"Yes, Master Taladin." The healer bowed and returned to Tavanna. The moment she left, Dylan saw Saffron approach, accompanied by Xana. "Do we know where Devin is?" Dylan questioned instantly, looking to her partner. Saffron appeared wary.
"We are still looking for him. He is not in a place any of us can find, and he will not come back until he gets the answers he seeks."
Devin was fast, faster than any of them could keep up with, and he knew how to stay hidden. Who knew where he was or what he was doing to that Crimson right now?
There is some good news, Saffron said. I found the remains of the glass that Devin nearly handed my sister. It's still wet from the poisoned wine. This goblet is the only one that smells different from all the others to my griffin nose, but I still can't tell what's in it. Your craft will be able to pick up on it better. Saffron carefully gave Taladin the fragmented piece of the cup Devin had been holding. Taladin sniffed it, and his face contorted into a vengeful rage. Dylan's glass was spiked too. It hadn't crossed her mind until now that the poison had also been meant for her. Commissioner Hamad had died in her place, and only because he'd insulted Tavanna and enraged Devin enough to throw the wine on him. If she had taken that wine from Devin and drank it, who knew if she'd be here now? Dylan's fear mounted, threatening to explode, but Taladin pressed on. Is anyone else hurt?
No other guests were poisoned, Xana said. Everyone besides Tavanna is fine.
Do we know if the man Devin captured was the one who spiked the drinks? Dylan asked.
I'm certain he was the poisoner, Xana insisted. I saw him standing near the punch bowl a short time before you and Devin came to take a drink. I didn't think much of it at the time because there was a large crowd that was waiting for the wine when it was first poured. But the way he ran indicates his guilt.
That makes sense on how my glass was poisoned, but what about Tavanna's? Dylan asked. She didn't have any wine when she left the argument with Hamad, but when she came back a minute later, there was a goblet in her hand. Xana shook her head.
I'm unsure. I didn't see anyone touch her glass.
Were there any other Crimsons who were apprehended? Taladin asked.
None. I'm sorry to say the leader of the Crimson Flame was not found, nor their identity discovered. The guards are in the process of questioning every guest at the party, but it seems clear whoever was responsible for this plan slipped away before we could make an arrest.
Saffron said glumly.
How do we know the poisoner isn't the leader? Dylan questioned. And this was certain that the man Devin captured wasn't the boss. He answers to a higher authority, Saffron replied.
Damn it. Taladin's eyes narrowed. I was hoping something would turn up.
I bet this leader didn't even show at all, Dylan grumbled. This was such a sloppy plan. They probably figured it would go wrong and left their lackey to take the fall.
Get this to the lab, Taladin said, handing the goblet's fragment back to Saffron. The healers need to find out what was in it.
Right away.
Saffron rushed off, and Xana asked,
What should I do?
We need to know for certain if the leader of the Cloaked Flame showed up to watch the assassination attempt, Dylan said. Go back to the ballroom and eavesdrop as the guards question the guests. You might find something.
On it.
Xana left. Dylan found herself tugging at the end of her braid, unable to stay still. You all right, Thunderbolt? Taladin asked, resting his hands on her shoulders.
I can't believe this happened. We had guards set up everywhere, and we were all watching for any kind of attack. Why didn't anyone notice the wine was poisoned? It couldn't have been easy. My drink and Tavanna's were the only ones that were spiked.
The Cloaked Flame is cleverer than we thought. We were expecting an ambush, but what we got was a concealed strike, Taladin mused. Thank Rhodi that you didn't consume any of that poison. One sip was nearly enough to end Tavanna's life.
Who would want to kill us so badly and in such a horrible way? Dylan pressed.
This isn't any average revolutionary. Whoever is leading the Cloaked Flame wanted to make this personal. Taladin frowned. I don't know. I didn't figure we had any enemies left after Rachel was defeated.
Maybe it's me.
Dylan turned away and held herself. Maybe it's an ex-hunter turned bad after my love magic wore off. Maybe my power as Desmodandre wasn't enough to change the hearts of the people who wanted to hurt us. Don't blame yourself. Your magic is strong. I never saw anything like it until that day. Dylan scoffed. Wish I could remember how to cast it. Whatever's going on here, it's not your doing, Taladin insisted. Tavanna and I have made a lot of enemies over the years. It wouldn't surprise me if we forgot one or two that are finally crawling out of the shadows for a chance at revenge.
The head healer cracked the door open slightly. She's ready to see you now. They moved inside. Tavanna was lying upon the bed, her face gaunt and eyes seemingly empty. "Ray?" she whispered as Taladin sat at her bedside, taking her hand. "Devin?"
"Ray's on his way to you, and Devin's fine,"
Taladin said, easily spilling the partial lie.
"You scared us back there."
Tavanna withered as she asked, "Did you?"
"We apprehended the poisoner," Taladin said, though he avoided saying more. "No other crimsons have been caught."
Tavanna slumped against the pillows, seemingly spent. The leader of the Cloaked Flame had gotten away once again. "Perhaps I have been too merciful," Tavanna mused, her words jumbled. "I have not shown we have strength. I've made us look weak."
"You do show strength, because you don't use your power to control people. You wish for them to follow you because they want to, out of love, not fear," Dylan insisted, laying a hand upon Tavanna's arm. "That's anything but weakness."
"Kindness is a virtue, but also a vulnerability," she rasped.
"Shh, no more talking. You need to rest," Taladin said kindly, kneeling at Tavanna's side. "I won't leave you. I'll stay all night until you're well again."
Tavanna's loving gaze upon her brother as Taladin tucked the blanket around her pulled at Dylan's heartstrings. Taladin and Tavanna shared such a strong bond. Dylan could only hope that she and Saffron would be that close someday. Tavanna fell into a deep sleep, her beautiful face appearing confused as her rest was plagued by dreams. It wasn't but a short time later that Devin stepped into the room, followed cautiously by Saffron. Dylan knew that Devin would come back to check on his mother the moment he finished whatever dark hell he was committing. She found herself sickened by the blood that was stained all over Devin's suit jacket, and he made no motion to take it off.
"Devin, you can't go running off like that. You had us worried sick," Dylan snapped. He ignored her. Taladin moved to get answers. "Where's the assailant?" "In a place nobody's going to look," Devin growled. A chill ran up Dylan's spine, but Taladin kept a straight face as he questioned, "What did you find out?" "Nothing," Devin replied bitterly. "He died before you talked." Dylan grew nauseous. Taladin frowned and said, "Torture goes against our vows." "I hold loyalty to Tavanna above everything," Devin seethed. "I won't let anyone hurt her without making them pay the price for it." "He really didn't say anything?" Saffron asked. Being herself, she had no qualms or objection to inflicting suffering upon foes, but she seemed puzzled by the assailant's lack of a response to pain. "No." Devin's hands became fists, knuckles cracking at his sides. He acted completely dazed, like he didn't even know what was happening or why he was there. Nothing I did convinced him to betray the Cloaked Flame. He behaved like he'd never heard of them at all. "That can't be true, because Envis overheard him earlier speaking to other Crimsons at the warehouse," Dylan replied. Devin gave another desperate glance toward Tavanna before he spat. "I'm not resting until we find out who did this. The man I detained might have spiked the drink, but I know the leader of the Cloaked Flame was here tonight, and whoever they are, they watched this go down. I bet anything they're still in the palace." "Be careful," Dylan pleaded, but her brother hardly listened as he stormed out of the hospital. There was a long bout of silence until Dylan said, "I can't believe Devin tortured that Crimson for Tavanna's sake." "Of course he did. That's his mama," Taladin said. "I did my damnedest to defend my mom until she joined the life after, and Devin's going to do the same for Tavanna. Us boys are very protective of our mothers."
Devin had proved that today. Dylan did her best to keep from quivering as she asked, "What are you going to do?"
"I'm not going anywhere until Tavanna's ready to be discharged, and I won't leave her side until she's able to fight on her own," Taladin said, jerking his head in Tavanna's direction. "We don't know who's still in the palace, and someone could sneak in here and harm her unless she's being guarded by those she trusts. Both me and Ray are taking the night shift. Can't be too careful."
"What about me?" Dylan asked. She knew she was a ruler and should be calling the shots, but she was so exhausted and terrified she could hardly string two thoughts together, let alone make a decision on how to proceed.
"That's up to you, Princess, but as your dad, I think you need to get some sleep. You already had a hard day fighting off Desmondandre, and this, on top of it, is too much to handle. You need to stay strong so you can continue warding off your past life in case she comes back."
Dylan nodded. "You're right. We'll discuss more in the morning, when things seem a little clearer. Hopefully the others will know more by then."
"Exactly. Saffron, escort Dylan back to her room," Taladin ordered. "Check her quarters for any intruders before you leave. Have guards stationed at the entrance and outside her window on the roof."
"Understood," Saffron replied, giving a short bow. "There's no need for all that," Dylan said in exasperation. "I've got Envis with me, and Saffron is just down the hall."
"We nearly lost Tavanna today. I'm not taking any chances."
Taladin crossed his arms.
"We slipped up tonight. Mistakes like this can't keep happening. Otherwise, they'll be the last ones we make."
His warning was ominous as Dylan departed. Saffron didn't say anything, but Dylan tangled her fingers with the other girls, and the young women held hands as they silently journeyed back to their quarters. Dylan was so worn that she collapsed into bed the moment she slipped her dress off of her. She curled into the sheets, clutching her pillows and warding off nightmares. Envis returned to their room long after midnight. Dylan awoke as he slipped under the covers, and she muttered, "What time is it?" "More morning than night, lass," Envis whispered back. "Don't worry about me. Go back to sleep." "Anything?" He wrapped his arms around her and held her to his front. "Nothing more than we already knew." Dylan slipped away at that, but Envis struggled to fall asleep. His thoughts were haunted and full of questions. As a searcher, he'd never spent so much time on a mission with so little to go on. He and the other searchers had spent hours looking for clues, suspects, and hints on what had happened tonight, and they hadn't found so much as a trail of breadcrumbs. He couldn't even say that they'd hit a dead end, because they hadn't managed to start the investigation in the first place. Devin hadn't helped the situation by killing the one lead they had, but Envis could hardly blame him for losing his temper. If Dylan had been the one to drink the wine, Envis didn't think he'd maintain control of himself. Not when facing the monster who'd spiked her drink. Envis pulled her closer. Dylan sighed in her sleep and snuggled into him, and Envis found himself clinging to his girlfriend's slumbering form. Despite his usually calm exterior, he was starting to panic. The cloaked flame had gotten closer than ever before, and nearly harmed the woman he loved. The next time this happened, and there would be a next time, no doubt about that, they might succeed. Chapter 12. Mind Games. Days passed since the gala, and the royal family was no closer to locating the leader of the Cloaked Flame. Despite exhausting the efforts of the guards, searchers, and every resource they had, the identity of the group's leader remained a mystery. Devin was puzzled as well as frustrated. He'd spent days searching for information and found nothing. What they'd pieced together shortly after Tavanna had been poisoned was everything they had, and it was nothing to go on. Devin couldn't understand how the culprit wasn't leaving any traces behind, and reasoned there was something they weren't seeing. A vital clue that would make the mystery fall into place once revealed. Unfortunately, the monarchy had bigger problems. Relations between the Far Eastern government and Tavanna's rule was now strained, as Devin, by technicality, had killed Commissioner Hamad. Several people were calling for Tavanna to bestow upon him capital punishment. Naturally, Tavanna wasn't going to kill her own son, neither would she imprison him or give him any consequences whatsoever. She'd argued that Devin had no idea what was in the wine, and was merely defending his queen from insult, so he'd gotten off without even being reprimanded for his actions, a result that greatly angered the leaders of the Far East, so much so that they refused to send another representative to serve on the council. It was something the family didn't need right now, as they had enough enemies. Devin didn't regret throwing the wine into Hamad's face, even if it had caused his death. He'd deserved it. Anyone who spoke down to Tavanna wasn't someone Devin considered worth having around. Though one thing Devin did regret was killing the Crimson he'd interrogated the night of the gala. He berated himself for letting his emotions get the best of him and taking the life of the prisoner, as they couldn't get information out of a dead man. Still, when it came to Tavanna, he easily failed to remain in control. He'd lost the love of his life. He would not lose his mother, and anyone who attempted to take her from him, he would kill. He knew how, and he could, so he would. It was that simple. After he'd eliminated the poisoner, he'd searched the palace all night, but he didn't find any more crimsons, nor did he find Reyna. He'd reached out to her, but she hadn't answered. Devin didn't understand why Reyna had been at the gala that night, or what her role could possibly be in all of this, but his suspicions were roused. She certainly had more to do with the cloaked flame than what he believed previously, as the evidence told him so. He'd looked at the list of people to question that the guards had created, but Reyna's name hadn't been on it, so he had probably been the only one to notice she was there. The poison had tampered with Tavanna's memory. She couldn't remember anything from the time she'd left the argument with Hamad to the moment she'd woken up in the hospital. She didn't remember grabbing a goblet or taking a sip of the wine. Devin tried to remember what had happened, but found his own thoughts were muddled. He remembered Hamad saying that terrible word, and that he'd stormed off. Tavanna had followed him, and she'd attempted to reassure him over what had happened. He'd seen her grab a glass of wine and take a sip before Hamad's face had started melting off. Everything else was fuzzy, most likely because he'd been so angry, then panicked once Tavanna had gotten hurt. Worse still, his research on past lives wasn't turning up anything. He'd scanned book after book, but had yet to come across any records of reincarnated Rhodi whose past lives refused to stay in the life after where they belonged. Devin was dreadfully worried Desmondandre would return, and every waking moment of his existence was spent terrified that he could lose his sister forever to the Rhodi's founder, who was refusing to take no for an answer. Devin pondered spending his weekend at the library to keep searching, but got a better idea. He went to his sister's apartment, where he found Dylan lounging across the couch, looking at her phone. He noticed his sister had baked a fresh batch of breakfast croissants with eggs and sausage that morning, and snagged one for himself. Devin didn't much like eating, or breathing these days, but he found he could never resist his sister's cooking. It cheered him up considerably, and reminded him of their mother. Killam wasn't around, but her recipes came up every now and again whenever Dylan decided to cook, and that comforted Devin more than he could say. "Ugh, Dad," Dylan complained, scowling at her phone. "What's going on now?" Devin questioned, and he took a bite. "Taladin posted another poem to the family group chat," Dylan replied.
This one is even worse than the last. Devin checked his phone and sputtered out a laugh as he read the latest message sent by Taladin. Whisper by wind. It blows. I shudder. To be supportive, Leanna had hearted the message, and Tavanna had liked it. Everyone else in the family had seen the poem and promptly left it unread. Not exactly Crescentia's next best poet, Devin stated with a chuckle. He's a good writer, Dylan burst. I know he is. I've read his manuscripts. He just gets in his head and tries to be profound and make his work mean something big, and then he ends up producing crap like this. Dylan and Devin's phone both pinged at the same time. A private text from Tito. I'll tell you what blows. This poem. Can't you tell him to stop? Dylan furiously texted back. If you say anything to hurt his confidence, I'll end you. Taladin's poem was quickly buried by a voice message from Jenna that was at least 5 minutes long. The voice message was followed by heaps of texts that were nothing more than emoticons, which were absolutely impossible to understand. Can't we get Tito to translate this stuff? He's the only one who speaks Jenna, Devin asked. Already on it, Dylan stated, typing rapidly again. Envis was on his morning rounds of the city, spying where he could on the rooftops. He sent a picture of himself looking down upon Rhodian's horizon from the top of a nearby skyscraper. Dylan swooned as she saved the picture to her phone. The only person who wasn't in the family group chat was Saffron. Saffron didn't have a phone, as she didn't know how to use one. Dylan had tried to teach her, but Saffron was so technologically inept that she was unable to perform a simple search on a computer, let alone send a text message, so she missed out. Personally, Devin didn't think it was much of a loss for Saffron, because he didn't want to be in the group chat either. To prove his point, Harmony tagged Devin in the next group message. Arcade tonight, bro? Devin let out a very heavy sigh and texted back. Okay. Dylan laughed. Not excited about seeing your favorite person? Not really, Devin grumbled. I'm not in the mood. I'll come with you. In fact, I'll gather Envis and Jenna and we'll all go. Dylan said. We could definitely have some fun after that disaster at the gala. Is it safe for you to leave the palace? Devin worried. I can't stop living my life. The guards will follow me like they always do. It'll be fine. Devin wasn't sure it would be, but if his sister was at his side, he wouldn't let anything happen to her. He'd lay his life down before he permitted anyone to lay a finger on her. That was what he'd promised himself after the accident, and he'd failed at keeping that promise one too many times. Now that he was a master, he never wanted to break that promise again. I should check the news, Dylan mused. I haven't in a few days. Don't, Devin said immediately. It's not good for your mental health. I need to be informed, Dylan argued. You're a princess. You have assistants for that. I can't have people telling me what's going on all the time. I won't be able to form my own opinions. There's nothing to know. Kenji's latest article about you ran this morning, and it isn't good, Devin confessed. I can only imagine. What's it say? Dylan asked. Promise me you won't read it? You don't want to, Devin stated. The article had been nothing but fabricated, elaborate lies, and what was worse, the accusations were more serious than they had ever been. The article was full of rumors that Envis was a violent control freak, that Dylan was hiding bruises, and that the royal family was helping to cover the abuse up. Kenji had obviously taken Dylan's comment about him making things up to heart, and had decided to prove to her just how ridiculous he could be. It angered Devin, to the point where he wondered if he could sneak into the royal treasury, steal some money, and pay off Rhodi today just to make them stop writing garbage. But Tavanna watched the treasury stores down to the last cent, and she would catch him at it. He didn't want to lecture about how important it was to have a free press that was allowed to publish what it wanted, or why the monarchy needed to work with reporters, not against them, so he'd have to come up with different solutions later. They had bigger problems anyhow. Fine. I don't want to waste my time reading whatever Kenji's pissed out. Dylan sat up, tossing her phone to the side. Anyway, you didn't stop by to chat. What's on your mind? She knew him too well. I have a theory. Have you ever tried talking to Desmond? Talking to her? Dylan blinked. I mean, she gives me messages sometimes, and we go back and forth a little, but it's never anything meaningful, and I never see her. It's like conversing through the mind speak, but more fragmented. We've never had an actual conversation. You need to, Devin pressed. Somehow, we have to get you face to face with your past life, so we can talk this out. I'm not sure how I would even do that. Only one of us can inhabit my body at a time, so there isn't a way for us to speak. I don't know either, but if there's a way, maybe we could hold a conversation with her. Figure out what she wants. Dylan watched as Devin adjusted his glasses and thought, where do you go when she takes over your body? It's some sort of in-between place, a boundary that separates the life after and here, Dylan explained. As far as I understand it, I'm not really dead or alive when she takes over. My soul is stuck. Devin pondered this. There has to be a way for you to access this in-between whenever you want, like all Rhodi can access the dream state. If your soul goes there when she takes over, it's reasonable to think you could do so at any time. Maybe Desmond can too. If you talk to her, and we can work out a compromise, she might leave you in peace. Dylan scoffed. There's no compromising with that woman. She wants what she wants. That's the end of the story. Still, if we can get your past life and your present one to communicate, we'll have a clearer understanding. And I don't think Desmond is going to talk to the rest of us, as she obviously considers us beneath her, which means you'll have to be the one to do it. It's worth a shot, Dylan said, shrugging. But as far as I understand it, I would have to project my soul outside of my body and to the life after's border. To do that, if it's even possible, I need to get deep into meditation. I don't know if you guys could pull me back into my body once I'm out. I'm not sure if it's worth the risk. I'll research it, Devin promised. I don't want to take any chances on Desmond possessing you again unless it's a sure thing we can get you back. Dylan nodded. All right, I trust you. Devin knew she did, but he hoped her faith in him wasn't misplaced. This was a long shot, and if he was wrong, it could mean devastating consequences. Devin spent the rest of his day continuing to research, until it was evening and time to meet up with the others at the game center downtown. Rhodian's biggest mega arcade was 6 stories, and had a special floor for adults only at the top. The building was packed with claw games, racing simulators, coin-op consoles, photo booths, and dance machines. Devin had been here many times, and it was one of his favorite spots in Rhodian, though he'd failed to go there in the past several months for what he supposed, really, was no reason at all. His sister and his friends were already here, scattered around the arcade's top floor and playing a variety of games. Harmony was a master at the dance machine. He was blazing through songs, hitting every colored arrow that rushed by at warp speed, using the bar behind him to keep his balance. A couple of brutish-looking men hulked nearby, watching Harmony dance with a mixture of amusement and disgust. Psh, what a loser, the first man said.
Think about how many hours this weeb had to put in to get good at that game. He's not even a Rhodi, I bet. I can't sense a craft on him. I bet he doesn't have one, so he spends his time tap dancing like a fairy. His friend hissed. Wonder where this nerd's gonna end up in life. Probably nowhere.
Harmony's face flushed, but he kept on playing, acting like he didn't hear them. He wasn't the type to stand up for himself.
Let's get out of here, the man complained. Don't want to catch the failure from this weirdo.
As they passed, Devin stuck out his leg. Both men tripped and tumbled over each other. One smacked his head on a nearby machine, drawing blood, and another crashed into a claw game, breaking the glass. Lights and noise went off everywhere as the machines malfunctioned from breaking their fall.
Oops,
Devin said sarcastically, and he leaned against the wall.
Should watch where you're going.
The first man rose to his feet, pressing a hand to his bleeding temple.
You tripped us, he growled, rounding on Devin.
Yeah? What are you gonna do about it? Devin asked. The man raised a fist to punch Devin in the face until his friend blanched. He grabbed the man by the arm, whispering, "It's the Queen's son." The man took in Devin's features and realized who he was speaking to.
My mistake,
the man babbled, giving him a quick bow. They took off in a hurry, and Harmony lifted a smile as he started the next dance. Thanks, bro. Devin didn't answer, pretending like the event didn't happen, and went to order a beer as the employees rushed to clean the mess up.
I saw that, Dylan said as he came up to the bar. Don't act like you didn't just stick up for Harmony.
Uh-huh, Devin mumbled, and he didn't comment further on it. The rest of the evening was fairly uneventful. He and Harmony played a racing game, and several rounds of a coin-op. Envis and Dylan had an air hockey tournament, where Dylan won, and Jenna busied herself with winning as many stuffed animals as she could from the claw games. Saffron wasn't here, as she didn't brave crowds unless there was a special event that caught her interest, or she had to for work. The Griffin preferred isolation, and Devin was starting to see why. Being around people was exhausting. Though he guessed it wasn't all bad, having fun with his friends lifted his spirits just a little. Except his night was soured when he noticed Jenna cackling louder than usual, hanging all over Harmony and holding his hand.
Oh no, this needs to stop.
Devin waited for the proper opportunity, then pulled Jenna aside when Harmony wasn't looking, dropping his voice behind a statue of a popular video game character.
Jenna, what are you doing?
What does it look like? I'm on a date,
Jenna squeaked. Devin's heart fell when he remembered that Harmony had told him a while ago that he had a date with a cute girl planned. He hadn't realized that cute girl was Jenna.
You need to go easy on him,
Devin reprimanded. He's innocent.
You really think I'm going to corrupt his poor, naive soul?
Jenna cracked.
He's fine. It's been fun, but he's not my type. I'll let him down easy and I won't take him home, okay?
Devin's shoulders slumped.
That would be great. Thanks.
But,
Jenna sang,
I do know of a few lads and ladies he could meet. Real sweet characters, like him. You might make a connection there.
Devin frowned. Please don't get his heart broken.
Devi, look, he's a grown-ass man. I can't help who he decides to hook up with.
Jenna squinted.
Then why do you care?
Devin moved past her.
I don't.
Harmony was sitting at a booth, sipping on a fancy mocktail that looked fruity and had edible glitter sprinkled around the glass's edge. Devin slid in beside him and asked,
Having fun with Jenna?
She's a blast,
Harmony raved. But I don't think we have a connection. I'm gonna keep looking. That greatly relieved Devin. Jenna was his friend, but she ate men alive. Harmony would stand no chance.
It was a good thing they were remaining friends, and friends only. They wouldn't make a good couple anyway. Between them, there'd only be one brain cell to share. Harmony needed someone to look out for him, not a girl with an attention span no bigger than a ladybug. The others soon joined them, gathering around the table to drink and gossip.
"Girl, where were you all day?" Jenna complained to Dylan. "You promised me and Saffron a spa day, and we need to get on the salon schedule."
"I was hanging out with Tito," Dylan replied.
"Again?"
Jenna put her hands on her hips.
"Tito has to stop messing around. We need to record the next podcast episode. People are waiting."
Tito doesn't really do work, Dylan pointed out. "Aye, if there was work in the bed, he'd sleep on the floor," Envis stated, taking a drink.
It's nice to see you're all talking about me even when I'm not around.
Wild Tito appeared, springing out of nowhere and sliding into the booth, smushing them all against each other.
"It's not a common occurrence,"
Dylan started, shoving him off, but her sentence died as she looked across the arcade and immediately scowled. "What's wrong?" Devin asked, turning in his seat. He spotted a tall, thin man with elevated cheekbones on the other side of the arcade, shooting hoops on a basketball game by himself.
"It's that awful reporter, Konoro Kenji," Dylan growled. "Why is he here? Is he stalking me?" That was him? Devin wanted nothing more than to kick Kenji in the face for the article that had run this morning. He deserved it. "Just ignore him, lass," Envis said. But by his tone, he was certainly not pleased. Envis never read the articles written about him and Dylan, but word of what Kenji had written had clearly gotten back to him this time. And despite his calm demeanor, he was simmering. Devin was about to go over there and take care of the situation until Tito rose.
"Let me handle him,"
Tito said. He crossed the arcade in a few long strides and greeted Kenji, who turned to face him. They struck up a conversation, though it was impossible to hear them from here, especially over the noise of the arcade.
"What's he saying?"
Jenna asked, leaning over the table and being nosy.
"Hopefully he's telling him to get lost,"
Envis grumbled. Kenji nodded, and Tito turned. Tito and Kenji took an elevator to a different level of the arcade. Devin felt relieved that Kenji was gone. He wasn't sure he could hold back if he got in a fight with Kenji, and he didn't need to bring Tavanna more trouble she'd have to get him out of.
"What's up with Tito? He sure jumped in to handle that guy," Harmony asked.
"I don't know. He's been acting weird lately," Dylan said. "He probably feels guilty he didn't stick up for me during that interview and wants to make it right." Devin surveyed the room, making sure Kenji didn't come back. But all thoughts of anyone else living immediately flew from his mind when he noticed Reina playing a game not too far away, mashing buttons in a frenzy to obtain a new high score. His sister noticed his stunned gaze and asked, "Wait, is that Reina?" "Yes," Devin cringed. Everyone at the table craned to get a good look at her. "That's her?" Dylan gushed in excitement. And before Devin could stop them, Dylan was vaulting over the table and running to greet Reina. Devin groaned, getting up to follow his sister. Reina finished her game as Dylan came bounding up, sticking out her hand. "Hello, I'm Dylan," she all but shouted, never having been so extroverted in her life. "You must be Reina, right? Devin's mentioned you. It's so nice we can finally meet." "He's mentioned me, huh?" Reina asked, and Devin blushed. Reina's eyes wandered over him before turning back to face Dylan, giving her a bow before shaking her hand. "It's nice to meet you, princess. You look incredibly like your brother." "Yeah, well, twins and all that." Dylan shoved Devin in front of her like she was offering up a prize, or a sacrifice. "Anyway, we don't want to get in the way of you two, so have fun."
Raina laughed as she watched Dylan hide poorly behind a set of games nearby.
Your sister's an interesting character.
You could say that, Devin growled. Through the mind speak, he told Dylan to go away. She obliged, though her eyes were glued to him and Raina as she returned to the booth to sit with Envis.
I'm not surprised to see you here.
Seems like the kind of place you'd hang out, Raina said, leaning against the console. It is, Devin said. Should have figured you'd be here too.
This place is my domain,
Raina said, spreading out her gloved hand.
Like I said, glasses. Stalking.
Devin laughed lowly before he said, You're the one who's stalking me. You show up wherever I go.
Cute,
but I like to call my own shots, Raina replied.
Though I don't think we can keep calling these meetups a coincidence.
The other night wasn't a coincidence. Why were you at the gala? Devin questioned. I saw you right before my mother was poisoned. You weren't permitted to be there, and I know it couldn't have been easy to sneak past the guards. Security was over the top that night. Your friend said the leader of the Cloaked Flame was going to be there, so I had to get inside and find out who they were, Raina insisted. I thought I could scope out the crowd, but I underestimated the amount of guests that were invited. I tried, but there was no chance I could narrow it down with that many people around. Did you see anything suspicious? Devin asked. Raina shook her head. Nothing for us to go on. He figured so, or she would have told him, right? He wasn't sure. He didn't know if he could completely trust Raina. At least, not yet. Why have you been ignoring my calls? I wanted to get together, see if we could figure something out, Devin pressed. Raina paused. She appeared hesitant instead of confident, a look Devin believed didn't suit her. I had to take some time to myself, do some thinking. Raina grabbed her arm and held it. He pushed up his glasses. About what? It wasn't his place to ask, but he did so anyway. She sighed. Well, if I'm being completely honest, I had to figure out if I wanted to see you again. Devin's heart rate picked up. And do you? Raina smiled coyly, looking up through her lashes. Yes. He hadn't realized how hung on her words he'd been until relief flooded through him at her answer. He hadn't realized it until now, but he'd been terrified that, eventually, Raina would find him boring or overbearing and wish for him to leave her alone. That she still wanted him around seemed like a miracle. Devin knew his sister was still looking at him, so he said, Would you like to meet everyone? I'm sure they won't let you leave until they know more about you than you do. Raina laughed. Wouldn't be true friends if they didn't. Devin started forward, but a shiver ran down his spine when he realized Raina had linked her arm through his. He didn't move away, but escorted her to the table as his friends looked up in interest. Dylan looked like she was going to explode with joy. Everyone, this is Raina. Raina, this is Jenna. You just met Dylan, and you've already spoken with Envis, Devin said, pointing them out in turn. And I'm Harmony. The young man burst up from his seat, reaching over to give Raina a big hug. I'm Devin's brother. We're going to be the best of friends. Devin cringed, but Raina didn't recoil from the hug, just leaned in to embrace him back. Harmony, huh? That's a cute name. You're a cute girl, Harmony burst, and Raina laughed. The group spent the rest of the night at the arcade, playing games and exchanging conversation. Harmony went on and on to Raina about how he and Devin had so much in common, seeing as how they'd both been adopted, just under different circumstances. Devin wished he'd tone it down, but Raina seemed to like him, so he didn't attempt to steer the conversation in another direction. As the night wore on, Jenna disappeared with a group of people she knew, hanging on another man's arm. Harmony didn't notice.
He, Reyna, and Dylan were immersed in a racing game, while Envis and Devin stood by the bar a moderate distance away.
I suppose Jenna's date with Harmony's over and her date with another has just begun, Envis said, watching his sister walk out. You don't care about Jenna dating every guy on the block? Aren't you worried? Devin asked, finishing off his second beer. Envis shrugged. She's a social butterfly, and she doesn't need me interfering in her love life. As long as she's being safe and doesn't get too emotionally attached, I try to look the other way.
Envis put his ale down and added,
But you can bet that if one of these wankers breaks her heart, or dares to harm her in any way, I'll be there to make them regret it. You should be more afraid about the men getting out alive. Jenna's terrifying, Devin said sincerely. I love my sister dearly, but I'm wise to her ways. She sees one she likes, and before the poor lad has a chance, her knickers are running across the room to say hello.
Devin nodded thoughtfully. His sister's laugh echoed across the arcade as she came in first place, and he smiled.
I'm glad Dylan chose you. You take good care of her. I don't have to worry about her when you're around, because she's safe. I know you love her, and it shows. I want my sister to be happy, and I'm glad she picked you.
Envis raised his drink.
That's the highest compliment I've ever received, and I thank you kindly for it. I'm serious. If you're asking if I approve, I definitely do. You're a friend that I can trust, and a good person, Devin said firmly. I like that you're a couple, even if you two had some misunderstandings in the past. We're good together. I only wish my own sister would take a page out of Dylan's book and pick a lad to stick with for more than a month. Jen takes one too many gents to her liking, in my opinion, though I keep my nose out of it. Devin shook his head. Dylan couldn't go from guy to guy. She gets her heart broken too easily. Envis said fairly, she's a lot like her brother in that regard. Devin's mood soured. I'm not having this discussion again. She wouldn't want you to carry on like this, mate. You know it, and I know it. I don't know what she'd want, because she's dead, Devin retorted, hoping his harsh words would make Envis let up. But after years of being with Dylan, Envis had endured his fair share of tough conversations, so he did no such thing. You need to let her go. Nellie can't be free in the life after if you're holding her too tightly. Why not take a chance with the Reyna girl? She's a fine-looking lass, and she seems to like you. Devin avoided the question, because he didn't know how to respond, or at least pretended like he didn't know what Envis was talking about. As the others wrapped up their game, Harmony hopped around Reyna and said, You're such a cool person. How come I've never seen you before? I get all around this city, and I know everybody, but I've never run into you. Reyna was facing away from him, but Devin still overheard her reply. I get around. I'm in more places than you think. You should come to our family dinner tomorrow, Dylan offered with a sly smile, ignoring her brother's desperate movements behind Reyna's back, telling her no. We'd love to have you. That'd be great. I'll be there, Reyna confirmed. Devin slumped in his seat. Reyna turned back around to face Devin. Since I'm coming to your family dinner, we're hanging out beforehand, no exceptions. Be at my place by noon. See you then, glasses. She texted him her address, then left the area with her hips swinging. Devin tried to keep his eyes focused upward. Harmony was practically falling over himself. Oh, Devin, it looks like you've got a date, Harmony cheered, clapping him on the back. It's not a date, Devin mumbled, and he stared at his drink. It most certainly is, and you'd best be ready for it. Wouldn't want to let the lady down, Envis said wisely. He definitely didn't want to do that, though Devin worried that if his friends kept interfering, this situation would turn out to be more complicated than he had the ability to predict. Chapter 13. Confessions of the Past. The next morning, Devin stood outside Reyna's apartment, feeling extremely nervous. Though his friends had been joking,
He hadn't been sure if it was a date or not, and didn't know if he needed to come prepared. He held a bouquet awkwardly in his hand, his body tense and unsteady as he knocked on the door. Reyna's smile was so bright when she opened the door that it nearly caused him to melt into a puddle. "You came!" She reached out to give him a hug, and his heart kick-started. The wrappings of the bouquet were smushed between them, and Reyna looked down. "What's this?" He felt his cheeks redden as he stated, "I made you something. They're mechanical flowers." He pulled down the wrappings to show a small grouping of 4 flowers, created out of a variety of metal workings like bolts, iron scraps, and copper wire. The metal soldered together in an artistic and intricate display. "The petals open and close when you turn the gears," Devin explained as he showed her. "I thought it'd be nice to get you flowers, but they don't last long. These will never die." "Wow," Reyna whispered as she touched the iron petals. "They must have taken you ages to make." "All week, actually." He'd been wondering when he'd have the chance to give them to her, and had nearly tossed them away, convincing himself it was a silly idea and Reyna would hate them. But the necessity of bringing some sort of present today had forced him to give her what he had on hand. So he put his heart on the line and hoped Reyna didn't crush it. "They're amazing." She took the flowers and gave him a small kiss on the cheek. "I love them. They'll go right on my desk." Devin told himself not to soar too high as he floated over her placemat. Reyna lived in a 2-story building, in a flat above a mechanic shop. He took a narrow hallway of stairs upward as he entered her apartment, which was open concept. The kitchen, living room, and bedroom were all clustered together in one big space. Tools, parts, and diagrams were scattered everywhere on every surface. There were dozens of drawings taped all over the walls, depictions of Reyna's ideas for inventions, and model airships hung from the ceiling. A gaming system sat beside her racing drone, and prototypes of Reyna's creations were staggered all over the room, half-finished with notes stuck on them with ideas on what went wrong or how to improve them. It seemed like she never quite finished one invention before moving on to the next. Reyna clearly lived in chaos, and she loved it. Reyna put the flowers into an antique vase, which she then set onto a vintage desk. The desk was covered with papers. Devin noticed the books she'd checked out from the library were open and bookmarked, so she was reading them after all. "Don't mind the mess, because I don't," Reyna joked. "Just a mad workshop of an equally mad inventor." A golden mechanical bird gave a hum as it fluttered by. Devin held up his hand, and the mechanical hummingbird landed in his palm with a soft tweet. "I think it's brilliant." Reyna sat on her unmade bed, which was pushed against a large window. "Make yourself at home. Everybody else does. I'm basically the local flophouse for all the misfits and miscreants." Devin wasn't stupid enough to sit on the bed beside her, because that was asking for trouble, and he knew what would happen if he did. Instead, he took a seat on a chair by the table. "Misfits and miscreants, huh? Guess since I'm here, you can consider me one of them." "Meh, you seem pretty straight-laced." Devin gave a thin smile. "There's a dark side to me not a lot of people know about. I haven't seen it come out." "I'd never let you," Devin said instantly. "It's not something anyone should witness." She narrowed her eyes. "I can handle myself. I've been through a lot, and I've seen some pretty messed up things." "Yeah, but I don't let anyone see that part of me unless I have to," Devin said. "Especially not you." Reyna's brows knitted together, but Devin knew he could never make her understand. He didn't like showing the worst of himself to any woman. His sister and mother had watched him take a life in vengeance, and he regretted putting them through that. Reyna didn't need to go through the same. "Who runs the shop downstairs?" Devin asked. He needed to change the subject, because he felt the need to protect Reyna, mostly from himself. I own the entire building. I saved up enough money through my work at the crafting hall to buy it a few years ago. It was falling apart and a real dump when I purchased it. Now, it's slightly less of a dump. She laughed again. My friends run the mechanic shop below the loft. I'd join them, but my research at the crafting hall is just too important to give up. Reyna stood. Anyway, there's a reason I wanted you to come over, but it's in the shop. When they got to the garage on the first floor, Reyna flipped on the light. An old green motorbike lay on its side, surrounded by a pile of parts and screws. I found this old bike in a scrap pile yesterday. It's still pretty new, Reyna said. I thought it was just your color. Devin knelt by the engine, inspecting it. Does it run? It needs a few parts and some love. But if you can make those mechanical flowers, I think I can teach you enough to get this bike back on the road again. Then we can go riding together. It was a generous offer. Devin didn't know anything about bikes, but he didn't have anything else to do on the weekends, and this was something new and interesting. It also gave him an excuse to spend more time with Reyna, which he desperately wanted. Sure, that sounds awesome. No better moment to start than right now, Reyna said. Pick up a wrench and I'll help you disassemble the motor. Devin had a marvelous time with Reyna, working on the bike and learning all about its inner workings. The hours seemed to fly by as he tinkered with the bike, discussing various topics with her about gaming, technology, and the latest in crafting science. It was nice talking with someone who could keep up with his theoretical ideas, and Reyna was more knowledgeable than him in so many different subjects. He could learn a lot from her, which he really enjoyed. Even though the day went well, anxiety rattled in his gut when it came time for them to leave for dinner. Reyna was impressed with the palace and seemed to appreciate Devin giving her the tour as he escorted her to the royal quarters where dinner was being held. He hoped and prayed his family wouldn't do anything to embarrass him. But his prayers went unanswered, as once the family got word that Devin was bringing a girl home, the simple dinner turned into a full-on pool party. The last thing Devin wanted was for everyone to make this a spectacle, and his family had clearly turned it into one. When they got to the rooftop where the party was being held, everyone cheered out a big hello once they saw Reyna. Tavanna was the first to sweep over. She was certainly excited, as her pink wings had appeared by accident once she spotted Reyna, and she didn't seem to realize nor bother to put them away. You must be Reyna, Tavanna gushed. It's simply splendid to have you here. It's an honor to be introduced to you, my queen, Reyna said, giving a bow. None of that. Call me Tavanna, she insisted, wrapping an arm around Reyna's shoulders and guiding her to the table, which was set up by the pool. Tavanna's wings hunched around the girl like a mother hen as she said, I have a special seat right by my side. Tell me everything about you. This was already getting out of hand. Ray attempted to slow Tavanna's questions, but his efforts didn't do much good. Knowing there was nothing he could do to stop his mother's escapade, Devin went to grab a drink from the cooler. Taladin was grilling steaks, but wasn't paying attention to how they were cooking as he curiously observed Reyna. Joshua was going through a box of what Devin assumed had to be explosives that he'd probably stolen from the palace event planners when nobody had been watching. She's pretty, Taladin said to Devin in a knowing way. Yeah, Devin blushed, and sat down at the end of the table. There was the sound of a firecracker sizzling. Taladin glanced to the side to watch Joshua's antics. Excuse me, young sir, what do you think you are doing, sir? Joshua emitted a fit of high-pitched giggles as he lit fireworks and pitched them over the side of the rooftop, down to the gardens below. The fireworks tumbled downward and exploded, sending sparks flying and patrons screaming. A plant lit on fire, and the servants rushed to put it out. Reyna craned her head to look, and Devin cringed. Taladin ran to pick up Joshua and swung him over his shoulder. Joshua squealed in delight as Taladin spun him around, and Taladin said,
"This ends now. I'm not raising a little pyro."
"What does that mean?" Joshua asked, and he gave another giggle as Taladin tumbled him off his shoulders, hanging his son upside down.
"It means you're a menace to public property and to your father."
Taladin set his son upright, then shoved a pair of headphones in Joshua's direction.
"Here, listen to your music until dinner's ready."
Can I listen to the bad songs?
Joshua yelled. Taladin let out a long, winded sigh.
"If it keeps you from committing arson, yes, you may listen to the songs with swear words in them. But if I catch you singing along, we're gonna have a talk."
Okay.
Joshua eagerly put on the headphones, snatched his father's phone, and started bouncing up and down to the music. Taladin rushed to hide the fireworks, forgetting about the stakes entirely. They started to smoke. Devin rubbed his eyes. Jenna was boasting as loudly as she could about her date the previous night, and didn't bother to spare any details.
"Talk about a good time! What a hunk!" Jenna said gleefully. "He gave me an evening I won't forget, that's for sure."
"You said that about the last 4 dudes and none of them stuck," Tino whined.
Not this time,
Jenna argued.
"He's the one!"
"The one what? Nightstand? I've had evenings with myself that have lasted longer than your flings,"
Tito rebuffed.
I can't help you can't get where you need to go. You should see a doctor about that,
Jenna screeched. Rena grinned as she overheard the argument. Devin woefully hid his remorse behind a bowl of pasta salad that was sitting on the table. "This doesn't exactly leave a great first impression on Rena, guys," Dylan said as she lounged on a pool chair nearby.
Okay, Dylan, you're far from pure. We all know that you and my brother have messed around in the pool more than anyone else. You just told me you two were in it last week,
Jenna piped up. "Go ahead and broadcast it to the world, Jenna. Call up Kenji. I'm sure Rhodi today would love to hear about it," Dylan complained. Jenna brightened.
That's a great idea. I already have a name for it. The Princess's Top 5 Sexy Spots. The pool's obviously number 1, and behind the tea house in the gardens is number 2.
"Dad doesn't want to hear about this,"
Taladin shouted loudly, and the young adults laughed.
"Hey, there's no shame in it. We all know everybody's banged in this pool," Tito cried out. "It's a good thing the servants clean it every day, because otherwise it'd be a sewer." "I beg your pardon, but you don't know that everyone's used the pool. Us adults have some class," Taladin countered. Yes we do, unfortunately," Dylan grumbled, and she sat up to slip the sunglasses over her head. "So you can quit lying." Taladin narrowed his eyes. "Excuse me?"
We caught you and Mom a few years back. Don't deny it,
Tito shouted.
Here me and Dylan were, about to go for a nice nighttime swim, and that decision officially scarred us for life.
Liana appeared very coy, but Taladin seemed horrified.
"You know, some privacy would be nice around here."
Dylan threw her hands up.
"I saw nothing. I turned right back around and went to wash my eyes out with bleach, promise." "Yeah, I'd never seen her run so fast in her life," Tito laughed. "Absolutely hilarious."
"You should be used to it, Tal. I've walked in on you and Liana at least a few handful of times," Ray teased. "You don't really pause to think once you're in the moment, do you? Can't seem to control yourself when your wife's in the room. I can relate."
"Shut up,"
Taladin hissed, and he nearly snapped the spatula he was holding in half. Ray snickered, and Liana shook her head with a small smile. "Come on, Tal. We all have kids. It's nothing to hide," Ray offered, leaning back in his chair.
"Why do you have to be the most irritating person alive?" Taladin snapped. "You might be a king, but I'm gonna crown you."
"In what way?" Ray linked his fingers together and leaned over the table. "I'm already married to your sister, but I suppose if you're open to it, I'll take the set." Taladin turned red with rage and tossed the spatula at Ray's head. Ray dodged it, and it went sailing over the wall. The utensil hit someone in the gardens below, certainly by the shocked exclamation that came a few moments later. Savannah ignored them both, as this was common behavior whenever Ray and her brother were in the same space. "Oh, very good, Tal. Now you have nothing to turn over your burnt steaks with," Ray added. "I hope you're a better lover than a chef, because if not, Leanna, I am deeply sorry." Leanna rolled her eyes, though it was clear she was enjoying the teasing. Her husband, not so much. Taladin pointed in Ray's direction and narrowed his eyes.
"I swear if you say one more word about me and my wife—"
"What are you guys talking about?"
Joshua blurted over the noise of his headphones.
"Nothing. Turn your music up,"
Taladin barked. Devin was absolutely mortified. Raina gave a laugh. Envis came up the stairs at that moment and ducked to give Dylan a kiss as he joined the party.
"Hey everyone, sorry I'm late. Work was insane today, and I forgot to pull out early."
"Wouldn't be the first time," Dylan mumbled. The older adults didn't hear it, but most of the young people did. The wine cooler Tito had been drinking came spewing out of his nose, and Jenna gagged. Devin hoped Raina hadn't overheard, but she had. She pressed a hand to her mouth and gave a mischievous glance at Devin. He felt himself redden with a combination of embarrassment and something else he didn't want to admit. "Everyone gather round," Leanna called out as she placed the side dishes on the table. "Supper's ready." Devin was glad. Because if everyone's mouths were full of food, it would be harder for them to talk and say something else humiliating. As the dinner began, light conversation floated around the table as the family asked Raina about her life and the things she liked. Dylan and the other girls had centered their attention on her. If anyone asked, they were merely getting to know her, but what was truly going on was more of an interrogation. As they ate, Devin noticed that Xana slipped in to grab a plate of food. She waved to the twins before she left, but she didn't stick around. At least she'd shown her face at dinner, though she went back to her room to eat alone. Devin figured it was progress. Taladin saw Xana slip out and tilted his head. He leaned in to whisper to Dylan, "Has she taken her vows? I see her running around the training arena all the time, but the head Rhodi who manages the beginners told me yesterday she hasn't been assigned a master yet." "She's not ready," Dylan argued. "It's too soon." Taladin shook his head.
"Doesn't work like that with being a Rhodi. You're either in or you're out, and you know the answer in your heart the moment the question's asked."
"She'll take her vows. Just give her some time," Dylan promised. Devin overheard the conversation and scowled. Savannah had said something similar in passing the other day, and he had brushed it off, but apparently this had become some sort of ordeal. He didn't like how everyone was trying to push Xana into this lifestyle when she'd barely gotten accustomed to Rhodian. She'd just survived being kidnapped for Rhodi's sake. They needed to give his cousin some space to breathe. It wasn't like he and his sister had been given much time to think about becoming Rhodi anyhow. He didn't want that for his cousin. She deserved to have more of a choice. Saffron's eyes were as wide as an owl's as she observed Raina from across the table, peering at the young woman as if she was a spectacle.
Hi,
Raina said, pausing before she took her next bite. "You're the princess's partner, right?" Saffron didn't answer, but instead replied robotically, "Your hair is the color of a waxen moon across an autumnal sky." Okay. Raina chewed thoughtfully. "You're pretty too." "My diet consists of organ meat. It lengthens my feathers and causes my talons to grow strong, so I may better hunt," Saffron said. "I prefer to eat my flesh while it is still warm from the kill, and not this charred dysfunction some call sustenance." Devin nearly facepalmed. His sister said, "Down, Saff. We don't need to scare her off."
Our griffin doesn't bite unless we tell her to, Taladin joked to Reyna. You have nothing to fear, so long as you treat our boy well.
Yeah, Devin's been put through the ringer, so don't break his already busted heart, okay?
Tito shouted obnoxiously through a full mouth. Devin's insides felt like they were being strangled. Reyna paused and asked, a bad breakup, or... The table became deadly quiet. Harmony frowned and said seriously, Devin's been through a lot. We're all worried about him. We're happy you're here, but don't hurt him, all right? Devin desired to melt into the floor, but when Reyna locked eyes with him, time itself stood still. Her tone was sincere and honest as she replied, I never could. Her words were so genuine that it almost caused him to crumble. And he really didn't want to do that here, not in front of his whole family and the girl he liked. We really don't need to talk about this, Devin thought, pleading that the others would quit while they were ahead. He didn't realize his thoughts had accidentally leaked into the mind-speak, and Tavanna overheard. That's enough, everyone, Tavanna said, noticing her son was starting to wilt. Reyna, tell me more about your work at the crafting hall. I'd love to hear more about your inventions. The evening continued with pleasant conversation about normal things for once in their lives. Devin was relieved that Nellie didn't come up again. Though as the night grew dark, Devin found that Tavanna was being a little too nice to Reyna. The queen fawned over her, gushing on and on about everything and anything. Though Reyna nodded politely, Devin could tell she was feeling overwhelmed. Why wouldn't she? Anyone would, when finding out that the Queen of Rhodian wanted to be their next best friend. The palace is open to you. You may come and go as you like, Tavanna said, waving a hand. As Devin's special friend, I'll tell the servants to give you a pass. We'll want to see you at all the family dinners going forward. That's too much. Tavanna, Devin said, his voice faint. She continued to babble on, and you can come by whenever you like. Don't feel the need to let us know beforehand. Devin choked out, growing louder. We'll always be here. Whatever you need, we'll be... Mom! Devin exclaimed, his voice echoing around the rooftop. Tavanna stopped talking. She blinked a few times before asking, Yes, dear? Devin stood. This has been really nice. Thank you, everyone, for putting this together. He cleared his throat. But I really think Reyna and I would like some time alone. That was a clear message for everyone to clear out now. People scrambled to clean up the dinner and hurry away to give the two some space. But before Tavanna went down the stairs, Devin grabbed her arm. He glanced over his shoulder. Reyna was wrapped up in a long, rambling goodbye with Jenna and wouldn't overhear. Do you approve of her? Devin asked his mother. Please, tell me the truth. It's really important to me that you're honest. I think she's a good fit for you, Tavanna mused. You two seem to get along well, and you have chemistry. I wasn't talking about that, Devin said, surprised. I just wanted to know if you were okay with me bringing her around. Oh, most certainly, but I know you better than that, and I think it's obvious you want to be more than friends, Tavanna replied, a twinkle in her eye. Reyna's smart and kind, and I can tell she's fond of you. So, if you're asking me for my blessing, then yes, I think you'll make a fine couple. Tavanna gave a sly smile as she slipped away, and Devin was left dumbfounded. Did Tavanna really imply what he thought she had? That was silly. There wasn't anything between him and Reyna. His mother was being absurd. As the rest of his family left the area, his sister rushed by and gave him a wink. This rooftop is magic at night, Dylan whispered. You'll see. He didn't know what that was about, but she ran off with a snicker. He let out a breath as he realized he and Reyna were finally alone. She was leaning against the balcony of the rooftop, gazing upward at the stars that shone overhead.
I'm sorry this dinner has been so insane,
Devin apologized as he came up beside her.
My family's crazy.
Rhena chuckled. You don't need to apologize. Your family's great. It's nice how you guys are so open with each other. Devin emitted a sarcastic sound.
We could be a little more reserved and a lot less nosy.
Of course not. You don't know how great you have it. Rhena's smile faltered, and her longing eyes connected with the moon overhead. I never really had a family, and what little family I had, the cloaked flame took away. Devin adjusted his glasses.
This thing with the cloaked flame seems very personal.
She gave a bitter noise.
Oh, it is.
Mind telling me about it? Rhena's shoulders slackened. It's a long story, but I trust you. Her head hung downward as she said, Don't judge, but I used to be a hunter. I worked for Rachel. She expected him to turn away in revulsion, but all he said was, It's okay. I used to work for her too. She reared back in surprise. Really?
Yeah. It wasn't for very long, but I still did it, he replied.
Rhena almost appeared defeated. I guess she got her claws into more of us than I'd like to admit.
She was a terrible person. I'm glad we're all free of her.
Rhena scoffed. As free as we can be, anyway. Some memories don't fade. She had me in the mechanics department, making sickening war tools for her games. I didn't get to meet her in person, but what I heard about her was bad enough.
You're lucky for that. I worked with her directly. Glad I didn't lose my life.
Rhena gripped the balcony tighter. My parents dumped me and my sister when we were too young to take care of ourselves. The Hunters Guild took us in, and it was kind of like home. Some people weren't very nice in the guild, but there were plenty of hunters who were actually kind underneath it all. It's the only way we survived.
That's awful.
It was, but I didn't know anything else. She shrugged. Growing up in the guild was better than trying to survive on the streets, anyway.
I'd say they're pretty tied,
Devin stated.
Dylan and I had to fend for ourselves after our parents died. We barely made it, and wouldn't have if Taladin and Tavanna hadn't found us.
They're awesome people. I'm glad you had the Queen to guide you.
She is my mother,
Devin answered, with deep and genuine love.
I didn't think I'd survive my mom's death, but when Tavanna took me in, she patched up parts of me I wasn't sure could be fixed.
Rhena's expression withered with sadness. I wish I had that. People looked out for us in the guild, but no one bothered to become a parent to my sister and me. All we had was each other.
I'm sorry.
Devin tried to imagine his world without Tavanna, and all he saw was bleak and utter darkness.
It's terrible you were alone.
I shouldn't say that, because it's not completely true, Rhena admitted. When I was in the guild, I met a guy. Her eyes shone, and a light came into them that Devin had never seen before. It was nearly like watching a corpse, long dead, come back to life. Raoul was... he was wonderful. Rhena's voice was odd as she spoke of him. Just an incredible person. It didn't matter that he was a hunter. Everything he did was for other people. He didn't have anyone either, and we got really close. He looked out for me and Maliva. By Rhodi, I loved that man.
What happened?
Devin asked, knowing that this story couldn't have a happy ending. Rhena's eyes spilled over with tears. He's no longer with us. For the first time, Devin reached out to grasp her hand. Rhena didn't pull away, but instead held it, squeezing his fingers tightly as she continued on. Rhena took a shuddering breath. Nobody wanted to take part in the Battle of Rhodian, not even the hunters.
but Rachel was forcing everyone to fight. Me and Raoul were going to run off and get married. We promised each other that if by some miracle Rachel was killed, we'd leave the guild and start over somewhere. She wiped at her face with her sleeve. It didn't matter. We fought in the war, but I made it, and Raoul didn't. He was slain in battle, and I had to watch him die. Devin felt his stomach twist and free fall, because that was exactly what had happened to him. He found himself inwardly weeping for Reyna, because he never wanted something like what he'd gone through to befall anyone, not even his worst enemy. Yet Reyna had experienced it, and she was someone he was beginning to truly care for. Reyna pulled her hand out of his. That's why I had to figure out if I wanted to keep seeing you. You remind me a lot of him. Devin wanted to say that she reminded him of someone too, but didn't dare let those words escape his mouth. So what happened afterward? He questioned. Raoul didn't survive, but me and my sister did. Reyna sniffed, and it was hard for him to watch, because he didn't expect such a strong woman like her to break down. Maliva and I did what we could to put our lives back together and stayed in Rhodian. You weren't angry at the Rhodi for Raoul's death? He asked. I didn't blame the Rhodi for what happened to Raoul, she said. I blamed Rachel, because she was dragging Crescentia into a war nobody wanted. Your sister's magic changed my heart. That day Desmondandre used her powers on the hunters to make them feel pure love. Tears ran down Reyna's face as she described it. I don't know what the princess did to me, but when her magic touched me, I felt the most unconditional, unwavering love grow inside my heart. Everything that had ever hurt me, every bad thing that had ever happened to me, seemed worthless and meaningless in that great light of hers. I was immersed in the power of the life after itself. Though I'd just lost Raoul, even that pain couldn't manage to touch the grace your sister gave me. It completely changed me. It morphed the person I was back then into the person I am now. She wiped her face and looked at Devin. Once your sister pulled her love magic back, the pain returned, but I wanted to find that love again. I figured if I wanted to make a difference in the world and put my skills to use, I could join the Rhodi and help others. So that's what me and my sister did. We completed our training as Rhodi, graduated, and I've been using my inventions to make a better continent ever since. At least, I've tried. It was hard to keep building my inventions once my sister went missing. Missing? She was kidnapped 3 years ago, most likely because she had a powerful craft. This woman had been through so much. Devin couldn't imagine what it'd be like for him to lose Nellie, then have Dylan go missing. That short stint when he'd been unable to find Dylan after she'd broken up with Envis had nearly caused him to lose his mind. And here Reyna was, surviving even though she didn't know where her sister was. Reyna was stronger than he could ever be. What was her magic? Devin asked. She was a seer, an incredibly rare gift, I know. She couldn't so much see the future as most seers can, but she could see possible outcomes, Reyna explained. She'd have to touch a person to see all the different avenues of their future, what path they might take, what road may lead to success or failure, an insanely valuable gift for the cloaked flame to have. If your sister's magic was so strong, why didn't Rachel use her to win? Rachel attempted to use my sister's power, but it wasn't very helpful to her. So many of Rachel's paths led to the same fate, her ruling over Crescentia. By the end of the war, her victory was almost certain, so she didn't need Maliva anymore. Reyna shifted against him, pressing her body into his. But my sister didn't foresee the path where Desmondandre came to save us. I think it's because Desmondandre's power was stronger than her own, so it blocked her from telling Rachel about the possibility of her dying by the princess's magic. Reyna gave a weary sigh. My sister couldn't read me or Raoul.
She wasn't able to interpret my future without her own desires influencing the answers, and Raoul, he didn't have a future, and that's why she couldn't read him. Neither of us realized it until he was gone. She put a hand to her face to conceal her grief. Now I've lost Maliva, too. If not for my friends, I'd be alone in the world. Are you sure she's not still out there? I've looked everywhere. My sources led me to the mountains bordering the Bethabara Desert. I know she went missing there, Rena explained. Why was she out there alone, so far away from Rhodian? I don't know. She didn't tell me when she left, or why. I came home from work one night to find her gone, Rena explained. But some of our friends had an inkling of where she was headed, so they told me what they knew, and I got to the mountains as quickly as I could. Rena's expression became dark. I searched until I found clues. I discovered a pile of her clothes, ripped and bloody, in a pile on the ground, along with a leather jacket I gave her. She wouldn't let anyone pry that jacket away unless it was from her cold, dead hands, and I'm certain that's what happened. There was so much blood at the scene, whoever was hurt wouldn't have survived. They would have bled to death. And I know it was my sister's blood. I could sense her craft in what was spilled. Were there any remains? Devin asked quietly. No, but I'm certain she's dead. Not finding a body doesn't mean she's alive, Rena stated. Her captor could have hidden her remains, or an animal in the desert could have dragged her off. If she was still here, she'd have come back to me by now, or I would have found something indicating she was still around. But since I found those bloody clothes, there's been nothing. She hesitated. There was one thing that was missing from the crime scene. A bracelet I gave her, made of red carnelian stones. I expected to find it because she wore it everywhere, just like that jacket. But I never found it. That one small clue convinced me she might be alive, so I kept looking. But now I think the bracelet is still on her body, wherever it's been hidden. Rena's tone became heavier, broken in a way Devin could only imagine, not understand. My friends convinced me to give up on the search for my own health. I was going to kill myself, either accidentally or on purpose, if I kept looking for her, because it was driving me mad. The only thing that made me stop was knowing that if Maliva was dead, there was nothing I could do to help her. Only help myself. Rena pounded her fist against the balcony. Except now, I think that the cloaked flame had something to do with her death, so my search has started back up again. I'm not letting myself spend too much time on it, because I don't want to become obsessed again. But the clues we're finding are giving me hope I can get answers on what happened to her. Since Envis found the nightlock, her disappearance makes more sense. I think that's what they used to get her under control. She was a powerful Rhodi, so nothing else adds up. They'd have to sedate or compel her to stand a chance of bringing her down. If you need to find Maliva, I'll help you, Devin promised. I wouldn't want to go on unless I knew what happened to my sister. It's not fair that you don't know what happened to yours. Wherever she is, or if she's alive or not, I'll do everything I can to bring Maliva home. Rena seemed astonished. You'd do that for me? Absolutely. Devin pressed into her this time. We'll figure out this mystery together. Rena rested her head on his shoulder. Thank you. That's more than anyone has ever offered me. A long moment passed, where nothing was heard except the sounds of the city below. Rena tangled her fingers together and said, I've spent years grieving Raoul and looking for my sister. I don't know where all that time went. It flew by. Even worse, I was in such a fog the entire time I can barely remember it all. I've lost a portion of my life I can't get back. Nearly a decade is just gone. I understand completely, Devin said heavily.
I haven't been able to remember or process much since my girlfriend died.
Raina's eyes widened. Wow, I didn't know you lost someone too.
She was the love of my life,
Devin answered honestly.
There's never going to be anyone like Nellie.
Raina nodded. I feel that way about Raoul too.
Losing her sucked. There's no other way of putting it. My whole world ended,
Devin said, unable to stop the words from coming out once he began.
When we met, she had cancer. It was really bad, and she just kept deteriorating. I spent months preparing myself for the moment she was going to die. Then, we got to Rhodian, and the healers cured her. I thought she'd be safe. I was sure she'd be mine for the rest of my days.
He gave a miserable laugh that almost turned into a sob.
It was such a cruel trick by the world, because we only got a little while together before she was killed. She spent all that time fighting against her disease just to die anyway, in a different way. Fate is a heartless bastard. I spent so much time getting myself ready for when I'd have to let her go. Then I let my guard down. The moment I thought we'd have forever was the second she was taken from me.
He took his sleeve and wiped underneath his glasses. Raina's gentle hand was on his back, and Devin found that her touch calmed him. She didn't have to say anything, because her presence was all he needed.
We would have made it. I know it, Devin said, giving a shudder. I planned to marry her after the war was over. I didn't care that we were really young and that our family wouldn't have approved or told us to wait. We survived so much together, and I wanted us to grow old.
Devin couldn't finish, so he just cut himself off. Raina's hand remained on his back as she said,
I can understand that kind of pain.
Was she a Rhodi?
Devin shook his head. No, she didn't have any crafting ability, but she didn't need it. She made magic all on her own. She died during the Battle of Rhodian, too. She was just trying to escape, but she didn't make it out.
Raina was silent. Devin's eyes burned, but he didn't want to cry, so he said,
Do you think you'll ever move on? Find someone else?
I never thought I would, but recently I've met somebody. Raina smiled. He's made me change my mind about the whole thing.
Devin was glad.
He really wanted Raina to be happy. Nobody should be alone forever, and she was such a great person that seeing her lonely wounded Devin, because her loss mirrored his own. He wanted to believe that there was more for Raina out there, because he didn't think there was for himself.
What about you? Raina asked. Do you think you could ever let go of her?
Devin wanted to say no. It was impossible, that he'd always belonged to Nellie, and he'd never love again. But he also felt that if he said that out loud, it would be a lie.
My family wants me to,
he confessed.
I want to hope that I can, but it's a struggle to picture myself with someone else. What Nellie and I had was really innocent. First love kind of stuff. If I found somebody else, what we could become would have to be something different from that. Still love, but more mature. I wouldn't be replacing her, but recognizing where I've come from and changing that into something new.
She nodded. I think the same way. You're a good listener, Devin Fairson.
I think more than I talk. I know I'm quiet, but that doesn't mean I don't care, Devin said. I need a lot of time to process things. I like to observe.
Well, I appreciate you observing my grief with me, I suppose. At least I don't have to look at it all by myself.
Me too.
Devin felt the heaviest weight in the world lift from his chest.
Thanks, Raina.
For what?
For understanding. You're the only person in the world who knows how awful this feels.
It's pretty terrible, she admitted, and leaned against him. but it's the tiniest bit better knowing someone else is going through the same thing. Devin hesitated for what he considered an eternity. He knew once he made his move, there was no going back. It'd been 8 years, but he couldn't hold on any longer. He calculated every action he took and overthought every move he made, but this time, he was compelled to follow what was in his heart instead of what was in his head. So he just did it. Without allowing any time to talk himself out of it, Devin leaned forward and kissed Reyna. She was slightly surprised at first, until she leaned in closer. It'd been so long that Devin had nearly forgotten what this felt like, but now that it was happening, he remembered how wonderful this was. He didn't push too far, just gave Reyna a soft kiss that was gentle and sweet. She accepted it affectionately, and he felt a sore and broken part of his soul heal just a tiny bit as he returned the gesture. "Sorry," Devin said as he ended the kiss. "I shouldn't have done that." Reyna reached up to brush back his curls as she whispered, "Don't apologize." Reyna gave him another kiss, one that was fiery and full of passion. Unlike him, she didn't hold back, but poured into him with a passion he hadn't felt in ages. As she intensified the kiss, Devin eagerly accepted, feeling like he'd been starving for years on end and Reyna was finally giving him the life he needed. Then a memory of Nellie broke into his mind and Devin pulled back. This was too much, too fast. He took a regretful step away from Reyna and said, "I didn't know you felt the same." Reyna smiled at him. "I was laying it on a bit thick. When I said I found somebody, I was talking about you." He hadn't realized. Devin swallowed and said, "I haven't been with anyone since my girlfriend died. I haven't dated or anything." "Me either. I couldn't get over Raoul," she confessed. "But you're the first person that's made me feel something since he's been gone, and I'd like to see where this goes. That is, if you're interested." Devin was very interested. But he remembered Nellie again and was immediately infected with guilt. How could he forget about her? Kissing Reyna felt like betraying her memory, cheating on her even though she was no longer here for him to see or touch. But she was no longer here, and Reyna was the one person in the world who knew what this was like. "I do care about you, and I want to see if we could make this work," Devin said cautiously, "but I don't know what I'm ready for just yet." "I think we're both concerned about protecting our hearts going forward," Reyna said. "So let's do this together. No labels, no promises." Reyna pushed off the balcony and walked away, striding toward the staircase. "You're a pretty good kisser, Glasses," Reyna said, spinning around to face him as she wandered off. "I hope we get to do this again soon." Devin did too. After Reyna left, Devin remained on the rooftop, giving a heavy sigh and gazing upward at the stars. I wonder if she's up there. Would Nellie be upset if she knew he'd kissed Reyna? Would she approve or be angry? He honestly couldn't tell. Devin wanted to be faithful to Nellie, but the harsh reality that he couldn't stand being alone forever was starting to press in around him. A relationship didn't end when someone died. It just changed. But Devin had to admit to himself that he wasn't in an actual romantic connection anymore, and hadn't been since Nellie died. He'd been single for 8 years, though he'd never thought of himself that way. But Reyna was probably struggling with the same feelings, and he was certain she thought the same way about Raoul. If they were both stuck in this endless grief, perhaps they could comfort each other. There might be a way to get on the other side of this. Devin didn't have a lot of hope that they could be a couple, but maybe they could be something. and since that was more than what he'd had in a long time, it was good enough for him. Dylan was right. This rooftop really was magic. Devin stayed on the rooftop until his thoughts quieted down, and he felt like he was finally ready to turn in. He returned to the royal suite, planning to get the first good night's sleep he'd had in months. Before he got to his room, there was a blood-curdling scream. Devin instantly sprang to attention, panic growing in his chest. The scream had come from the hallway that led to Devana's quarters. His form surged into super speed, and he ran toward Devana's room. It only took him a second to get there, though his thoughts still raced. What's going on? Raina just left 15 minutes ago. Devin's breath caught as he realized that Devana was standing outside her doorway, and she was okay, but her visage appeared gaunt. Devin came up beside Devana, turning cold as he stared at the floor. Commander Massimo, the counselor representative for Marcellino, was lying outside Devana's doorstop dead, his glassy eyes staring at the ceiling, a pool of blood seeping over the floor from a cut that ran across his throat.